Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music getting the daily DeOrganized live stream running. We have a huge day today. Lots going on in the ecosystem. We have our regular show this morning. We have the Stacks Town Hall at 10 a.m. Stackies Awards at 11 a.m. I think there's a post-Stackies show party thing, or I'm not sure exactly what the details are. I wasn't invited, I guess. I think there's something going on afterwards, probably like a party space or something. And then at 1 p.m., we have the team from Data Oracle coming on. So another very long action-packed day. We also have proof of work from the Bitcoin Live crew at 2 p.m. with Gerald. Gerald and Nick from Bitcoin Live will be on there. Sometimes Maddie Case also joins. Not sure if Matt will be with us. And then we'll have other regular content throughout the day as well. So lots going on. Guys, we are giving away 200 STX for the month of December. The organizer is giving away 200 STX, and you can enter to win every day. You can get another entry to win. All you have to do is go to the live stream post, which is posted, pinned to the top on the DeOrganized page on X. And I'm going to actually go do that right now after I drop in the comments. I'm going to drop in today's question and pin the post. Let me find the post. Working on two screens now. That's why when you see me like this, I'm on my big screen. And this is like my one machine, two screens. I actually want to get the other monitor here behind the screen, so I'm, but it's just not. I just haven't had the time to set up my desk that way. Get all the stuff together to do so. But I am dropping the question in the comments below. I'm going to pin that post. So you guys can just go to DeOrganized or at DeOrganized BTC on X. The pinned post is the daily live stream thread. If you have anything you want us to amplify, by the way, you can drop it in the comments below the live stream thread. We will respond. We'll share it out. We'll cover it on the show, on the stream, and try to help amplify your messaging for you. And that's free for our community. Anything you want, anything you got, drop it in the comments and the replies below the live stream thread that's pinned to the DeOrganized page. And that's a daily thing, Monday through Friday. If you have something you want to let the community know about, just drop it in there and we'll amplify it for you. I do have the post up and pinned, so that is ready to go. The space we will have... the next event we will have is the Whatever Morning Space at 8 a.m. with Binta and the Organized Good Vibe Tribe. At 8:30, we'll be back live with the news and then the events throughout the day. Lots going on, so get out and support your ecosystem. And y'all have a blessed day. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm going to leave you guys with the segment we did with George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine, BTC Media, and Bitcoin for Corporations project. It's very important, actually. We're going to drop the link for this too. There is a petition going on. We need to let MSCI know that it's not cool what they're proposing as far as limiting inclusion in certain trading indexes for companies that have more than 50% assets, digital assets, making up their balance sheet. There's a direct impact on Bitcoin and the entire crypto ecosystem. So it's important that you go sign the petition. I'm going to drop that link in the comments below in a moment. And y'all have a blessed day. Improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game, spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
Hunters come running and keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip in the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable markets if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit.
Yep.
So why don't you give us a little bit of a a breakdown of what your background and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. Even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So The TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin Treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey,
What's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're gonna have to catch up.
No worries.
So,
man. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form. Anyway, I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I mean, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but I mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is, and even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. To the don't go down there, down, to the right. I'm not, organization, yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors, a lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
GM.
Coming in from
GM George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really. Right now, I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get some get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, it for all we know, they're looking at the market and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will.
I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen. screen. But I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
My wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way, in the short term,
it is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids, my kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually very hard because you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up, or they're gonna, hey, Bruce, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, no, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
Just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for joining us today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at Bitcoin
follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay informed
give you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George. And
All right, take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing. Hunters come running and keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable markets if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets, in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit.
Yep.
So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. Even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and it's I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption, That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to, the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious, just because of where the market is heading. It kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like how, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey, what's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, Abe? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. and I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but I mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. Like, so again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is, and even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yep, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this is something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say, even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and
Yep.
and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
GM.
Coming in from
GM George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, it for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. and this was their, the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we'll
I actually don't. I don't see it really. Right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So.
In clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where flowing, and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter.
Good morning, my friends. It is your old pal, Peace, Love, Music. I'm feeling old today. Puppy had me up at like 4 o'clock this morning, like up and out. Had to take him out. I haven't been back to bed. Tried, but just didn't succeed. So I've been cranking all morning. There's lots going on. And actually that kind of put me behind a little bit on some stuff. Fortunately, we did not have a morning show guest lined up for the first time in a while. So not a big deal that we ran into some delay. But we are here with the news. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment. We play some games. Sometimes we give you some alpha, some new information that maybe is just hitting the market. We do actually have some cool news this morning, just announced about half an hour ago. But we are not providing financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, we will take a look at the numbers this morning. See what we got. Am I on the way? No, actually, I think this works. By the way, guys, friendly reminder, we are giving away 200 STX for the month of December. The pinned post on the DeOrganized page, that's at DeOrganizedBTC on X. The pinned post is our daily live stream. We stream from 7:30 in the morning till 5, 6 o'clock at night, East Coast time, US, so EST. And we have periodic content throughout the day. We cover things as they happen live. We cover a lot of things going on in our in the Bitcoin and broader crypto space, especially focusing on our beloved Stacks ecosystem. Lots going on in Stacks today, by the way. But we are giving away 200 STX, and you can enter daily. We stream Monday through Friday. You just have to go into the live stream pinned on the organized page, and in the replies, let us know the daily question. Answer the daily question. You can enter every day, once daily. And today's question: what's one thing you're more confident about in crypto now than you were a year ago? You reply in the comments. You're entered. That's it. And then you might win the 200 SDX, which we will draw sometime after the 1st of January. And so you have lots of days left in the year. Well, not too many, but lots of days left in the month and in the year to enter. So let's take a look at those numbers, shall we? Let's see. We got Bitcoin coming in at 88,606. That's up 1.6% from yesterday. Not too bad. Ethereum's still hanging out under $3,000. We'd like to see that get up a little bit more. Solana's down a little bit too. Let's take a look at Stacks. My hand's getting tired from scrolling. Stacks. We got to get you back up over. We got to get out of the 90s, guys. We got to get out of the 90s. Oh, we just got a little bit tick up. That's great. We got back over 25 cents. It was under 25 cents. Not going to lie. The last few days with Stacks being under 30 cents, I'm in active buying with the little bit of capital I have available. I'm putting it into Stacks at that price. Not financial advice, just giving you guys, letting you guys know that I do hold Stacks, and I'm accumulating at these prices. Fear and Greed Index back down to 22. Market's still fearful. When the market's red, that's usually a good time to buy. Top three gainers over the last 24 hours are Audiera, Beats, which is a new project I'm just hearing about recently. As it's gotten into these top gainers, Uniswap making a run this morning, actually. That wasn't there earlier. And Pippin, I think Midnight Night in Canton were on the top three a little while ago, and I was preparing the news post thread. Let's take a look at STX tools. Again, huge shout out to Rubes and his Tonero project. He's actually going to be joining us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to talk about Tonero. We're really excited about that. It's going to take basically the same model and concept of STX tools and expand it to cover a broader Bitcoin-oriented tokenomics and details on different platforms and chains. So we're really excited about that. We love STX tools, and we're excited that Rubes has expanded his great project. Wow, Welsh is way up 29%. SBTC with a little bump. That's right, you can get fast Bitcoin and deploy it into a robust DeFi Bitcoin-oriented DeFi ecosystem on Stacks. We also have Alex, Dog, PBTC, ABTC. There's a bunch of different Bitcoin projects on here, but we do like shout out Flat Earth, but we do like SBTC. That is my favorite. I don't even want to call it a derivative. It's just Bitcoin on Stacks. It does have Bitcoin finality. It's easy to peg in, peg out. Very secure bridge. So we're psyched about that. And Ridwan answering today's question in the live chat. We love it when you guys communicate in the live chat. Just don't forget to also put it in the replies below the live stream thread, because we cannot actually get we can't go back and get the live comments, and then we can't always tell what people's usernames are, so it's hard to associate who won or who entered. So make sure that you're putting those answers in the comments below the live stream. And also, good morning, Eric from X Inc. I was saying hi to you earlier. We were not quite done with the whatever space. Let me actually get to the news thread. Also, guys, let me know in the live chat if the music's a little loud or if it's okay. I don't know if it's overwhelming. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. And the news thread. All right, what do we got in the news today? Some interesting stories for sure. Bitcoin holds above 87K. That's good as Micron crushes earnings. Micron delivered a strong earnings beat, reinforcing optimism across technology and risk assets as Bitcoin held firmly above $87,000 level. The results added to a broader narrative that capital is rotating back into growth-sensitive sectors after weeks of consolidation and uncertainty. Bitcoin's ability to remain elevated despite mixed macro signals and cautious sentiment suggests underlying demand remains resilient, particularly from long-term holders and institutional participants. Analysts note that BTC's stability alongside strong semiconductor performance highlights the increasing overlap between crypto and traditional tech-driven market cycles. While short-term volatility persists, the market response underscores Bitcoin's evolving role as a macro-sensitive asset tied to liquidity conditions, corporate performance, and investor risk appetite, rather than purely speculative flows. Interesting. AI infrastructure demand is high. That's not really surprising, but markets are surprised because they thought it was overhyped. And those of us that have been playing around with these tools realize that there's just an ever-growing demand for more processing power for these things. It's not going to be a short-lived phenomenon, I don't believe, personally. Digital asset treasuries attract $2.6 billion despite market uncertainty. Corporate and institutional treasuries allocated approximately $2.6 billion into digital assets, even as broader market sentiment remains cautious. The inflows point to a growing trend of balance sheet diversification, with Bitcoin continuing to dominate treasury strategies due to its liquidity, transparency, and fixed supply. Rather than reacting to short-term price movements, treasury buyers appear focused on long-term positioning, inflation hedging, and strategic exposure to digital assets. This steady accumulation contrasts with retail-driven volatility and reinforces the idea that institutional adoption is progressing quietly but consistently. The trend also highlights a shift in how crypto is perceived, from speculative trading instruments towards strategic financial assets integrated into corporate risk and capital management frameworks. Oh, this is an interesting one. I'm sorry. I like this. I like this because I respect what Coinbase is doing. Don't trust, but they're not a bad actor, I don't think. Coinbase expands into prediction markets, stocks, and stablecoins. This also indicates that it's opening up. These opportunities are going to be around. It's not probably just going to be a couple of players. You're going to see more comers to the market with these things as it's more clear what the regulatory situation is. Coinbase is expanding beyond its core exchange business into prediction markets, stock-related products, and stablecoin-based services, signaling a broader ambition to become a full-spectrum financial platform. The move reflects growing confidence in regulatory clarity and user demand for integrated financial products under a single compliant interface. By offering tools that blend traditional finance concepts with crypto-native infrastructure, Coinbase is positioning itself as a bridge between on-chain and off-chain markets. The expansion also intensifies competition with both fintech firms and traditional brokerages, while reinforcing Coinbase's role as a key gateway for mainstream adoption. Analysts view this strategy as a bet on convergence, where crypto exchanges evolve into regulated financial hubs rather than remaining niche trading venues. That's what's happening. So you're going to see a lot of financial institutions starting to adopt these practices from multiple directions. So don't be surprised when your bank starts offering some of these tools. Amazon Web Services. Whoops, let me cue that up. AWS enables cloud bill payments using BNB. That's an interesting development, to be honest with you. There's definitely a few Very interesting news stories today. Amazon Web Services has introduced support for BNB payments for certain cloud services, marking another instance of crypto payments entering enterprise scale infrastructure. While limited in scope, the integration demonstrates growing comfort among major tech providers with blockchain based settlement rails rather than signaling ideological alignment. The move reflects practical experimentation, testing faster settlement, global accessibility, and alternative payment options for international customers. The announcement also underscores how crypto adoption is increasingly occurring behind the scenes, embedded in operational workflows rather than consumer-facing hype. As large corporations continue to explore crypto payments selectively, such integrations may pave the way for broader acceptance of digital assets as functional tools rather than speculative instruments. This is a big deal. BNB is not it's a major, but it's not Ethereum or Bitcoin, and AWS is recognizing it as a legitimate payment, which means that they have users that want to pay with BNB. That's a big development, really is. Where am I? Vitalik Buterin outlines a plan to simplify Ethereum's trustless UX. Vitalik outlined a vision to significantly simplify Ethereum's user experience without compromising its core trustless principles. The proposal focuses on reducing complexity around wallets, key management, and transaction flows, areas that continue to act as barriers for mainstream adoption. By emphasizing account abstraction, smarter defaults, and improved wallet infrastructure, Buterin argues Ethereum can become more accessible to non-technical users while maintaining decentralization and security. The discussion highlights an ongoing tension within crypto, balancing usability with sovereignty. As Ethereum matures, improving UX is increasingly viewed as essential for scaling beyond power users and developers into everyday financial and application use cases. And this is something we've been saying around the Stacks ecosystem for a while. It's not just the UX design of apps, but it's the user experience of having good, engaging experiences on chain. That's what needs to happen in order for mainstream adoption. People need a reason. It needs to be abstracted away. So it's just, there's value add for app developers in using crypto that doesn't cause friction and hurt them in adoption of their application, which means the users need to not really know that they're using crypto. They're just engaging in an app and having their experiences, and everything else happens under the hood. That's what needs to develop next, and it's actually happening right now. So the people that aren't aware of what's happening, well, they might be in for a surprise as things go moving forward. I do want to also touch base on this story right here. USDCX on Stacks is now live. This is my favorite story so far today of several good ones. A USDC-backed stablecoin is now available via Circle X Reserve, enabling full interoperability between Circle's multi-chain ecosystem and Bitcoin's leading L2. Bitcoin just got a tier 1 stablecoin. USDC is now on Bitcoin via Stacks through a really great deal between Circle and Stacks. We're really excited about this. It is a big deal. And I gotta reshare this one too. We're super excited about it. Huge shout out to the team at Stacks, to the guys at Circle that made this happen, all the developers involved in making sure that it's functional. This has been ready to go for a couple weeks from what I understand. So it's just been a little bit of time to make sure everything's I think they were just timing the announcement, to be honest with you. So we're super excited. This means a lot more opportunity and liquidity in the Stacks ecosystem and better functionality for Bitcoin overall. So we are psyched about it. Let me Oh, check the chat here. Got a little bit. Ridwan. I got a bunch of spam. We're getting more and more spam in the live chat these days. It's spammers are back. Actually, for a long time we weren't getting those. Now we're getting them all the time, and we must be getting more views. Let me bring on the homies. GP.
Yo, good morning, peace. How are we living?
GM. We are living large, my brother.
Let's go, dude. Good morning.
Konnichiwa.
Ni hao ma.
Good morning, my brother.
GM. Oh, good. Hope you're well.
Doing good.
Hope you're well,
Feeling-
G's.
Yeah,
Good,
a little
man.
tired because the puppy had me up early. He keeps eating bits of charcoal from the fire because we've been doing fires because it's been cold out. So I've been making fires in the fireplace, and every so often he eats charcoal, and so he has to wake up earlier than normal to go out. So
He's eating charcoal?
he will. So I need to be more. When I make a fire, I need to just make sure I'm not letting the bits of charcoal like linger in front of the fireplace.
He
He has a bit. Yeah, he likes it. He
feels good on his teeth.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, whatever it is, he likes it. He keeps eating the charcoal, and it's making him sick. And now I'm up since 4:00 this morning because of it. So,
Oh man, dude, I feel for you. This is it's like if it's not one thing, it's another with the Wonder Pup. He is a good boy though.
he's a good boy. He's a handful, and we're still working on establishing. He thinks he runs the house still, even though he's like in his crate, like so much.
Buddy,
Yeah,
you don't run it. You don't run it. That's
he doesn't run it. He doesn't run it, but
We've called him Buddy Loves Music, so he kind of have some rights.
Dude, we need to put we talked about this before. We need to put together a handle for all the Stacks pets, like Bruce, Buddy.
we definitely should do that.
You know,
I mean, the founder's cat has a meme.
yeah, I think it'd be fun.
We need some fucking memes.
Have some different IRL content there. You know, we could really get a good following. Onboard the animal lovers, and then they'll learn that there's a million different memes, and we have the whole zoo of Stacks. Yes, and then they get exposure to the meme coins, and new all-time highs. I can see the plan.
So maybe there's an NFT project, and then something else after that.
Zoo of Stacks sounds
That is
based.
a good idea. That is a good idea, bro.
Stack Zoo.
Oh, nice. Stack
So
Zoo.
USDC
Zoo.
on Stacks.
What's that?
USDC on Stacks.
Oh, that's huge, man. It's such a huge. I mean, we've already. This isn't news to us. We've all known that this is coming, but it's still being announced. Finally, actually being here is huge. It's huge for the ecosystem. There's a bunch of projects that have been looking for this. It's big for BitFlow. It's big for Boom Wallet. It's big for Stacks. It really is. This is a big deal.
So getting into Stacks, there's a reason why Circle selected Stacks for, its debut into Bitcoin DeFi, right? Stacks is the Bitcoin layer with the most Bitcoin secured within the network, by Bitcoin TVL. It's been battle tested, right? It's been around. It's been building programmability into Bitcoin for a very, very long time, right? So it makes sense that they use Stacks as their medium to make their debut. Is there a website or somewhere for people to go to check out?
I believe there's a specific bridge link in the announcement. It's at the bridge.stacks.co. So it's bridge.stacks.co.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that now. So here, taking a look at bridge.stacks.co here, just taking a quick little look at USDCX. It looks like you can peg over your USDC from Ethereum straight into USDCX on Stacks. So you connect your Ethereum wallet here. You go to Phantom. We got Brave Wallet, Coinbase. There's more available as well. Going into other wallets, I think this is Stacks Connect, or not Stacks Connect, Wallet Connect here. Can scan. This is supposed to be a QR code that's popping up here, but wow, and even have an option for people that do not have wallets. Start exploring Web3. Choose your first wallet here. Yeah, this is pretty based. I'm really enjoying thinking about all of that fresh liquidity coming into our ecosystem, as well as like having a native stable, right? That is widely used. This is easily the biggest stable in existence in all of crypto. So this is good for our ecosystem. And this is the bridge. So big shout out to the developers that have been always chipping away and working on these different integrations and partnerships. This is a big one for our ecosystem and make it a little bit easier. So total confirmation time, about 15 minutes. Minimum deposit is 10 USDC. Network fees, there's a little bit high right now, $4.80 for USD. So just go check it out. You know, give it a look. Connect your Ethereum wallet, connect your Stacks wallet, that being Leather or Xverse, and then boom, you can get yourself into the game and get some USDCX. So very cool stuff. I love it. No longer have to use Allbridge AE USDC. We'll probably be integrating USDCX into all of the major protocols and platforms now. So
you're gonna have have actual USDC pools. You're gonna have USDC to the other stablecoin pools. This is a big deal. This really is a big deal. It's plus, like, we can actually get paid in USDC, but it's on Stacks.
Right. So that makes sense. Yeah, this is going to be based. I'm very, very excited. I don't have to, I've been using Simple Swap a lot. I like Simple Swap's, method of, taking my USDC and getting into the network that way. But this is a new medium, man. New infrastructure that is going to lead to new innovations, and I'm wondering, what the first thing that is going to be built with native USDC in our ecosystem is. Who's going to use it first?
Well, I know Dan and Boomer, Dan at Boom is integrating it. That's part of like their launch plan, is having it available to integrate. I have to assume that like the DeFi protocols already have it ready to go. I'm pretty sure Bitflow already has it ready to go. I wonder. Let's actually see. Let me see if it's actually on Bitflow right now.
Good idea.
More liquidity coming to Stacks through USDC.
I still see. So right now I see just USDC via Allbridge right now. So it's not available yet for trading on Bitflow as of this morning. Let me
soon.
Oh, it's got to be. Yeah, I mean, I know it's ready. So, and they have a few things going on, by the way, over at Bitflow. The HODLMM, awesome stuff there. This is actually a huge development for that process as well. Getting the HODLMM. Now you have liquidity with USDC that can be provided through the concentrated liquidity market maker on Stacks. So people can swap in and out of Bitcoin to USDC and Stacks to USDC. And it's going to be reduced slippage with the HODLMM.
I would love to lock up some USDC and earn some Bitcoin or some Stacks in some way, some type of product that allows you to do that. That would be cool. I don't know if we could build out something like that. But yeah, very, very cool. Go check out Bitflow too. The HODLMM is coming. That is bitflow.finance. Also, another big announcement coming very, very soon from Zest. Just wanted to recap this too. Over 650 SBTC are now deposited on Zest. The 5% APY on SBTC is drawing in Bitcoiners looking for yield. With Zest V2, borrowing against SBTC becomes even more compelling and unlocks new liquidity. So during the Stacks DeFi show this week, Tycho was talking a little bit about Stacks Market V2. He said that you'd be able to opt in and out of rehypothecation. You'll be able to they're going to be classifying the different assets that you can borrow and lend against on Zest in different risk categories. Therefore, having different LTVs and also like liquidation thresholds and stuff like that for different assets. So individual categorization, as well as partial liquidations instead of like the full, your liquidation point gets hit. You lose the whole, well, not lose, but the whole position gets liquidated. You can get partial liquidations now, and they liquidate as they go. So a lot of different awesome updates coming with Stacks Market V2 on Zest, and I'm really excited for it. I got to read through the docs yesterday a little bit, and they will be coming very, very soon. So get ready for Stacks Market V2, baby. It's gonna unlock a lot more activity. I think people are really gonna like the options. You'll have the option to stay between. If you enjoy borrowing in Market V1, you have that option, and then also V2 will also be there. So it's cool. It's going to be really cool, and I'm very, very excited for this update to Zest.
Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. What do you think about Coinbase getting into prediction markets and stock trading?
Insane. I didn't read too much about that. You care to fill me in? Is there a good post where I could read about this? Was this in the news this morning?
It was in the news. I think I first read about it last night. Coinbase. I forgot where I actually got sourced I sourced an article this morning. I actually sourced it from CNBC.
CNBC covering it is crazy.
Yeah.
So,
hey, I got it right here.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Coinbase adds prediction markets and stock trading and push to be one-stop trading app. Coinbase is expanding into stocks, more sophisticated trading tools, and prediction markets, positioning outcome trading as part of a broader single app brokerage approach. This is a direct competition play to Robinhood. Robinhood started doing prediction markets. They're doing stock trading. They already have you can buy fractional stock trading on Robinhood. You've been able to do that for a long time. I'm sure that tokenization will be also rolling out there soon. So getting into and they've been doing prediction markets on Robinhood for a while. So this is really a direct response to Robinhood, but also it's expanding. What this really means is that the clarity and the regulatory has been established to allow these entities. Both Robinhood and Coinbase are publicly traded companies. They have specific regulations with the SEC. They're financial, they hold financial assets. So they have a lot of regulations that way. And it's really the merging of trading and banking is what I'm seeing here.
This is huge.
Right. But you're going to start seeing prediction markets. Are you going to start seeing prediction markets at, Bank of America and JPM? When they start adding, tokenized trading and stuff like that, where is the line going to be drawn?
Well, yeah. Well, Coinbase did file to be one of those, a banking-esque, platforms. I wouldn't. It's not too far fetched to speculate that yes, maybe you might just see banks starting to offer, prediction markets and things, different ways to speculate. I've seen some banks allowing users to buy and trade BTC, directly from their bank, their banking apps and stuff like that. That's coming. So one thing is for certain is that this is a signal, right? More and more users are going to be like able to have access to prediction markets and these different tools, right? These different financial tools, because that's exactly what a prediction market is a way to speculate. You buy your conviction pretty much and what you think the outcome will be. So
So
it's very interesting.
there's also a huge data piece to that too. At a certain, especially at volume, the more participation you're getting in prediction markets, you can kind of tell how things are going to go. There's a lot of actionable data in what people are expecting for outcomes. That doesn't mean that's how it'll go, but you can plan certain things accordingly if you know what people are expecting. And at scale, if you have a lot of markets and you're feeding that data into the AI models, there's a lot they're going to be able to do with that data. So we really want to see things like user control, like stuff with what Mark's working on with your controlling of your own data and able to, your data should be on chain. You should be able to opt out of having your information included in such things, and or there should be markets created where you can participate and have that. You're getting the benefit of, at least the benefit of that data being sold. So if they're selling your data, you're getting some of the proceeds go to you for selling that data.
It was very interesting to listen in yesterday. Big shout out to Killer Mark from BPepe. You should definitely check out BPepe. Go get you some Bitflow or Velar. But yeah, like to see him kind of think outside of the box with his dating app and putting it on chain for data collection and being able to monetize that is a very, very awesome idea. It's a bunch of data. There's a lot of data that goes into these types of things, and we may be able to learn about our users that are using these apps on a more intimate level, right? Like we get to see, what they're looking into, what their ideal partner looks like, starting there, and then their preferences, as well as like, we can get a better gauge on a demographic that we have here as active users.
Right. Well, and part of that is too, it's not even just like their relationship preferences, but you're sharing that, like what dating is doing is it's aggregating a bunch of user data and helping. It's actually there. A part of that is helping the user more understand about themselves. Like you're actually able to learn. The AI is going to actually be able to sift through your data and tell you things about yourself that aren't obvious to you. And it's not just relationship stuff. It's a lot of a whole profile of what you're doing at that point.
Right. Well, you have to fill in these data fields, right? Like whenever you're first signing up and putting your profile together, like kind of explaining who you are, so that way the matchmaker can better, show you, your matches as well. So it is a really interesting concept. It was a no-brainer. I know why it received funding, so like it is what it is. Like I think that Killer Mark has been building in this ecosystem and experimenting with onboarding like for a very long time in this eco. So I'm interested in seeing it. I'm interested in getting involved and just seeing where it goes, because this data can help us understand who is here using the blockchain a little bit better and a little bit more on an intimate level, other than just a name with a handle.
100%. It's a big deal. Data is actually the most important thing. it's more important. That's why part of what is so valuable about Bitcoin and decentralized blockchain is that it creates mechanisms for data markets that are transparent, and verifiable, and also can have certain privacy aspects encoded that are at the the user level. That allows the user to act the rails to be able to control your data, your own data, and actually keep it private, but also give access to it where it's needed, are all on the blockchain. That's the value of the blockchain, is how it's actually going to be able to preserve data more than anything else. So we got, in a little bit, I think we're going to have Find2Earn at 9:30. At 10, we have the Stacks Town Hall. That's going to go for an hour. We got Stackies Awards, where they're going to declare GP the community developer of the year, and Hunter the meme master of the year.
Peace, love, music. The community.
Peace, love, music. Community thought leader over here.
I'm not expecting it. I just like being mentioned, but you guys definitely. I'm going to be pissed off if you guys don't win something, to be honest.
Man, I think that we have so many talented individuals in this ecosystem, and as long as people are receiving recognition, and he said, no, not happening. If it doesn't go down, we're going to see Mobster Peace come out. Let's go.
Hunter, get it ready.
Get it ready, Hunter.
Yeah, we're going to get it ready. Unhinged Peace, Love, Music. Yeah, the boss man.
So one thing is for certain is that with the Stackies, I get excited. I get very excited at the end of the year for the Stackies to come around, because we need these types of initiatives and shows showcasing what our community is doing and building, and who are the leaders of this ecosystem every year for the newcomer, right? So they can see who to look to get incorporated and get their start. So I do think that celebrating all of the people that show up on a daily basis and try their hardest and to innovate and experiment, then iterate, and do it again the next day. We need to be celebrating these people, and that's exactly what the Stackies does. And we have more categories than last year, and I can only imagine that it'll continue to get more broad, and we'll find more categories as we go. So last year, Hero Gamer and I, Hero made a statement that he wanted a Rookie of the Year. That's a really, really good.
That would have been an interesting one to have. Who's a top level rookie in our ecosystem?
Balu.
Have a few.
Balu Peak.
Is he a rookie?
Obviously.
If he's a rookie, it's no doubt. If he's like
first year,
that's it, huh? Wow.
Yeah, Balu Peak.
He has been cooking.
100%. I didn't even know he's only been around for a year.
Yeah,
that's how much he's been cooking.
Well, he got onboarded around the time of the Welsh 100 day giveaway. So
a little over a year and a half.
A little over
a year and a half.
Yeah, a little bit more than a year. But yes, definitely my rookie choice. Guy has been cranking in the Stacks AI guild, as well as getting involved in so many different ways, right? From content creation to hosting boot camps to empower the community and show them how to vibe code, as well as make content, and then also helping with the Stacking DAO Pokemon League website, right? I asked him, I was like, hey, do you think this is something that you'd be interested in helping me with? And he's been absolutely crushing it week after week with the Pokemon tournament. He's actually hosting some of them and built a website with a full front end that showcases all the Stacks D apps that we have in the ecosystem as well. So it's just really, really cool to see his process. He's very proud of his work. He takes pride in what he's doing. So like, it's a no-brainer. The guy is a legend and grinds harder than your average bear.
Yeah, he's in everything. You know, he's part of just about every project. He supports everything. He's cranking, absolutely cranking.
I think it's time to have him.
What's that? Oh shoot!
Oh, he's
Come
frozen.
on for like a little like segment talk.
I think he was saying it's time to have Bolu on, which I would be happy to have him on anytime. He's welcome to join anytime. Would really love to get him more on the live streams. We did cover his boot camp last week. That was a very interesting, boot camp or a seminar. He's definitely, that's another thing. There was a ton of people there. Like he had a lot of people showing up to his boot camp, learning showing people these skills, and it's, so creating tons of value all over the place.
Yes, I agree. One thing is for certain is that we have these different ways and new technology that help us create, as well as like coding, vibe coding. All of that is like only getting better and better by the day. You can become a music producer with Suno in just a few clicks with an idea, right? So being able to navigate these tools and learning how to incorporate them into your process is important, and that's exactly what the Stacks AI Guild does. And Stacks AI Guild wouldn't be anything if we didn't have leaders teaching, and Balu's doing a great job. So that's my rookie. Anybody else that comes to mind for you guys that might be, rookie of the year? And of course, 300, you're a pivotal that as well.
My thing is I don't know who's I don't really know who's new, how new people are.
Right.
But I'm sure there's several that have come in the last year that have been very productive. Hunter, do you have someone? I didn't hear what you were responding, but I broke up for a second.
Nosferatu.
Facts.
Nosferatu has
Absolutely.
been cranking also. Look at the amount of work that is put in, and also what is given us as an ecosystem with a short amount of time. So yeah, he's one of the top that I think can feed also the rookie.
So Tenderly too, I guess I would put in that category. Is he that new?
He is that new. But Nosferatu, I have
Yeah.
to touch on Nosferatu as well.
Yeah.
Got to give him his flowers.
He's cranking for us too. Like all of these guys are contributing to DeOrganized, not just Stacks broadly too, but big contributors to what we're doing here. Nos, Bolo, Tenderly, Wenny.
So you can
Prince
say
Cat.
you can safely say that DeOrganized is the most powerful organization on Stacks, right? Because it has
We got all the
so
rookies.
much heavy hitters.
Yeah, we got all the big rookies. Plus some OGs like YouTube, Benta, P Lord's been cranking on it for us too. We got a lot of people working for things in our corner. Plus, huge supporters of the show like Hero Gamer, Jack Bin Switch, Alpha coming on, Crypto Dude, Rosar when he was here more often was always cranking on here. Landy, like we have a ton of, we got a lot of support, and we really do. I feel like 2026 is going to be the year we really establish ourselves as fully legitimate.
I agree. I'm very, very bullish for 2026 and DeOrganized. We have a lot of different things that we're looking to ship, as well as more and more people getting involved, right? Like we have such a based team. It's really hard not to be bullish on what we're doing. And I know the why behind what we're doing, right? We have to empower our community with the information, make sure that it's distributed. And that's what we're doing, right? Keeping people in the know, keeping our ear low to the ground, and just just really, really trying to provide value in any way, shape, or form that we can. So, you know, when you give, whenever you are a giver, you give and give and give, and the universe has its way of finding equilibrium, and it propels the ones that work hard to the top. So I think that you know, what we're doing here is important and necessary, and we also provide a very safe space for developers and community members to come shoot the breeze. May it be, you know, an update with the protocol that they're building, or you know, just coming and spending some time and getting some high frequency vibes in, staying in the know with us. You know, it is always a really, really good time when we have a guest on to come shoot the breeze with us, man.
Oh, for sure. And honestly, we've been hosting a lot lately, you know, and there's so much to cover. Like we've only covered a fraction of the ecosystem, and we've had, you know, yesterday we featured 4 projects. The
Yep.
day before we featured 3. You know, we had a bunch we had like 4 or 5 we did last week. And it's not all just on Stacks, by the way, but we are poised to start just doing this on the regular, and which is more content to produce, more content to process, more shorts to start using for Hana's master plan, to help us distribute and get more engagement on the expanding into the other socials. I believe we're going to probably start getting a little bit more attention on YouTube soon. Lots going on for real.
Yeah, dude. And having those multiple platforms is important as well, right? Hana's been experimenting with a little bit of like Arc related content. So there's this game Arc Raiders, and that we've been kind of streaming, experimenting with that community base, and you know, especially ahead of the Cryptonauts launch. You know, we've been experimenting with this GameFi idea and onboarding gamers to the GMFL, which is stacks based, you know. So like I think that I got a brain fart there. I don't know where I was going with it, but go check out Cryptonauts, and
That's where you're going.
yeah.
So
And,
Landon played nicely. You got a little tedious here towards the runway, but you realized where you were. Oh man, it's impossible though to keep track. Like I totally understand it, man, because we're talking. There's so much to talk about, and then it's like, oh, I gotta. What time is it? Is it Anatron coming on? Wait, what the hell was I saying?
yes, I'm also like scanning the timeline for the most based news. So I cover all the big topics and stuff. So but yeah, like there's so many different ways that you can onboard into this ecosystem, and I feel like having USDC X now here within the ecosystem just makes it that much easier. And I'm excited to see new faces, right? We're even seeing some of the people that went quiet for a little bit come back around, which has gotten me feeling very good. That's my signal right now, that is like, hey, people see stacks as like a buying opportunity. They want to get involved and find ways to pack their bags at the bottom, preparing for, you know, better price action. And one thing is for certain with stacks, it seems like every time that it's ran, it's within like a 6-month period to where it goes parabolic, and it really does very well. And it moves with Bitcoin, and they're very closely correlated. So when the bid comes, it gets violent. So people are starting to catch on to Bitcoin DeFi. You can see that in the metrics, right? With Stacking DAO, we had one user deposit 4.2 million STX into the platform, into the native stacking pool, which is, it has 0% fees, right? So that directly translates into more rewards. So people are learning that Stacks has real Bitcoin DeFi and real ways to pack your bags with more sats, utilizing your Bitcoin. It's a no-brainer, guys. Somebody is going to learn that, hey, I no longer have to leave the Bitcoin ecosystem to go participate in DeFi. And it's just one step closer right there. Why not? And it's kind of like a domino effect. and Jack says this and touches on this a lot. Big green candles are the best marketing, right? So this time around, whenever alts start to run and do better, um, it's I feel like we're going to onboard a lot more users that'll have that diamond-handed conviction that we have with the degens here in our ecosystem, and they'll stick around because there's more things to do. We have
GP froze.
a lot of apps being built. We got prediction markets, talent built here right now. So the tooling is getting better. The fundamentals have decoupled, and I feel like it's only a matter of a time until price action catches up.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually just Marty Party just posted this a little bit ago. It's liquidation levels, and this is very interesting because the shorts are getting liquidated at 91K Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's pushing up to close to 89K right now. So we're very close. That's within striking distance of those shorts. Longs are way down here at 82K, and I don't think we're getting down there, although you never know what could happen. But this is a very interesting chart. Also, Ethereum's was just around 2,900, 2,964. So Ethereum is also pushing up towards that 3,080 range to get the shorts on Ethereum. So if we start seeing these shorts get taken out, this could actually thank you, Jesus. This could actually be the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's going to be one of those moments that is like a aha moment. It's like, okay, this is what we've been waiting for, right? We've been raked across the coals, so to speak, as far as price action and all those with weak hands have been shaken out.
Had a little bit of a Santa rally.
Right. That's what they call it. They deem it as Santa rally right around Christmas. And did we have one last year? I think we did.
No, we had the opposite of a Santa rally. Everything collapsed after the first week of December, and took a long time to recover, actually.
Well, we have quantitative easing now as well. So 2026.
Right, we've been tightening for a couple of years too.
Yes.
That's a huge thing. People don't realize, we're still, it's still a hard time because it takes a while for that to actually matriculate into the economy and change. But we are absolutely in play at this point for a turnaround. It's starting to feel more and more likely to me.
It feels like the Bulls have been defending around the 80K level too. Don't want to let it go lower than 80K is what it feels like.
It's not even really getting close at this point. It went down to what did it hit? 85, maybe 84?
Well, I can pull up the chart really, really quick before we bring Zenny on, because I know it is time for Find2Earn. This is the stacks chart. Just a little bit of a pump this morning, up about 5% from 24 cents. But taking a look at Bitcoin here, we were bumping our head on the 800-day moving average on the 15-minute time frame. But getting into the bigger days, it looks like yesterday was a very, very volatile day. You can see a Darth Maul candle here with a 5% wick to the upside, or about 3. It's like a 3% wick to the upside, and then like a same thing, 2%, 1% to the downside. But this Darth Maul candle wrecked both sides of the trades, and now we're getting a little bit of a green day here. We're sitting below the 21-day moving average, while the 50 moving average is coming down. Whenever this 21 crosses this 30-day moving average, or 50-day moving average, we sometimes get a pump back up to the 200-day moving average on Bitcoin, which would put us right around 108K. So I don't know at this point. I feel like it was a very volatile day. Leverage kind of got wiped out. But I don't know if we just keep chopping sideways and then eventually touch this 800-day moving average on the daily time frame, maybe we do something like this, where we just kind of chop sideways here, and then we get a move like while this 800-day moving average kind of curves out right here, and we'll see. We shall see. Maybe we see something like this. We come test this 800-day moving average, and then boom, we touch it, and then we take off, right? So maybe this is what we're looking for. We're just kind of chopping sideways here, and then touch the 800-day moving average, use it as support, start to see that 21-day moving average curve up and cross the 50, and we pump and get back above that 200-day moving average on the daily time frame. But yes, the lowest that the candle went yesterday was right around 85K. So you're right, like we're not even getting to all the way to the 80K mark anymore. So bulls are defending. It is a fight on the timeline. We shall see. We shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see, man. But yeah, it is. I know it is 9:30. I know that we've been having a really good conversation about like the conditions of the market, as well as like new integrations and stacks, and celebrating our community. I just wanted to say big shout out to everybody that shows up on a daily basis grinding.
Absolutely. It's prime time, and it's actually time for Find2Earn.
Let's go.
Game Master is on his way
Nine
up.
time. Yes, sir.
World. He is coming on up, and we are excited to play right after a word from our amazing sponsor. Shout out BitFlow. Oh, the music's going to do this to me now.
Of course.
Yeah. Dang it. All right. Hold on. Oh, GP, play with the music. We are back with it's time. The Game Master has arrived in his true PFP form. How are you today, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good morning,
everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm a little bit busy. I'm working like on SIP in contact with Hero Gamer Eric, and so I want to show it tomorrow. Drop on the Stacks forum maybe, and have conversation here on the organized show.
Yeah, are you gonna? So my understanding, we normally do the SIP show at 10:30 a.m. ET.
Yeah, right.
And my understanding is that we're going to feature your SIP tomorrow.
So my plan to launch the all games tomorrow with Pepe, Leo, and after we will do the SIP, right? Or it will be like a pause 30 minutes.
Well, we'll do. Normally we have a little bit of a break between, but it depends on who's coming on and who's not. If Hero's available and early, we can definitely do it early.
Yeah, we can do it 10:30, no problem. So yeah, I will drop it on the Stacks forum, and we will discuss. Because we want to make the more things on chain. Also, it could be important for developers, and if we have the more things on chain, and the new developers can come for encrypted NFTs.
Sounds good to me, man. Sounds good to me. I'm excited about it. I was actually asking Hero about it earlier today if we had that ready. And I mean, this is a huge deal, getting this established as a standardized process for encrypting NFTs and what that means to the ecosystem. So it's really excited to see this next step for what you've invented. Very interesting stuff, and thank you again for that. I wish I could get the music working.
Yeah,
we'll have to play games with no music.
I'm gonna try to reload into the studio real quick and see if I can't play with it.
Yeah, that might work. Let me actually. So I'm gonna just stop playing with it then, and you do your thing, and we'll get the game rounds going. GP will be back momentarily.
Okay.
And we got the Stacks Town Hall coming up soon too. Let's see. We have a starting image today. I'm going to share that right now.
Yeah, this is image will be for jackpot. We play whitelist and jackpot round right after.
Okay, so we're going to do the whitelist first, and then I'll share the image for the jackpot round, and then we'll launch it.
Yeah, or you can share it right now because it's kind
Oh, they
of
won't be right. All right.
difficult image.
You guys think you're
Yes.
so great. Here's the image for the jack. Oh, wait,
No,
this
no,
is
no.
from the other day. Hold on, I got the wrong one. I'm sorry. Hold on. Gee whiz. What do I got here? Here we go. This is the jackpot round. All right, my show. What am I doing?
Yeah, you need to find just a broken tree, right?
The broken tree in the field. If you guys think you're really good and you're not part of the whitelist, you can try to find this now.
Did we lose?
But I don't think you will.
Oh, is Hana here?
Hana's
I heard him whispering.
Hana's gonna just sing.
I was singing
music.
the Game Master song.
I like it. We don't even need the AI.
Yeah, bro.
Hunt goes down.
Down.
There we go. There we go. All right, you guys keep doing that. I'm gonna. All right, so the whitelist game round is launching.
Remember that name.
And I'm on the Skullcoin page waiting for the launch. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, wait a moment. I'm just checking right here.
Sometimes we have technical difficulties, but we always have fun.
For sure. That's the biggest thing is that we need to spread more love and laughs and just
Skullcoin symbol's still dancing.
Look at that, dude. He hears the music. He hears the music even when it's not playing. Big shout out to the Skullcoin London. There we go. If we have the link to the Suno, I could share my screen and play it.
Let's launch right now.
It might take me a minute to find it, but I will do that.
Yeah.
All right, we're launching right now.
Let's go.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andiamo! Vamonos! Let's go!
Ixu!
Hande!
Ixu!
All right, so we're looking at this Nakamoto droid round. We're gonna we're gonna repost.
And I will launch right now jackpot round.
Oh, and jackpot round is launching as well. So where is this? Where is this motorcycle? I can't go that way. I can't go that way, so it must be this way. I can't go that way. All right. This is a tricky one.
You can move forward now.
I can. It's just if I put it was glitching in the corner there.
Yeah. Digital maps is not perfect. Like I mean, like maybe Elon Musk will understand that he has all like industry, but he didn't have like digital maps. Maybe also Grok maps, something like this, since he wants monopoly in anything else.
Yeah, he might as well do it. He's got all those satellites.
Yeah, right. So we need to push this meta, and he understand that he doesn't want anymore to move from X to Google Maps. So he will make his own maps.
Is Hero actually Elon Musk? Is that why he's so mad about using Google Maps?
Yeah, maybe. Like Hero is a secret agent.
Because they actually do say that Elon Musk might actually be Satoshi, and I'm pretty sure Hero Gamer is actually Satoshi.
Yeah, that's why he's not doxed.
That's why.
Yeah, sure.
I think so. It's the only thing that makes sense at this point.
He comes from stocks like it's L2 on Bitcoin, playing his role here.
Yeah. But he's also very involved in like studying the bit process and all of that stuff too. So
So I'm gonna share my screen here. I've got
he's
something at least
he's
pulled
back
up.
in seat.
Hero is obviously Satoshi Nakamoto, and
He
maybe
is.
also Elon Musk.
I heard he was Jeff Bezos as well.
It could be.
So I'm gonna share my screen here. I have some copyright-free music that will suit the need for some tunes. Can we bring this up in one of these little small squares so we can listen?
Yeah, I got you. Bring it up. Bring it up, and I'll swap them.
All right, so here we
GP,
go.
I have something for you coming soon.
Let me
Okay, I'm just launching the jackpot game. Let's go.
All right, jackpot round has launched. GP, what you could actually do with that, by the way, just since we're in here, if you go into the 3 dots, and you can actually, I think you can make it so that it's audio but no visual.
It's only got replace and remove.
No, if you go into like the where the sources are, like where all the cameras are, and the 3 dots under that source where you're sharing.
Says edit avatar, edit name and title, and then remove stores. Let me go to edit. Let me see.
Oh, it doesn't give you. So if you hover over yours, you can actually hide camera, keep audio.
That's
it doesn't
right.
give you that on the other. It doesn't give you that on that one.
No, it doesn't.
All right.
Is the volume okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let me. So we got the jackpot round, and I'm missing it.
You could
This
drop
is
this down.
This is all just a ploy by GP to distract me.
Oh, dude, so you can lose? No. Whose packs are we packing if they do not?
Oh, guys, that's right. You must like and repost the live stream and like and repost the game rounds. Or today, you know what? Today, if you win and you didn't follow the rules, we're going to give your prize to GP.
Oh, look at that. You guys are too kind. I love it. Pack my bags. Forget to share. Let's go. If I mute this tab, can you still hear the audio?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, let me share you the draft for a SIP forum.
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
Yeah, so here is a draft. We can. It's not the thing that we have like just to read it, but it's just I'm showing everyone. So there is a draft, and I will post something like this in the forum. So
where is it? Did you drop a link?
Yeah, I send you DM.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I can drop here if anyone from the live panel want to.
Oh, there's a TLDR. We can read. Yeah, we can definitely share. Hold on. Let me. We'll share this. I'll share this, and then I'll go back to finding the jackpot round if nobody beats me to it. All right.
Yeah,
So,
just play jackpot round. So the idea, like the cryptex, the user experience is very interesting thing that because like most of users really doesn't care. You play, you do the things on Solana or on Stacks or on like any chain. They care only about their feelings or only about the real experience.
exactly.
How fast transactions, how easy to settle like the seed phrase, use wallet like, and this is most important thing.
Right. It's just another part of the abstraction process.
Yeah.
There's so many things coming, like
Yeah.
what Rafa is working on. He's got the pass. I don't know if you noticed, he's got passkeys working on that now, so we can really cool stuff happening in the space, man. And this is, it's all just lining up. Now we got this that we can work with that you're proposing.
Yeah, let me explain you very simple, like in 1 minute, what we want to propose here.
Please.
So right now, what happens? Like you have encrypted NFTs, yeah, and the problem, actually, let me drop the link You can. It's maybe it's better even if you open this link. I will drop on private chat.
Sure. Oh, well, it just brought me to. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I thought it was the main page.
So scroll down. Oh no, not main. Yeah. Scroll down on the second comment.
This one?
Yeah, this is third one. Yeah, every NFT. Yeah. So idea right now, what happens? So we have like NFTs on the on-chain stacks, yeah, and this encrypted word moment seed word, it's our database, encrypted database. So we create the bridge between like the stacks blockchain and the encryption on database on the server. But if stacks SIP adds some commitment, it will standardize all the encrypted NFTs, and each like NFT encryption like will have the hash. It's something like the key, and the access will be more like commitment on chain. So each encryption private layer, like with this phrase, will be kind of with the key that will be committed on chain. Because right now we are doing it ourselves, but if like this word moment, this picture, yeah, have the encryption and have the access only by commitment on chain, it will be very good for this encrypted NFTs technology. That's all. So that's very simple, but it's important to do. And for the whole Stacks ecosystem, maybe the more developers will come and the more people will know, because you can save any like encryption data and make any games. Seed phrase hunt is just an example. Yeah, that's all. That's the whole seed.
Yeah, so it's important. It is important to be like, this makes it's a piece of the puzzle, is a way to have some data available on the front end and other data that only is available when they're accessing the NFT in an app, and there's a lot you can do with that. It's not just for treasure hunt games. There's
right. So
a lot you can do with it.
So we cannot make it like fully on chain or using ZK, because like Stacks is a public blockchain. But if we make these small steps and make it better, it's obviously good for ecosystem. Because if we want to make it ZK proofs fully on chain, ZK snarks, we need like hard fork. And it's like building ZK technology, it's like building a new blockchain. It's very like difficult technology. And if Munip want to push like privacy on Stacks, whatever, like they can do it. But for now, we have just to move forward and make these improvements.
Right. Well, and this is functional now.
Yeah.
So this application can be part of the reason for the SIP process is to get more people involved to discuss how they would use it, some of the other developers, and discuss how they would use it in their applications, what they would be able to use that technology for, and then building the standard around those use cases to make sure that it's functional for as broad a number of use cases as possible. So this is a big step. It really is. We need to get as much awareness on this as possible. So you said this is going to go in the forum tomorrow?
Yeah, I can drop it on the forum tonight. Doesn't matter really, but I
well, guys, soon in the Stacks forum, this is going to go live, and you'll be able to read and engage and comment.
My goal to drop it before the SIP call, because like when we start the SIP call, people can read it in the live.
Right, and that makes sense. So we will be, and guys, definitely. So be on the lookout for this dropping on the Stacks forum. And also be on the lookout for, tune into the SIP call tomorrow, and not just to read it, not just to listen about it, but to get engaged in the process. we want you guys to give us feedback, especially if you're an app developer or a builder, which is a huge part of our community and our audience is the builders on Stacks. How would you use this? What can you do with it? Let it inspire you, and then get involved in the conversation. And that's for all the SIPs, not just this one. That's what we're trying to do here. But this is an important step for our ecosystem to be able to have a tool like this. So
Yeah,
I'm
because like
really
this
excited
tip,
about it.
like this product that people can touch, like they can understand that here is a product, here is a very simple game. Like you have to assemble seed phrase. GPAC with his team, they play this game, they understand the concept, and the more things will be on chain, it's better, like for ecosystem.
I agree. I 100% agree. I am noticing in
We have
the
no winner, so if you want, we can drop the clue, or we can move the price tomorrow soon, like in a couple minutes, and price.
let's give everybody. We don't need a clue. Let's just give them another 2 minutes.
Okay.
That'll leave us with a minute to round out the show, and then we'll transition over to the town hall, which I believe is starting in about 3 minutes.
Let's go.
And guys, if you are watching and you haven't yet, please share out the live stream. Say hi in the live chat, by the way. Let us know you're watching. Let us know you're tuning in. Let us know that you love Skullcoin and you want us to keep having these games on a regular basis, which we are intending to do, by the way. We like to hear from you about it. And make sure you're sharing out the games and everything. It's really important that we're getting as much exposure with these as possible.
Yeah, if you want to continue to play these Find2Earn rounds, we have to scale and onboard.
Turn up the beat.
Let's do
Turn
it.
up the beat. Turn up the beat, DJ.
Yeah, listen, people, and if you didn't win like today, it's okay because the price will be bigger tomorrow, and also we don't want to stress, so we wrap up in 1 minute. If there will be no winner, and come tomorrow, we'll launch full games with memcoins, and price will be 90 stacks, I believe. And also,
And
I like when people sometimes don't won because we show everyone that it's fair competition. There is no bots that just grind Google Maps or whatever, like, and say, okay, this is the tree, this is the coordinates, here you are, I am AI. No, it doesn't work for this game.
Oh yeah, we have an impromptu Portuguese Skullcoin anthem playing in the background.
It's awesome. It is a really, really cool cook.
What do you think about it, Zenny? And peace.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, sure.
Oh, is that you just made one?
Yeah, we made one with GP right away.
Good job, guys.
Portuguese one. I think Eurogamer will love that one.
Hera's in the live chat. He can let us know right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got my notification from my Luma that the Stackies Awards are starting in 1 hour. Good luck. I think everybody on this panel right now has been nominated in some form or another. And I hope you guys all went and voted and supported your community. And we really are appreciative of the nominations we got for the team, for the app, for what we're doing with the project that we're doing here. And also, there's tons of people in the community that are very deserving. And I actually think it feels to me, and maybe it's just because I'm more aware of who's in the community now than I was a year ago, but it does feel like we got a broader subset of nominees. I think a lot of people got some recognition, well-deserved. It's hard to get everybody, and there's so many people cranking in this ecosystem. But congratulations to our winner for the whitelist round today. No jackpot winner for today.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up because I'm pretty sure the stack hall is about to launch.
So we have no winner for today. The prize goes tomorrow. I just posted the coordinates. And about the awards, I have a couple words. So personally, I don't care about the awards. I believe my vision, like they have to give the hours more to like leap over the year, to new builders, to new people. There is no reason to give the rewards to the same people every year, and there is no rewards. There is no reason to say like about each other, like I'm saying, like peace, love, music, you are the best, and you're saying Cinematron is the best. We need like adoption, we need scale, we need new like developers, because too much. I tried these good vibes too, and this works. But when I join any ecosystem and people like saying like the SU is the best, like Aptos is the best, yeah, let's push. But we need like the newcomers. We need Web2 users. We need like adoption besides like above the ecosystem. That's my goal. Yeah.
I
But
concur.
anyways, it's a good initiative. Any like events like this, very fun. Yeah, thanks everyone for playing. I just dropped the coordinates. You can enter coordinates to see where it was, and we play
Awesome stuff.
tomorrow.
Yeah, the
That
stacks.
said,
Actually,
I
I'm
know
just
we have to
gonna.
kick us
We
off,
know
but just a
we
quick
you guys
note
know
before we
that
start.
Zenny
Again,
dropped you
everything here
the correct
discussed, like every
coordinates. I
town
don't have time to
hall,
show them
is for
because we got
educational purposes
the stacks town
only,
hall
not
launching right
financial
now.
advice.
So we're gonna pick up that
Please
coverage
do
live.
your own research.
Thank you,
If it's
Zenny.
your first
Always
time
a
joining
pleasure.
our
We love doing these
town
games with
hall, this is
you.
where
Looking
we
forward
discuss
to. I'm
everything
gonna
that's
read through
happening
this SIP.
across the
I'll definitely
stacks,
let you know if I
ecosystem,
have any
and the
feedback for
wider
you. And then, guys,
Bitcoin
stay tuned for that
ecosystem as well, and all
show
the
tomorrow.
developments in
And we're
between,
gonna
along with
take
some of
on.
the builders and founders and
Is
executives
that
from
volume
across the
really low?
ecosystem to be able to share product updates and where
It
things
Kind
is
of
a
low.
are,
bit. It is a bit
keeping
low.
you on top of all
I think it's
things
him and not
stacks and
me.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think
I'm
so
your host
too.
today, Kyle Ellicott. It's a pleasure to join all of you. As we go ahead and wait for one more speaker to join on stage, I will give you all a quick update from my side at the Stacks Asia Foundation. We just returned from Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where we were able to have a very successful week of not just participating in Abu Dhabi Finance Week, which is about a 4 or 5 day event covering everything financial and also emerging technology in the UAE, but also participated in Bitcoin Nina, Solana Breakpoint, and so many other side summits and conferences as well. And a big thank you to all of our global partners that were in the region with us and those locally in the UAE and Abu Dhabi, including ADGM for hosting us all week long. We did have some very exciting headlines. We were able to present to multiple family offices and venture funds from within both the UAE and the wider GCC on Bitcoin's evolving role, not just a store of value, but a productive asset, as we talk about a lot here within Stacks, and how Stacks is empowering that future and also the future of Bitcoin staking. And a big thank you to Hash and ADGM, who invited myself to participate and represent the Stacks ecosystem and the Bitcoin side of the industry at their Web3 Leaders Roundtable, where many of us across the industry talked about the future of regulation, policy, institutional integration, and what the future may look like when it comes to Bitcoin and finance as well. So that's a quick update on our side of the house. And that said, we've now got one of two. We've got two of two of our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off, make sure you stay tuned after today's town hall for one of the greatest events of the year and probably the most exciting event of your holiday season, the Stackies. That said, let's go ahead and kick it off. Manib and Alex, welcome to the stage. Give us a quick introduction and what's happening in the world of Stacks.
Well, let's see. I'm a Gemini. I like long walks on the beach and bringing programmability to Bitcoin. Oh, and I also really like USDC usable on Stacks. So that's pretty cool. If you have not, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm Alex, CEO of Stacks Labs, building up Stacks. If you have not already bridged some USDC into Stacks and used Circle's beautiful new pure USDC on Stacks, it's pretty great. I just did my first like official real live one We've also got a beautiful new bridge up at bridge.stacks.co. That one also will serve as a little bit of a preview of kind of what our evolving design language looks like. I think one of the things, I can't remember if we talked about this like really explicitly, but just really continuing to drive forward what like our UI looks like and clean it up. I think, you know, there was rightfully some complaints about kind of what we used to be, what things used to look like. There's actually, I think I'm allowed to tease that there's an update to the SBTC bridge coming as well in the very near term that will update to kind of use that exact same kind of design language actually before we all start merging everything together even into a single kind of app that does all of the bridging and things across stacks. So just goal is to make it really, really easy for people to interact with it, bring their assets over and on, because obviously that is a really big deal for things overall. Other than that, there's one big topic that I kind of have to talk about today, which is just kind of thinking about what our ongoing R&D looks like and what kind of the next major evolutions in stacks looks like. But I guess, I don't know, Manib, any thoughts or anything you want to share before I start diving into that and we talk about that some?
Yeah, I think I'm obviously super excited about the announcement that just went live from Jeremy at Circle as well about USDC. This was obviously a long time coming, but it's a pretty sort of like historic moment. The way I view this is stable coins started on Bitcoin with Tether that launched way back in the day on Bitcoin 01. Like that's literally how stablecoin started. And today, the major stablecoin coming in some ways, quote unquote, back to Bitcoin on the leading Bitcoin L2 is I think it's a historic moment. It's kind of like saying the innovation is coming back to Bitcoin, and now I think with access to a tier one stablecoin, like this is exactly what our DeFi ecosystem needed. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, it's gonna be really great, and there's a ton of other updates kind of to the DeFi apps I know that are coming down the line with it, new pools that we're gonna be spinning up. So there will be a lot. You know, today's really is just like the first step one, getting it fully live on mainnet, fully usable by everyone. Give it a little bit of time to settle in on that, and then you'll see a bunch of more new pushes coming down as well. That I don't know, other speakers may talk some more on. But with that said, let's dive in and start talking about kind of like what's next for stacks, right? Where do we go from here? And I think, you know, I actually just posted a thing on the forum about this. Don't go read it. Listen to me talk first, but you can go read it afterwards, and then I'll also, you know, obviously tweet it out too. But we've spent the last few months really doing a lot of technical and product, especially product deep dive on where we want to go and continue to drive um, you know, kind of the niche and stacks and advance kind of our mission of the Bitcoin economy and our North Star, right? And I think the North Star for stacks has kind of always been, you know, again, playing with the wording a little bit, but like fundamentally it has always been to, you know, we call it like make the Bitcoin economy, but what that really means is provide all this functionality that Bitcoin doesn't and arguably really shouldn't have itself, right? It's never going to be programmable. It's never going to be that scalable. But in order to be valuable, it has to. And actually, even more than that, one of the things we realized when we were sitting and talking through some of this is that as wonderful as seeing the integration of Bitcoin into like the larger and traditional financial system is, it's actually also a true threat for Bitcoin. Not just because like it could get co-opted or whatnot, but actually just quite literally, if everyone is doing all of their Bitcoin transacting through other blockchains or through the traditional financial system, and there's no actual transaction volume on Bitcoin, how does Bitcoin charge enough fees to actually defend itself, right? This is a truly existential thing. We've talked, I think probably a lot of us have felt like the irony of Bitcoin maxis hating people building on top of Bitcoin when they like don't realize this is literally out of Bitcoin's growth, right? But the other key thing is people really still keeping possession of their Bitcoin on the L1, right? That alone would open up huge amounts. We've talked to a lot of investors where they just, either for comfort levels or like control rules, they can't go over a bridge with their Bitcoin. And so they're really stuck out of the game right now. But they are willing to do other things like take stacks positions as part of it, right? Or, use stacks to unlock capacity for their staking. So dual staking is number one. Again, the Bitcoin minimized payments, adding the privacy transactions to it. Because again, Bitcoin's never going to have privacy at the base layer, but we can absolutely add selective privacy for people. So that adding the privacy, you don't have to see transactions to it. 'Cause again, Bitcoin's never going to have privacy at the base layer, but we can absolutely add selective privacy. And then finally, adding the build down the line all the way to see transactions to it. Again, Bitcoin's never going to have privacy at the base layer. Obviously, that's a thing that a lot of people are working on. I think we're actually and then finally, adding the build down the line all the way to transactions. Everyone gets what we're doing. Never going to have privacy. Obviously, that's a thing that a lot of people are working on. I think we're actually and then finally, adding the build down the line all the way to transactions. Everyone gets what we're doing. Never going to have privacy. Obviously, that's a thing that a lot of people are working on. I think we're actually transactions. Everyone gets what we're doing. Never going to have privacy. Obviously, that's a thing that a lot of people are working on. I think we're actually and work with me and Jude and Adriano and some of the other core devs working on this.
Yeah, so I think I would say that the roots of this really go back to uh, probably like summer of this year, if not a little bit sooner. And the main question was that we have a 10+ year vision and what we want to see in a thriving on-chain Bitcoin economy, right? And after sort of like shipping Nakamoto, shipping SBDC, getting $500 million of Bitcoin deployed, obviously the biggest question was, what are we focusing on next? Right. And I think that's where sort of like going back to the drawing board, uh, talking to a lot of the real users, right? So one of the benefits that we have of being in the Bitcoin space for so long is that we have extremely strong and extremely unique peer group who are the actual Bitcoin holders. Like some of them are large holders, some of them are just OG holders, but they are the Bitcoin community. And I think it's a little bit like building a product for yourself and building a product that you want to use and your friends want to use and your fellow Bitcoiners want to use. Right? So I think going back to the drawing board for what exactly are we focusing on next, I think we know what's going to exist like 5 years out, 10 years out, right? Like a thriving on-chain economy. It's the largest sort of like ecosystem in terms of BTC being deployed and used, and all the users are here. I think we sort of like feel it, but the question of like what exactly to focus on next was extremely important. And in talking to people or doing a lot of deep thinking, uh, the single biggest thing that sort of like stands out is what would it take for a lot of Bitcoin folks to actually use their Bitcoin and deploy capital? Right? And I think self-custodial is that obvious thing. Every person that we talk to, every institution that we talk to, it's crystal clear that they are looking for self-custodial ways of doing things. Why? Because people perceive Bitcoin to be so valuable that their risk assessment on Bitcoin is always very different from other assets. They're fine, sort of like, um, using other assets in more risky manners because they inherently value it less. But when it comes to Bitcoin, that's their most valuable thing, right? Like I won't take names, but there are even liquid funds in crypto who might not even appear like they're Bitcoin heavy from their online sort of like communications and persona and so on. But internally, they actually keep all of their profits in Bitcoin, right? So they'll go into a trade, they'll make some money, and whatever profits they're making, they'll actually convert it back to Bitcoin because Bitcoin is their hurdle rate. Bitcoin is what they're trying to outperform, and I think that's very interesting to know. So when we talk to them about, hey, what would it take you to actually deploy their Bitcoin, the safety standards and what needs to happen actually go up a lot. Right? So starting from that point, we directed a lot of the R&D work, and this has been a long time. People would be familiar with Jude Nelson, one of the core developers. He did his PhD with me at Princeton, and some of the other researchers in the ecosystem. They've been at this problem for a while, and I think it's a holy grail problem if you think about it. Even if you go back all the way to Blockstream's papers about L2s 10 years back, the holy grail problem has always been how to deploy Bitcoin in a trustless way. This is literally the thing, everyone is trying to crack. BitVM and other solutions, they're trying to do this as well. And I think we've made a ton of progress. As Alex mentioned, there is a forum blog post, and we've sort of like done that intentionally because we're not trying to do a huge marketing launch here and sort of like beat the drums right now. We want to do a very targeted sort of like feedback loop with community members, with real builders in the ecosystem, and sort of like get their feedback, learn more before actually going out with a full sort of like bells and whistles about, hey, look, this is the thing that we have built, right? So on purpose, this is a very sort of like humble, community driven. We just dropped some alpha publicly for the community to go and look at what exactly will be happening. And I think the thing that I'm most excited about is like you have, let's call it a technical breakthrough, and it needs to meet some real market demand. And I've been talking about this a little bit publicly before, that Bitcoin yield, like BTC on BTC yield, is a thing that the market is absolutely ready for right now. And there are many reasons for it, but one of the reasons is also these Bitcoin treasury companies. There are so many of these Bitcoin treasury companies out there, and they have market pressure to actually have some income on their Bitcoin because they need to report their quarterly earnings and their income statements and so on. They can't just be holding the assets. They need to show that they can actually generate income on Bitcoin. And it's a very unique scenario. It didn't really exist even a year ago, 2 years ago, or so on, where there are large holders of Bitcoin who have public pressure to go and actually generate income on their Bitcoin. So connecting Bitcoin staking, so I mean BTC on BTC yield, with this strong market demand is something that we can focus on right now, and this is something that we can ship and we can show leadership on. One critical piece that we need to keep in mind here, which is absolutely critical to get right, is that as that product takes off and as more Bitcoin comes into the staking product, you need a clear value accrual mechanism to STX. And this actually came up in a bunch of our discussions with large Bitcoin miners, where we were trying to explain how the system is going to work. And one analogy that we used was that, just like people have mining capacity, imagine you're a large Bitcoin miner, you have mining capacity. You have invested in, you have OpEx invested in your equipment, and then that gives you the ability to mine Bitcoin, and that's what you do, right? And over here, it's an investment, and maybe the equipment depreciates over time. For staking, Bitcoin staking doesn't exist right now, largely speaking, right? I know some projects have tried it at some scale, but broadly speaking, it doesn't exist right now. And if STX is your staking capacity, right? The more STX you have, the more Bitcoin you can deploy and earn a BTC yield on it. Then it gives a very interesting framework to people that, okay, this is the Bitcoin staking industry. Stacks is your staking capacity, and there is a bonding curve where we can figure out that how much Bitcoin you can deploy and earn a yield. And I think a lot of people get that analogy, because then they're thinking about, oh, this could be a huge industry, because staking industry just between Ethereum and Solana is like $150 billion industry, even at these prices, right? So it's a potentially very large market. There's strong demand for Bitcoin that is looking for on-chain yields. And I think we sort of have this perfect product in the middle, where the largest project in Bitcoin stacks is focusing a ton of effort because we've had this breakthrough around self-custodial, and we can do this in a self-custodial way with strong value accrual to STX. And I think the more details around this are going to come out. The post that we've dropped in the forum right now teases out some of the high level, and then there are technical papers, there are economic paper around it for how this is going to work, and we are inviting all the builders and community members to basically come and give more feedback. So it's really alpha for all of you before the end of the year, and also to be involved, right? Like, this is again a community project, open source project. We want everyone to come in and help us. There are next steps as well, like what happens after Bitcoin staking, what's the focus. But I'm going to pause there for now, because I know it's a lot to digest, and we can come back to, okay, what's the thing right after that? What's the thing right after that? Because as Alex said, one of the things that we've learned is that you need to set out a multi-year roadmap and always be shipping, right? So people always have something to look forward to. Once one thing is delivered, they're like, oh, very quickly this other thing is coming, right? And I think that just helps everyone, especially given the dynamics of the crypto markets.
Amazing. Thank you, Manib and Alex. Before we transition into our next segment with Rena and the endowment, anything else to add on to that, Alex, as well? It was, as Manib said, it was a lot. It's a very exciting.
Yeah, no, I would say
huge
it's pretty
event.
dense. There's a lot. There's a lot in there. But I think it's a pretty good summary. Like I said, I just posted up on the forum. I'm dropping Twitter thread now, so check it out and let me know what you think.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Alex and Manib. We'll get the thread posted, or excuse me, pinned at the top of our spaces today, so that everyone has the link ready to jump in. And thank you very much, Manib and Alex, for your updates today. Next up, Rena, talk to us about the endowment.
Hey everyone, good morning, stackers. I wanted to provide an update from the endowment. I want to do an overview of the budget proposal, and that was approved and now publicly available for the community. So in December, the Treasury Committee met for a full quorum and set out our priorities for 2026. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is kind of the advisory board that oversees how the endowment is funding. Our committee is actually made up of community members, so friends like Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund, Dylan from Bitflow, Jonathan from Signal 21, Luis from Ryder, and the community favorite Jack Van Switch have all weighed in on how we are doing our budgeting alongside our OGs with Manib, Bitchel, and Alex. So starting off with the budget, the committee approved a $27 million operating budget for $27 million operating budget for 2026, alongside 25 million stacks allocated as working capital. This would establish a solid financial runway, but still understanding that macro conditions are tough, and so we are preserving as much flexibility as we can for our long-term treasury and really focusing on capital efficiency and execution. On the areas of spending, I'd say the budget is weighed really towards what compounds for long-term value for security, ecosystem programs, DeFi working capital, and engineering. We did make a lot of intentional trade-offs to reduce discretionary spend and prioritize areas that will directly impact the community for builder support, user acquisition, safety for on-chain capital. So it's a little bit different than previous years because we are being very intentional of making sure that as a CMO is hired, that they have budget to facilitate new programs. As a new grants program and accelerator are launching in Q1 January of next year, that there is funding available for people to seek. So this is a intentional switch for fewer programs that have clear outcomes that directly benefit the community. So starting off with a refresh grants program, the way the endowment has defined this is that there are defined tracks for builders to seek, whether it's for incentives, security audits, bug bounties, helping to release a new feature, even marketing programs and such. We have grant funding allocated for this, and the cycles will be rolling, so people can apply on a rolling basis, and the commitment is to actually make decisions within a 2-week time frame and get people the funding and the community what they need. Alongside that, there is a new accelerator underway with some of our Treasury Committee members and other community members so that we can help a smaller number of high potential teams really hone in on building on stacks. We have great builders here today, but we always want to continue to expand our user awareness and our brand funnel to other builders in crypto who have not discovered the beauty of Bitcoin L2s. And so that's what the accelerator is there for. DeFi. Working capital is a really clear priority for us at the endowment. So the stacks allocation is focused on liquidity mining incentives, ecosystem deployments. Your endowment is actually degen. We deploy on-chain, and we are going to continue to deploy on-chain, providing liquidity to AMMs, lend and borrows, perps, everything kind of under the sun, making sure that our endowment is actually using our own products. Finally, I want to touch on marketing and growth. This is an intentional shift to make sure that we are focusing next calendar year spend on user acquisition, activation, and making sure we're spending to support applications who are driving strong user engagement. Our community is the heart of our user acquisition and engagement, and so the more and more that we leave funding for that is important to us. And then as a transparency note, you will see regular office hours from me, from the endowment, and fellow TC members on a monthly basis. They will be here on X, so they're open and public for the community. And I want your feedback. I want you to tell us on where you want us to prioritize partnerships, where you want us to prioritize marketing, how you would like us to see shifting dynamically. It is important to us because this is essentially a community treasury that we're safeguarding and deploying on behalf of the community. And so your feedback matters to me. And then from the other side of transparency, you have annual reports from me coming out on the stacks.co blog about where our treasury is, how we've spent and such. So transparency is critical for us. And then I can't end a endowment budget update without addressing macro conditions. There is market volatility and price dynamics, and I'll say from the investment thesis, we are prioritizing capital efficiency and long-term growth. We are extremely aware of what market conditions look like right now, and so I am exercising as much financial prudence as I possibly can, making sure that as we return into a upswing market and all of the priorities that Alex and Manib shared about where Stacks is going, funding will always be there. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you. I'm looking forward to growing and building the long-term treasury alongside with everyone.
Thank you very much, Rena. Appreciate the update. Excited to see the new accelerator and other programs and initiatives roll out here in the new year. Andre, welcome up. Talk to us a little bit about product and growth.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. I hope this is your new podcasting mic as well. You sound crystal clear. Welcome to the stage, man.
Nope. Thanks, Kyle. Nope, you're going with the tried and true AirPods for this one. Great to be here and happy USDC launch day, everyone. Super excited about what this launch means for the Stacks ecosystem. I'll talk a little bit about that, but also while I was getting prepared for today's town hall, I realized that yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of SBTC. I can't believe that the protocol has been live on mainnet for over a year now, and it's just been amazing to see how far the ecosystem has come in that time over the past year. It's really been, we've hit a number of milestones that have been really awesome to see, really across the ecosystem. And when I look back at Q4, it was really about execution. And as we completed the transitions to Stacks Labs, the Stacks ecosystem is really operating at a high level right now. We shipped multiple protocol level and product releases that really expand what's possible on Stacks as the Bitcoin liquidity layer. So first, with the USDC launch today, bringing a regulated cross-chain stablecoin directly to the Stacks ecosystem, unlocking Bitcoin-backed lending, trading, and payments use cases, helping to really establish deep liquidity for Bitcoin-backed markets. It's a major step forward towards making Stacks a viable place for Bitcoin DeFi at scale. We couldn't be more excited to work with the Circle team on this launch and what this means for our ecosystem builders moving forward as we head into 2026. Also, can't give a product and growth update without talking about dual stacking. So we shipped dual stacking with really seeing strong demand from both retail and institutional users to earn Bitcoin yield, really doubling down on what Stacks does best, which is providing Bitcoin native yield for holders. With these upgrades, we really aligned the incentives between Bitcoin holders and the growth of the Stacks ecosystem so that we can both onboard capital and create a sustainable value capture mechanism for STX alongside of that. And so with these recent upgrades, we've really set the groundwork for more capital efficient Bitcoin deployments and Stacks incentive designs going forward that should be rolled out in the new year. We had some meaningful improvements on the developer experience. We shipped Clarity 4, enabling better tooling for builders, safer contracts, and we've had major improvements towards on-chain scalability. If you've used the Stacks chain lately, you can just feel how much faster everything is performing, seeing very high uptime and transactions settling in less than 5 seconds. It's been a very meaningful user experience improvement alongside of this. So what's next? What do we have to look forward to in 2026 Q1 and beyond? Really, the focus is around scaling usage, continuing to improve the user experience on Stacks and onboard more capital into the ecosystem. So we'll have a number of DeFi product launches coming in early Q1, from lending to upgraded decentralized exchange models, yield products built on top of USDCX and SBTC. We're going to be focusing on both core infrastructure as well as applications that allow users to actually deploy capital with a really seamless user experience, and continuing to improve the coordination between protocol developers, builders, and the go-to-market between them. In Q1, we're also expecting our wormhole integration to launch, so expanding Stacks reach into broader DeFi liquidity networks, enabling more capital efficient capital flows between Stacks and the broader DeFi ecosystem. And as we touched on earlier with Manib and Alex, a large part of the focus is on self-custodial staking and programmability, really continuing to push the bar forward toward trust minimized and ideally trustless assumptions while using Bitcoin on chain, giving users the ability to always exit unilaterally and ensure that their Bitcoin is being deployed in a safe and trust minimized way on chain. In addition to that, we'll be rolling out some improvements to the SBDC bridge, again, continuing to reduce friction, improve the user experience there, and really make Stacks the best place for on-chain Bitcoin DeFi. So really excited to end the year strong on the USDCX launch and everything that we have cooking into the new year. Yeah, thanks, folks. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Andre, and happy belated birthday to SBTC, to you, the team, and to the entire ecosystem. Next up, Rick. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Carl. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Cool. All right. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all excited about both the Circle USDC launch on Stacks, as well as Alex and Manib's discussion and the forum post that gives us a look into 2026 with Stacks. In my view, from the Stacks Labs marketing team's perspective, both these launches will kick off a phase of growth for Stacks. And for us, the marketing team at Labs, we have been working hard on preparing incentive campaigns for USDC on Stacks, as well as efforts ranging from KOLs to sponsorships to start reaching outside of our own ecosystem and bring people familiar to USDC into our ecosystem, what should then trickle down into the different other apps and use cases for Stacks as well. And then on the other exciting sides is that part of the preview of Stacks in 2026, you'll see that self-custodial BTC denominated yield mechanism. And to me, earning Bitcoin on your Bitcoin without giving up control is a unique positioning for Stacks that currently no other ecosystem or project has. And the reason why that's exciting, obviously, is that together with the broader vision in mind, and again, please read the forum post and leave feedback, I believe this would give Stacks a major competitive edge and for the marketing team, a good narrative to build on. So as you've heard, we're keeping this within our community for now as we slowly start spreading this narrative. But plans are currently in the works to expose this Bitcoin and crypto native audiences to this new safe Bitcoin staking mechanism on Stacks, as well as their ability to increase their Bitcoin yield capacity with exposure to SDX, triggering that value accrual mechanism for Stacks. So this gives a clear story for who we are reaching out to and the narrative that we want to drive. A reason for people to be excited about Stacks and a simple why for joining the ecosystem. So yes, we'll start slow with almost whispering about the plans to you guys, investors and other people, validating the ideas. But as we work in the open together with the community, we are preparing for that growth phase to come later. So all in all, last month was really spent on preparing for this with the right SEO content, tutorials, KOL network building, incentive campaigns, and narrative experimentation, so that with USDC coming to Stacks and then the engineers working on designs allowing BTC holders to safely earn Bitcoin yields, we can start ramping up our distribution channels with the story we want to tell. And then I do want to give a shout out to the developer relations, marketing, and builder folks, as there's a lot going on as well to support getting our existing and new builders to the next level, from D grants to talent protocol partnership, and from the endowments plans and accelerator grants program. There's a lot going on there that will make Stacks a desirable place for people to start building again, with a clear path to scaling your app and finding funding. I believe Kenny will talk more about this later, but I do wanted to give that shout out because I think people are doing an incredible job there. So yeah, 2026 is going to be awesome for Stacks. If you want to help spread the word about Stacks and our narrative, community leaders like Rubes and The Advisor coordinate various community programs focused on creating content about Stacks and simply being part of the SDX Legion by replying, mentioning, and spreading awareness for Stacks. So join the SDX Legion and let's end the year well and start 2026 right. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you very much, Rick. Next up, Claire. Welcome back to the stage.
Thanks, Kyle. Great to be here and see a lot of familiar faces. I'm going to keep our updates pretty high level today so we can get to the stackies. But I wanted to share a little bit about where we're focused for 2026 and what you guys can expect. So going into the new year, I would say the foundation's priority is really representing the community's voice and doing that by improving how governance works in practice. So what that means is reducing friction, making governance easier to access, and sharing clear signals about what's happening. So at the end of the day, I think if the community can tell what's happening, trust that proposals move in a predictable way, and also feel like participation is worth the effort, then we know we're strengthening governance effectively. And I think this work is already well underway. Earlier this year, the community began using ballot.gg for on chain voting. That was a big win, I think. It made voting more structured, easier to track, easier to participate in. And then more recently, some of you may have noticed this. Hero, a longtime community member, I'm sure most or all of you know, began leading governance updates around calls and working groups. And you might see those appearing on the forum almost daily, I would say. So that's also folded into that effort around transparency. What's coming next? So we're continuing refinements to SIP 000. This is largely led by Jesse on our team. I know he's working really hard to strengthen the whole underlying process for governance and SIPs. And that will be a very public, engaged experience with the whole community. So that's not happening in a siloed way by any means. And once his ideas are ready to bring forth, we'll be sharing that with you guys. And related to this, with Zero Authority, we'll be sharing an early version of a SIP tracker in the coming weeks. I'm super excited about this tool because it gives a clear view of where proposals are, what's moving, blocked, coming next, and how to engage at any point in that SIP life cycle. So definitely keep an eye out for that. We'll be sharing more on that soon. Looking ahead, early 2026, we'll be releasing an ecosystem directory to help people get involved, regardless of whether they're a brand new member to the community or if they've been around forever. There should be information that's relevant for everyone. And we do expect quite a few SIPs to reach community vote in the first part of the year. So the focus on that front will be clearer sequencing, better context, overall more participation as always. So again, more on that one coming. And I would say, just to close out here, the goal through all this work is stronger governance through better tools and systems that can scale as the ecosystem is growing. And of course, a community that can participate confidently and without a lot of friction. So I know for builders especially, it might feel like it's been a long time since we all came together to approve 31. But even just listening on this call, so much has already happened in a pretty short period of time. I would honestly say the pieces are in place. It's really cool to hear these updates from Alex and Munib and everyone else here. I think the ecosystem entities are focused. The Treasury Committee just wrapped this amazing session, and there's a clear path for Stacks to win in 2026. So that's a really exciting way to end this year, I think, even despite the macro climate that we're all working in right now. Yeah, so I think last thing, I would just welcome outreach. Our whole team is here to support and answer questions. I'm personally eager to connect with more of you, so please get in touch anytime. And that's it from us.
Thank you so much, Claire. Couldn't agree more. Next up, Kenny. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. Yeah, so the DevRel work that has been going on the last few months has really been focused on kind of two high-level goals, and that's bringing new developers and builders into the Stacks ecosystem, and then helping to empower those builders with building what they want to build and build things that'll contribute to the Stacks ecosystem when they're here. So from the bringing new developers into the ecosystem, that's been kind of we've been doing some work partnering with organizations like Talent Protocol, kind of tapping into other ecosystems and other organizations that have networks of developers that we want to kind of bring into Stacks as well. So we've got that Talent Protocol Builder campaign that's going on right now. Our Dora Hacks competitions have been a really, really awesome source of bringing new builders and developers into the ecosystem. We're definitely going to be running a lot of those. Next year, we ran a few of them over the last few months, and we've seen some really cool projects come out of those. And then for more of the empowering builders and developer side of things, that's been we've been doing a few different things there. The first is just we've been doing a huge push on revamping and updating the docs. And I'm going to give a big shout out to Eric here because he's really been spearheading that effort. But if you've been paying attention to the documentation on the Stacks website, we've got a ton of new content there, reorganizations, really with the goal there of any builder that comes into the Stacks ecosystem or that is already in the Stacks ecosystem should be able to go to the docs and be able to get done whatever they need to get done. So we've been doing a ton of work there to make that as useful as possible. And then on the other side of that is really just kind of what Rick talked about is how can we then take these builders and help them be able to actually build real useful stuff on Stacks? So whether they want to build open source developer tools or launch a business or anything like that, how can we then take them from, okay, you've built something, you've got the technical skills, but now how do we turn you into like a builder, not just a developer, but a builder? And the distinction there is, I think, do you have the ability to build your product, but also make sure that you're able to communicate about it well and message it well? And are you building something valuable? And can you take that product and actually start getting users to it and get some initial traction? So we've been testing out and experimenting with a bunch of different programs around kind of taking builders and helping them to really develop those sort of soft skills and be able to add on to their technical skills with some like marketing and branding and messaging and everything like that, and really just get them to be more prepared for some of these funding resources that we're going to have launching soon with the endowment and everything. So we've got a couple different programs around that. One of them is an invite only program called Ascent that's really designed to take builders and be able to kind of get them, help with them get that initial traction. And then we've also got a new one launching soon that I will be announcing here in probably just the next couple weeks called Stackers. But that's really just going to be a place for builders to kind of gather and build together. And we're going to have a couple different competitions and programs that'll run within that as well. But really just about giving builders a place to build, empowering them to be able to do it successfully, and giving them some fun, cool ways to be able to earn some money while they do that and make it fun.
Thank you so much, Kenny. I appreciate it. Excited for those new programs and initiatives next year. Jacob, welcome up to the stage.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Jacob here, founder of America. And yeah, for us, 2026 is really going to be the year of Bitcoin yield. We have HBTC in the pipeline, our non-custodial Bitcoin yield product. We have just completed 2 independent security audits and are now actually rolling it out to our alpha users. It's going to start next week. Some of you guys here on the call are going to be part of that, which is really exciting. We are excited about HBTC because it really leverages the whole ecosystem. It leverages SBTC under the hood. It uses most of Stacks DeFi, especially Zest, Hermetica, Bitflow, to create a Bitcoin yield product that I think a lot of Bitcoiner will be very keen on. It is non-custodial. We all like to retain the control of our Bitcoin, as Munib and others have discussed. And so if you deposit BTC into HBTC, you are the only one that can withdraw the assets. The protocol can deploy it and will deploy it into the most profitable yield sources on Stacks DeFi, but you are the only one that can withdraw it. It's also fully transparent. I mean, you will be able to see exactly what positions are held. You actually see every single transaction that is happening, and you can verify them on the blockchain yourself if you want to. And we have been working really hard to make the experience really Bitcoin native, meaning you can show up with just BTC in your wallet and then deposit with one BTC transaction into the protocol. Under the hood, there's Stacks transactions that happen, but they're abstracted away. And if you want to withdraw your funds, you also end up, if you want to, with just BTC native in your wallet. We're expecting the APY to be quite significant at launch. I think something around 10% plus can be expected. We're rolling it out in phases. The alpha will be the first small group of users, and then we're going to open it up step by step with bigger caps. The first cap is already full, and we're going to launch it to our waitlist. So if you want to be part of the first tranches, make sure to sign up to our waitlist, hermetica.fi/waitlist. And you're getting a lot of information leading up to the official launch and then first access. Yeah, so that's it from me.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jacob. Make sure everyone to check out the waiting list as well. Haddon, welcome up to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. This is Haddon with the Alex Lab Foundation. And the updates from our side would be that, the second half of 2025, really the huge unlock for Alex has been the release of Clarity 4, which has been really huge. It's something that we're really happy and super proud of the work that the Stacks core devs have done. and responding to some of our requests for both the contract hash functions and restrict assets. We've begun implementing those. Our first concrete steps with the Clarity 4 now live is that we're doing our trading pool V2. So we are doing an AMM upgrade where our smart contract swaps will be more reliable, they'll be cheaper, and they'll also be more secure for all users using that restrict asset function. Looking on from there, we do have plans in the future to again relaunch fully permissionless self-listing tokens with the new contract hash functions. That would allow, say, tokens to be generated on stacks with the same ease as they have been on other chains, where that has generated a large amount of success. And then after the trading pool V2 upgrade, of course, we'll be applying those new functions towards the Alex dam, which will be our concentrated liquidity engine, which we are very much looking forward to launching. And so 2026 so far for Alex will be the year of the Alex dam and of doing those contract upgrades and implementing the new power behind Clarity 4 that really make all Stacks contracts inherently more secure, and was really fantastic work done by the core devs. And so again, a huge thank you for them and their support, and for the whole community. Really looking forward to it, and very happy and proud to be on the stage with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hadan. Rubus.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on today. I think I speak as a community member, but also a builder in the space when I say I'm very excited for what 2026 will bring for Stacks. I'm here today to talk about the indie builders. So I'm representing a lot of the Stacks community here today. If I forget you or if I miss you, there is a lot of people to get through. I will try my best to kind of cover a lot of the topics here. I think with recent kind of activations from Stacks, we had the Buenos Aires Hacker House. We've seen a lot of traction from D Grant, and a lot of the projects are coming out of there, along with some more longer standing indie builders. So I'll go through a couple of the more recent ones. One of the ones that came out of Hacker House, which kind of intrigued me, was the X402 by Tooney, kind of covering agentic payments in STX and SBDC. I think this was covered on the Stacks developers page as well. I think that's something that could have a lot of traction coming into the new year, and we've seen that pick up as well. Rafa from FactFun, we've seen him being kind of announcing his capsule, which is interesting with the runes batching and coming across the stacks and covering it and verifying on chain. I think that could be an interesting angle to go for as well. We have Zero Authority DAO with their Nova AI. Obviously, Zero Authority DAO with the on-chain reputation and gigs, but they're developing with the Nova AI and kind of exploring the new age for the gig eco. We have the Stacks AI Guild with Hero Gamer 300 doing a lot of content based stuff, kind of empowering a lot of these early stage projects and helping them to grow on X and other socials. Out of D grants, we have Blocklift by Neutron doing a lot of stuff in the community and kind of spreading the word of Stacks. We have Cryptonauts by Crypto Dude, which is a first-person shooter game on Unreal Engine with Stacks payments integrated, which is quite cool. I think they had their first testnet transactions live recently. We have Cine X. We have a meme DEX. We have by Welsh, by one of Enjo, a community member there. We have the Stacks Legion, which I'm very excited to be helping with as well. As Rick mentioned before, expect to see a lot more kind of news coming out of there and helping to, spread a lot of the exciting news that Stacks have announced. We have Skullcoin by Zenitron with the Find2Earn. We have DeOrganized Media, who are covering absolutely everything in the ecosystem, and again helping to amplify those people. Personally, many of you will know me as the co-founder of Stacks Tools. We've recently rebranded to Tenero, which is a multi-chain vision that we have, with Stacks being front and center of that and helping to, put us, up against runes and other Bitcoin ecosystems. I think I've covered as many as I possibly can there. I've spoken a lot there. I'm very excited personally, as I mentioned before, to get the growth stage going in 2026, working alongside Rick. and bringing a lot of these big announcements and getting them to the mass end user. So I think I've covered everything there. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Sarala.
Hi, thanks for having me. I have a few updates today, so I'll get started. Last town hall, we spoke about Chainhook 2.0 beta going live. Happy to announce that we have received a lot of overwhelming requests for beta access, and we've been receiving a lot of feedback on Chainhook 2.0, and we are implementing that. So beta now allows you to also edit Chainhook, manage your secrets via platform directly, and our performance and reliability metrics show that it has been available 100%, and it has been very highly performant, kind of exceeding our expectations. So we want to continue to test that in beta through December, and towards the tail end of Jan is when we want to launch this production ready and open the floodgates to everyone. So all the beta testers, shout out to you, continue to give us feedback as we improve this and fix bugs. I also have another interesting update, kind of related to the Circle announcement. We have released a new service, database as a service. Basically, this is what fueling the data for the USDC integration right now and the APIs. So we have provided access to the Stacks API database, which is highly powerful, and has a lot of valuable indexing and data that helps you get started building your applications very fast, so you don't have to do that on your end. Right now, we have limited access to Circle and Bitflow, and want to continue receiving their feedback, and also the Labs team. This version is read only at the moment, comes with a lot of disaster recovery, replication, and failover capabilities. So this is a powerful tool for anyone who's relying on Stacks data. And we plan to roll this out for more general use in Q1, so more comps to follow on that timeline. I have another update for the builders using API. We have an upcoming V9 release that we are testing, and this is a breaking change, and will require Genesis Sync for anyone who's running the API, and we will provide snapshots. This contains a lot of bug fixes and improvements, but the major feature that most builders are looking forward to is a significant performance improvement, especially on querying the transactions and the address fields and data. And it is going to be very snappy. So we've added a few indexes and we wrote some of the database stuff behind the scenes. So this is also upcoming in Jan. Right now, we are running a Genesis sync, and we'll have more updates in this early next week for the final release. That's all I have. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Minnie, I'm going to come to you if you're still with us here for any closing words. We got about 60 seconds left. Just wanted to get any quick thoughts, but appreciate everyone joining today. Minnie, any final words?
Yeah, I was in on the ground in Abu Dhabi recently. Had a bunch of really interesting chats with people and sort of like the broader industry. And I think one sentiment that I've definitely seen is tax is sort of like leading the charge there, right? Every single cycle, every 2-3 years, right, we make a huge dent and we make a huge dent and so on. So I think we're going through like one more of that cycle. This time around, I think that we have all the political pieces, like the stable coins going live, the Bitcoin deployment stuff happening, the speeds getting there with Nakamoto, right? And I think self-custodial is likely one of that final puzzle pieces where Bitcoiners can deploy large amounts of capital because they can dip their toes, for example, first in staking by just saying, okay, I'm just locking it on the L1. Let me try this thing out. But it's an onboarding mechanism, right? It's an onboarding mechanism. It's a momentum building mechanism. So when markets flush out, of course we we understand where the markets are right now, but we have the capital. We are the leading Bitcoin project, and the world always comes back to Bitcoin, especially during these times, right? So this is our time to sort of become a little bit leaner, become more focused, and really, when the world comes this time around, show the world how the Bitcoin on-chain economy really works. And I really believe in this community. I really believe in the devs here. I'm here, actually more excited than ever, if you would believe me. And I think we'll march forward.
Wonderful. Couldn't agree more, Mini. And I think everyone's updates today further emphasize that and looking ahead to a very exciting start to 2026 and the years ahead, as well as we begin to build that next phase of the Bitcoin economy. Mini, I saw you on mute. Did you have one more thing to say?
Yep, that's
Okay, guys, we did get a little bit of technical issues at the end there. I think Kyle's just wrapping up the space, and we'll be uh, covering the Stackies Awards as soon as it comes live. That should be in a minute. And actually, let me just turn off GP's background music. There we go. So we got I wish we could get that. We still have no audio. No, we can't play our music today. That's a problem. I hate that. Can't do any transition stuff. How are we gonna do this? I don't know why that's not working. Well, anyway, it's I did a full restart. Don't have music. We'll be back. We'll be covering the Stackies in a moment. And just a minute we'll be there live. Not sure if GP and or Hannah are around. We can do some follow up on the town hall event. Though the thing that I found the most inspiring was when Munib was talking about a long-term roadmap and always having something to look forward to and always be shipping. And that's actually kind of what we were talking about a year ago that was lacking in the ecosystem. And the whole year there's been just constant. They've been delivering, shipping, working on things, setting long-term goals for further down the line stuff, and we just have this constant string of shipping happening on stacks, and that has been the case for the last really for the last year almost. What do you think, Hannah? Oh, I think can't hear you, brother. Oh, maybe, I don't know. You were there for a second. And this is so much worse without music. let me get Suno up. I can actually play our songs on Suno. I guess it's not a big deal. It's just I don't even know. I don't have it organized because of course I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit. You were there. You kind of trailed off though.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Can hear your keyboard. You're good.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was saying that yeah, we are headed to the right direction in 2026 looking promising. And also, I love how Rubes and Rick given us and about how the ecosystem is helping creating content and pushing the narrative. And yeah, I'm really excited. And also with the USDC now available to stacks, yeah, we're heading into the right direction now.
Huge deal. Huge deal. And what a year it's been for stacks too. A year ago, we heard Andre say it's been just a year. Yesterday was a year since they launched SBTC, and when they first launched SBTC, we still didn't even really have consistent fast blocks. We were still in Nakamoto was still getting tuned. Now we're under 5-second block times. And then we had a couple of cap raises every single time. They filled up right away. Since the cap's been open, it's still been a net inflow of total BTC into the ecosystem. And the use cases are growing. Now we have USDC native on the platform. Big deal. Big deal for Stacks ecosystem.
Oh yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, those days where transaction could take hours or sometimes days or failing, we came a long way to be here. And big shout out to everybody who's still here, still cranking, showing up, and that shows that we're in the right place.
And where are the stackies? I gotta check my email. I know I have a link to it, but I thought it was going to be on X. Maybe it's checking the Luma out now, being redirected. Maybe didn't redirect me. Okay, here we go. Join event. Okay, so it just hasn't launched yet. This is a live stream. Okay, so this is a live stream on X, so that should be easy to share. Hopefully the audio is a little bit better. Oh, but this will actually work well, I think. We can actually we can hang right in on the side, I think, over here. Actually, if we just no, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it like this. Oh, it's not giving me. Okay, that's strange. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're definitely having an issue with their not stacks, but Restream. There's definitely an issue with that music.
Oh yeah. I saw that music is not even playing this side.
Yeah, at all. We can't get it to go anywhere. Let me where did I
Yeah, Restream is not even working the music.
No, it's not at all. It's not working the music at all, and
so
I can only
yeah,
share. I can only share one screen at a time. But I'm gonna actually. Let me actually. I'm gonna send you some. I'll share you some links, and you can maybe we'll screen share.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Good morning, good evening, Good afternoon, wherever you may be tuning in from around the world.
Where is
Oh yeah,
that? Is that on? Is that coming in from you?
yeah. It was coming from my phone. It was the space. So can you send me like the link to maybe some Suno, something that I can put on repeat?
Yes. Hold on one second. I just trying to find
That's all right.
the right one.
No, did you send in the chat?
I did so many versions.
Thank you.
I'm still just waiting for this to launch. Right? They haven't launched yet. Oh, it's at 11:30.
Yeah, it's already 11:30.
I think it was on the calendar for 11 o'clock. Must have pushed
You
it
are
back.
coming in muffed.
What's that?
You are coming in muffed a bit on the mic.
Hold on. I'm going to share you a couple of links because I had so many versions of this song. I just shared you like the OG, the music we normally open with.
Oh yeah, let
There's
me.
there's like I did a lot of versions of this song.
Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you
Volume is
knowing the
high.
alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat.
Is it working that side? Cause it's playing now. I think.
Yeah, yeah, we can hear it. You're good.
Also, you can minimize. I think the screen.
It's oh. There we go. All right, so this actually has like another 15 minutes left until they launch the Stackies Awards. That's interesting, exciting. Let me actually make sure. You know, Hunter, now you're gonna have to stay here all day, so I can, so we have the music going. That really is weird. It's been working like that. Or it's not working like that. I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe it's something wrong with their servers or
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange that it's happening to. It probably will resolve itself once we get out of the once the stream ends. But I'm not going to end the stream. We got a lot going on.
Oh yeah.
After Stackies, we got the Dia Data Oracle coming on at 1 p.m. That's going to be sick. And then we also have a proof of work on the Bitcoin Live Network coming on at 2 p.m. So we got back to back again today.
Oh What's yeah, I'm loving GP.
Yo, what up, guys?
GP, did you catch that we got mad recognized for DeOrganized and mad prop from Rick and Rubes?
I did not. That was very nice. I was busy work. I had to run around for a second. I just got back. What'd they say?
Yeah,
They
they
said that
gave
the
us a
organized
big shout
media
out.
is where it's at.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Big shout out to Rick and Rubes and everybody out here cranking. Let's go, man.
Yeah, for real. Rubes was doing his report on indie devs. He talked about all sorts of cool things going on.
I'll have to go back and listen.
Hacker House devs, and he shouted out Rafa. He shouted out. I can't even remember everybody, but he
Stakes
talked
Eye
about
Guild.
all yeah, that right. The AI Guild got their flowers. There was Xenotron got his flowers. He shouted out everybody.
Crypto
But you
Dude and Cryptonauts. Also, he mentioned
Cryptonauts,
it.
that's right. That was the first
Oh,
we went in. We got Cryptonauts got mad love.
awesome. Awesome stuff. Like, yes, dude. I mean, we need to be screaming this from the rooftops, man, that, we are handling the business and cranking out, real innovation, right? Cryptonauts connects Unreal Engine to Stacks and is paving the way for GameFi here in the Stacks ecosystem via Unreal Engine. UE5 is a very powerful tool. Crypto Dude he's a legend, man. He's documenting his whole process so that other devs may do what he is doing. We do not gatekeep secrets or innovation here in this ecosystem, and that's one thing that I love.
Right. That is we've talked about it like yesterday with Rafa too. And Xenotron's always cranking and he's proposing this SIP. He's not gatekeeping his stuff. He's putting it out there so that the ecosystem can actually benefit from what he's developed, and so on and so on. So there's such a collaborative. It really is aligned with the purpose of Bitcoin, which is open source, permissionless, trustless exchange. Bottom line, that's what we're all here for, to make sure that people can actually transact without a third-party approval on everyday stuff, so that it's an even playing field. So we all have access to the same resources. It's important.
It's very important. I think that 2020, I've said this a couple times this week, but 2026 is going to be very exciting. This is history in the making, guys.
I agree.
They're so early that it hurts.
We are so early that it hurts. Our future is so bright that we need shades. Let's go, baby.
So early that we're swimwear.
We're so early that we are swimwear. Let's go.
We need shade.
Do I have to get? Hold on, I'll be right back.
You know what I mean?
All righty, we'll be right here. So yeah, man, I'm really
What's
excited.
good, broski?
Really excited for the Stackies, man. Ready to see what makes it shake. We're out here and we're grinding, man. We're pushing hard for this ecosystem, and I couldn't be more thankful to be here. Look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We are so thankful, bro.
Yes, the opportunities, they are abundant right now. Trying to be working to be a trailblazer in this ecosystem is, sometimes it's difficult, right? It's not always easy to build the change or inspire the change by facilitating the fun, right? But we are here showing up on a daily basis, working to, push the decentralized ethos forward. So we're in there.
Oh,
man.
yeah, bro. Yeah, I remember back in the days we used to be in the sidelines, but now it seems like we are now playing. We were like, Coach, let us in, but now we are in. We are now responsible for how the match is going to end now.
Yes, sir. We are the starters now.
Yeah, now we're in the finals.
All right, so making some posts, getting this shared out.
Had him in here the whole time. All right, we're ready.
Oh, snap. Agent X in the Matrix is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, representing peace, love to the music and the shades. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, DeMarco.
We are absolutely ready for the Stackies Awards right now. Where's the red carpet?
Yes, sir.
Soon it'll be an IRL event. Okay, so it looks like the Stackies starts at 11:30, right?
Yeah, they must have pushed it back because it's on my schedule, on my calendar from the Luma at 11 o'clock.
Okay, cool. So yeah,
So they
just
must have pushed it back. They didn't want it to be crowded with the town hall.
All right.
Well, it says 11 a.m. on the. This is their placeholder.
All right.
They pushed it back.
Starting soon.
Makes sense. People got to get out from the town hall, get back to their desks that they're already streaming from. Really interested in hearing from the Oh, that's what I want to do. I want to share these guys make sure they have the link. I know they have had it, but I want to make sure that those guys have the link for the studio for 1 o'clock. GP, are you going to be able to join us at 1?
What's going on at 1?
We got Data Oracle coming on to chat with us about their project.
Yeah, man. I'll be hanging. I'll be cranking
on it too if you're available. Both of you guys. GP, you're definitely in.
Oh yeah, I'll be here.
Sweet. It's gonna be a good one.
I think so too. That'd be cool, man. I'm glad that we have so many awesome guests this week to really talk with and learn about the new innovations that are taking place. A lot of new clips that we're going to be having as well. What's the I have to find the bridge for USDC X. Let me see.
I think it's bridge.stacks.co.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Letting the community know it's the name of the game, spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media, growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the Africans flowing, the hunters Tuesday be showing, the AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily.
That's the sound that wakes me up every morning.
That's my alarm. Get it ready.
Hey, you know.
It's really cool that we got Xenotron coming on to the SIP show tomorrow too.
Yep, I can't wait.
Oh,
yeah, crazy stuff. And GP, I guess now's a good time. We have a couple minutes. We're just kind of like waiting for the Stackies to launch, and I'm wondering, like, I don't know exactly what to do to give us a couple days off for the holidays. I know Hunter's going to be taking a day off on Monday too because he's got a special occasion. His brother is getting married. Congratulations!
Congratulations to your brother.
May you become an uncle soon,
sir.
Yes,
sir.
Thank you, Brody.
That's
thank you so much. Yeah.
That's the first step. Just ask Coach Uncle GP. He's,
Coach Uncle GP, you're gonna send the babies there, and then you can teach them some touch football.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. But I'm not sure like exactly what to do around Christmas. I don't think we need to do morning show like Christmas Eve. Maybe we take the 24th through the 26th and just we'll launch a stream and we'll just play some of the I'll just drop in some of the replay content, loop some stuff throughout the day, some of the stuff we've been cranking on. You know, we have so many things to share now too. We got Rafa's stuff, we got Mark's stuff, we got the stuff going on with MSCI from Bitcoin for Corporations from the other day. Wappy's piece about aligners. We've got Tony's X402 segment we can put on there. So there's so many things we can actually share out. The SIP segment with Rena. We have like plenty of things to throw out that people can tune in and see and watch if they're on and want to catch up with stuff. Just a thought. I'm trying to have a day off pretty much. I mean, for you guys, it'll be like you don't have to come on at all. For me, I just launch the stream, play some stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that taking a little bit of time and spending time with the family and is very important. You know, we need to recharge the batteries, and 24th, 26 through the 26th sounds very, very yes, that sounds feasible.
All right, so a 5-day weekend around Christmas, and then we'll be back on Monday before the new year. We should be launching the stackies in about 2 minutes. GP, you're not going to rock the shades?
I gotta find a pair. I don't know where I got a pair at.
Where your shades went? Remember we did a couple of episodes with just rocking the shades. You remember that back in the summer?
Yes, dude. I'll have to get some. I'll have to get some. I mean, I might have a pair somewhere. I'll have to look around for a second. Hold on.
Yeah. Ask Bruce. He knows where they are.
Bruce knows where
Bruce knows where the shades are.
Yeah. So we have 2 minutes into the stakies, right?
2 minutes, and actually under a minute if they start right on time now.
Lit. Yeah, I'm so nervous to see who's going to this. And that's
chat. Refresh the page. What? Why do I gotta refresh? It should just launch.
Oh, 6 get one.
Oh my God, Stackies is already going.
Yeah, 6AI Guild got one. I'm seeing right now.
Let's go. Hold on, I'm gonna.
So we were waiting for something that already started.
All right.
Oh yeah, they came through.
To Hermetica, and I agree. Very excited to see what they continue to do, especially with their vaults, and yeah, very very excited. On that note, next up, this award is the project to watch in 2026. There's a lot happening on Stacks in 2026 to look forward to. But yeah, this one goes to the project that is just on the cusp of something big, and apparently you all cannot wait to see what they are building
This
next.
started
So
21 minutes
without
ago.
further ado, this one goes to BitFlow. Congratulations to BitFlow between the HODLMM that is launching, also the BitFlow Army, and all of the really awesome things that they are doing in the community to both empower our little community here, but also to grow the community, especially targeting different languages, different regions. Shout out to the entire team at Bitflow because they are building. And a lot to look forward to in the new year.
We had it. We were on ready to go.
All right, let's get into the next one. This one is called Most Positive Community Impact.
Come on.
This one goes to someone who always supports everyone, always shows up. They make Stacks better just by being here. They're always so helpful. They create amazing spaces for discussion, and they really keep things constructive when it matters. So I think we can all agree this one should go to and will go to. Boom, GPSC. Congrats.
Let's go,
Always loved having
GPSC.
conversations with you. You've always been welcoming. Even when I joined Stacks, you were super welcoming.
We're
so,
not here.
Heartfelt thank you for this one.
GPSC, the
GPSC,
building.
awesome to see you win this one, and so well deserved. Always
Tabs
bringing
in
the
the
good
chat.
vibes. Very, very cool.
Let's
Okay,
go.
this is a good one. Most devoted DGen. And this is just a very contested, I think, award. There's a lot of folks that could win this on on certain days, but yeah, this award is for those that are in the trenches. Goes to someone who's always early, always active, always experimenting, somehow still here year after year after year. They're positively degenerate in the best possible way. And this award is going to go to Grimaldo Remade.
Let's go, Grim. Let's
go, Grim.
Love to see your threads and your posts.
Let's go, bro.
Very regularly, talking about the latest and greatest that is getting built on Stacks. So all of your contributions to the ecosystem definitely do not go unnoticed. Congratulations to Grimaldo.
All right, the next one is for the Stacks dev who just does not sleep. So as we know, Bitcoin runs 24/7, and it seems like our builders do too. So if you're ever watching releases, fixes this year and thought, wait, didn't they just ship something yesterday? Well, this award definitely makes sense. So let's give a big congrats to our winner of this award. Crypto Dude.
Let's go.
Awesome job. Now please go get some sleep.
Let's go,
Congratulations, Crypto Dude. And okay, next one up, most used Stacks tool. So if there's one thing that we love, it is tools on Stacks that help you either gather insights or do more, with your Bitcoin. This one is one of those tools. It's the one thing that you check every day, maybe even without thinking about it for some of you. So without delay, this award goes to Stacks Tools, aka Tenero. We did the voting. It was Stacks Tools. They rebranded this week to Tenero. So congratulations to Rubes and Milano Cuts as well, again for that award. And yeah, big stuff going on over there. So congratulations to Tenero.
Awesome.
Nice,
So the next one is your favorite Stacks announcement. We want to recognize, the hard work from our own product, BD teams.
This has to be
We've been
dual
shipping a
stacking,
lot,
right?
especially
Yeah,
towards the end of the year.
dual
So we're going to celebrate your fan favorite app product partnership that got announced this year. And the winner, what you guys love the most? Dual stacking. And I mean, this makes sense, right?
Let's go.
We keep saying, what do Bitcoiners want more of? They want more Bitcoin. This one makes sense. Congrats to everyone who had a hand in this one. I think there's some big things coming for dual stacking, Bitcoin yield, and it's good to see that you guys are just as excited about it as we are.
Yeah, I think I would have voted for dual stacking as well this year. I think it's a really awesome reminder.
Let's go.
Powerful thing, and being able to do it in a sustainable way that something like a consensus mechanism offers. So Dual stacking is awesome. Go to app.stacks.co and sign up or enroll if you have not done so yet. Okay, next up is a really awesome one. This is the Unsung Indie Builder. So, there's a lot of recognition for a lot of builders on Stacks. This one is for maybe the one that shipped a little bit more quietly, but has been very, I wouldn't say quietly, because they are posting quite a bit, but maybe they didn't have a huge launch, but they really put in the real hard work and made the ecosystem better. They are shipping all the time, and this award goes to Rafa Stacks. Congratulations.
Let's go, Brodies.
We see you out there building and innovating and doing all the amazing things in the ecosystem. On the technical side as well, some of the stuff kind of goes over my head. It's so advanced and cool. But congratulations to Rafa Stacks, doing some really awesome things in our ecosystem. And I'm gonna bring it to Kate for the final award, I believe, of the day.
Final one. All right, so let's get into it. This one is your favorite Stacks content creator. It's for the people who keep the timeline interesting, and they always show up. They give great explainers, they tell better stories, they make it easier to relate to people, and they make Stacks easier and more fun to follow. So this award for your favorite content creator goes to Prince Troy C.
Well deserved, bro.
And if you're looking for a little bit of, intro to his work, check out his recent post from this morning. It's pretty funny. He's cooking some fun stuff. So congrats, Troy. Prince Troy, and we're excited to see what you keep creating in the new year.
Awesome stuff. Congrats.
All right. Well, that was super fun, but I'm also sad it's over. That's a wrap on the 2025 Stackies. I think we all want to say thank you to everyone who showed up and voted. Congrats to everyone who was nominated and who won, especially. And just thank you for everyone who builds in Stacks. It's awesome. It's an awesome space to be in and to work with all of you guys. You make it so fun. And, really, our community works so well because of you guys. You pay attention, you show up, you make your voice heard. And it's clear that we work together in this. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. To the builders, everyone shipping code, creating content, and the ones who keep it going when things get slow. We see you and we appreciate you.
Oh, nice.
And I
So Euro
believe,
Gaming thing missed half of
for
it.
anyone who won today,
They
we will
did,
follow up with you on prizes. But
It
congrats
apparently
again,
started
and thank
like
you so much.
almost right at 11 o'clock, even though.
All right, Kyle, I think I'm gonna
start at 11:30.
go back to
They
you,
recapped
but
the Stack-
congrats
Hacker
everybody for all the awards.
And, big shout
And we
out
will
to
see you in
Jack
about.
Switch.
And Kyle's gonna mention this as well, but we will
There's
see
a
you in about
couple
20 minutes for the after party. Would love to have folks join, and especially the winners join, so we can congratulate you on the
Milano
Twitter
Flex.
space that's happening in about 20 minutes.
So Twitter space in about 20 minutes.
Hey, and Brandon, I couldn't have said it better myself. A big thank you to everyone in the community and all of our partners, to all of the builders, to all the prospective builders and community members who continue to give their time and effort in supporting not just Stacks, but the greater vision of the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. We know that you put tireless hours in, and we really greatly appreciate it as well. And so that said, I do want to finish out our story today as we close the Stackies and get ready to head over to the after party. So with that, with a nod and a grin up the chimney Saint Nakamoto rose, he sprang to his sled, to his miners gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight, "Merry stackies to all, keep stacking with might. Hold your Bitcoin, let SBTC shine, and to all a good layered Bitcoin night." Happy holidays, everybody. Congratulations to all the Stacks community members and to everybody and anybody in the Stacks ecosystem, to all those that continue to contribute I'm one of your co-hosts today, Kyle Ellicott. Brandon and Kate and I thank you. Everyone have a wonderful day, and we'll see you at the app.
Let's go, dude.
So, Brody.
Nice.
So,
All right.
is there a way? Is there a way to?
To catch up at the
Is there a way
beginning?
to? Yeah.
A few others in the ecosystem put our brains together around creativity to create a little holiday tale of the Stacks ecosystem. So my one duty, aside from hosting today, is to read this little story in honor of our annual
Come on,
tradition.
JP, I
So
can't really
sit back, grab your favorite cup of cocoa,
let's
tea,
tune the
or
music
coffee,
off for a sec.
get
I'm just
cozy,
gonna mute it.
because this was the night before the Stackies.
What were you saying, GP?
When all through the chain, not a node was misfiring. Everything ran like a train.
Awards. The very
The
beginning
wallets were loaded with
around 14
STX,
minutes.
stacked with care, in
Okay,
hopes
so we
that
can
sync.
skip up a little bit here.
Yeah, because they
Oh,
recap.
okay, all right.
The next award, it's called
Alright, so best technical builder was
Milano Cut.
Who's that?
It is Milano Cuts. Milano Cuts.
I don't know who that is, do you?
Congratulations.
No, I don't, but we need to have
for
him
those
on
who
the
do
show.
not know,
No, I don't.
Milano Cuts.
What's he
is
building?
Let's move along to the next award. It's called the Best Community Builder. Brandon, like you were saying, building in Stacks is not just about shipping code. It's also for people who show up and help others. And so this one
No way.
is for the person who showed up, answered questions, welcomed newcomers, gave constructive feedback, connected the dots, and just really made Stacks feel like a genuine community. And so we're happy to announce that this award goes to... Are we getting some drums? George Grant and
about our ecosystem hearing here. Thought leader. So kind of like I was saying, right? There's no shortage of opinions online. This one is going to the most inspiring thought leader. This is the person whose ideas made people think, also brought people together, and most importantly, they make people want to build on Bitcoin, which is why we are all here. So very cool stuff. I am going to, we'll see if my drum roll continues to work here. Yes, it'll work. All right. So this award goes to the one, the only.
Let's go.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Sweet.
I
Let's
feel
go.
anytime that I hear you on
Stacks.
Spaces,
Don
I
Draper.
see your posts. I am.
Let's go.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. We love to play the tunes around here. We can't stop the hype. All right. So this next one goes to it's called the Stacks Meme Master, and it's going to the person who consistently showed up with the right meme at the right time. And meming in this space is an art, I'll tell you. So whether we were in the bull or bear market, they always put out the right meme, and they're just a true gem in this community. So we all know him. We all love him. I think you can all agree. This winner goes to...
Let's go, Hannah.
I don't even know if they're... I mean, we have some pretty good favorites in the community, but 3Hannah always shows up, and he's always experimenting and making it fun. And he's just such a welcoming presence here. So I'm so happy to award him with this.
Congratulations, 3Hannah. And
Okay.
yeah, I think I did get the audio. I tried to bring the soundboard today, and I pressed one too many buttons, I guess. But I think
We know what that's like, don't we, boys?
Yes, we do.
Congratulations, 3Hannah. Really awesome to see you recognized by the community for that. Meme Master. Next one up is around the biggest moves in Bitcoin and AI. We're seeing a lot of conversation around how Bitcoin can interface with AI. There's a lot of folks in our community that are innovating on this, both on the technical side and also on the content side. This one is for the people who, somehow managed to figure out how to do both, and we're actually good at it. We will do a drum roll, and this award is going to go to Of course, the Stacks
The
AI
Stacks AI
Guild.
Another one.
Congratulations
Let's
to the Stacks AI
go.
Guild. We see
Another
you,
one.
Dave,
All right, I
every
think this is
day,
around where we came
posting
in.
content, posting bounties, and very, very cool to to see you continue to innovate with AI going into the new year. So congratulations again to the Stacks AI Guild.
All right, let's get on to the next one. This is called the Favorite Stacks Project of 2025. Pretty straightforward. It's for the project that people actually used and loved. And I actually think they're about to have an even bigger year in 2026. So let's award this one to Hermetica.
Let's go.
Awesome
That was
job, guys.
that's
You guys are
came
truly
in, but
world class.
I don't
Everything you
know if
put out is always well
GP, are
done.
you aware?
Your messaging, everything that you put into your
I
work
think your name's about
is
to be called
amazing, and I'm
soon.
really excited to see what you guys can launch in 2026.
Amazing. Hopefully the air horns went through there.
Oh yeah, they came through.
To Hermetica. And I agree. Very excited to see what they continue to do, especially with their vaults. And yeah, very, very excited. On that note, next up, this award is the project to watch in 2026.
Oh, this is Stacks
There's a
Tools.
lot happening on
So
Stacks
we saw
in
this already.
2026.
They really keep things constructive when it matters. So I think we can all agree this one should go to and will go to. Boom, GPS.
Let's go!
GPSC in the
Congrats, man.
building.
I've always loved having
Oh,
conversations
snap.
with you. You've always been welcoming. Even when I joined Stacks, you were super welcoming. So heartfelt thank you for this one.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
homie.
GPSC,
Yeah,
awesome to see you win this
big
one.
wins, lots of stuff, awesome stuff. My brother's getting recognized. Lots of stuff going on in the ecosystem. We are psyched about it. And that space should be starting in about 12 minutes. So, I might actually have less of an issue now. I think I realized part of the issue was I had the volume turned down on my videos on X. That's probably why I was getting such a low volume on the spaces earlier, or the town hall space.
You had to adjust it on your browser or your machine.
Oh, okay. This guy. All right, that's right. I knew the name sounded
works with
familiar.
Rubes.
I knew the name sounded familiar because Rubes pointed him out the other day.
Yes, that's who.
I don't remember, and I was actually following him. So at one point, I probably knew that.
Yes, exactly. So we got to have Milano come on with Rubes to talk a little bit about STX tools and how they're transitioning to rebrand as Tenero, and talk about the little bit of community building aspect side of things, right? Like cover the community, because Leo community is giant, massive, and if he has his hands in it, absolutely deserved. And big shout out to Milano Cuts.
Yeah, for real. Big stuff. Super excited. Congratulations, guys. Well earned, both of you. I am very, very glad you guys were. I would have been very disappointed. Let me put it that way. If you guys hadn't been recognized in your categories.
So hard to get everybody represented, but shout out to all the nominees, man.
Oh yeah, and there was a lot, like
it's
there
very hard
were
to-
a lot of people that could have gotten the nod, but you guys have been producing so much in so many ways, carrying water for a lot of people, the two of you. So I'm very, very glad you guys got your recognition. Well deserved.
Thank you, Peace.
Thank you so much.
Big shout out to everybody in this ecosystem that continues to help push the Bitcoin ethos forward, and building on Bitcoin via Stacks takes everybody to get involved and get mobilized. So big shout out to all the nominees. We are one giant community, but we are a big family is what it feels like. We're a tightly knit community that is helping each other build each other up, and we're in a good spot right now. I feel blessed to be here.
Oh yeah, so blessed to be here, and it's an honor to be honored by pushing. And yeah, we need something like this. Hopefully, we're gonna have them in IRL. So yeah, I so much appreciate you guys for also helping me to be where I am right now.
Right on, brother. You definitely, man, you earn it though. Both of you guys, and I appreciate. Um, you're gonna be humble, and you guys are who you are, and of course that's how you're gonna be. But Stacks is much better with the two of you in it than without you. To the point of probably having a hand in the success versus failure, or a level up in the success of the ecosystem. There's and I know that there's a lot of other people too, but there's a handful of you guys, and you guys are, not only are you guys out there cranking, but you're constantly also onboarding new people and sharing your skills and helping them grow and making more people like you in the ecosystem, and that's a huge factor there. And I appreciate they went through that list fast. They had a limited amount of time, and I don't think anyone wanted to listen to speeches or anything like that. I thought it went well. But you guys are definitely going to jump into that space, right?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. So we got the space coming up in like 7 minutes. We'll carry that here as long as I can, and then 1 o'clock we got Dia coming on. I don't know how long that space might last, to be honest.
Yeah, if I jump on the space, I think I have to remove the sound.
Oh, that's okay. That's not a big deal.
Oh, no problem.
It is what it is. If we don't have music for a show or a couple of show segments, well, it'll be okay. It's just we're not used to it. So it's like
yeah,
we're not used to it. So it's really us that has to adjust.
So Restream is giving us a silent treatment.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's working. I haven't tried it in a few minutes. So
yeah, these are the little technical bugs we run into while we build the plane in the air, and try to innovate. We'll find a new process. This is like the second or third time that it's happened in the last couple of weeks. The tunes just they ain't trying to crank out the good vibes. So we'll figure it out, man.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Not a big deal. Not the end of the world. Reminder to those of you that are still tuned in, 200 STX, to just go into the live stream chat, not the live chat, but the chat underneath the live stream, or the replies underneath the live stream post, and tell us what is it that I'm asking you to tell us today? What's one thing you're more confident about in crypto now than you were a year ago? And that's all you have to do. One thing, you're more confident now. Gonna go up, gonna go down. You could be more confident about one of those, or anything. Just go, and then you're entered in, and you have an opportunity to win, and you can enter every day, Monday through Friday, through the end of the year. We'll probably even have the contest running on throughout the holidays while we're off.
Let's go, dude.
Let's go. All right. So we got 5 minutes here. We'll just cut off the music now. That way we can just be used to having it off. And then I'll cover the space for at least like a half an hour, and then I might just drop out of it.
Yeah, I'm in there too, so that's what I'm about. Got some stuff I gotta handle. Got some content to create and some positive community impact to do.
Oh yeah, bro. Now you got a huge task, bro. Award winning. Let's go.
Award winning stacker here. showing up in the flesh. Let's go. Got some onboarding to do. All right, I'm gonna get the Stacks Town Hall spaces on the schedule as well. Trying to find a show to put it under. Let's see here. Stacks ecosystem spaces.
In 2 minutes.
All right, hitting this on the schedule. Excellent. Now I've got that on the DeOrganized schedule. That is at deorganized.media. If you want to go set your reminders, go set your reminders for the Stackies Town Hall. Also, they just made this post here showing off all the winners. So let's go over this post real quick before we get into this town hall. So announcing the 2025 Stackies winners, the annual Stackies Awards show celebrates the builders, creators, contributors, and community leaders who define the Stacks ecosystem in 2025. From designers to degens, here's all the winners picked by you. 2025 Stackies Awards. So best technical builder goes to Milano Cut from SDX Tools and Tenero. Best community builder goes to George, the one NFT there from Meme and SDX Watch. Most inspiring thought leader, big shout out to the Don Draper of Stacks. That is Jack Bin Switch.
Let's go.
Well deserved. Stacks meme master at 300, the artist. Big shout out to my brother 300. That's the twin. Biggest moves at the intersection of Bitcoin and AI at Stacks AI Guild. You guys must be following the Stacks AI Guild, guys. Do not sleep. Favorite Stacks project of 2025. We've got Hermetica Phi. So big shout out to Jacob and the Hermetica crew. To watch in 2026. That is Bitflow. Big shout out to Diego, Samisa, Dylan, Big Mac, all of the Bitflow crew.
Let's go.
Well deserved. Excited for the HODLMM. The most positive community impact goes to myself, GPSC _ STX. Thank you to everybody that voted for me. Most voted Ggen. Grim Motto remade. Big shout out to Grim. I see you, brother. Keep going. Keep shining. Developer who does not sleep, and I can account to this. Crypto Dude _ BTC. Big shout out to Crypto Dude. Building BoostX, Cryptonauts, Dcast, the GameFi League, StacksPot, you name it, he's building it. He is the developer who does not sleep. The most used Stacks tool, we've got STX, aka Tenero _IO. So go check out Tenero. That is their new handle. Very, very excited to have a multi-chain analytics platform for the whole Bitcoin ecosystem. Favorite Stacks announcement, of course, being dual stacking. Unsung indie builder. Big shout out to Rafa. That is at Rafa Stacks. Well deserved. Came on the show, did a demo yesterday of Runes Capsule and Fact Fun, along with other games and how he is using passkey technology. So guy builds all around. Big shout out to Rafa. And favorite content creator, big shout out to Prince Troy. Congratulations to everyone. So come hop in. So to the Stackies and Stacks Town Hall after party. We can't give an award to everyone, but we want to acknowledge how incredible this community is. We couldn't have delivered quite as much as this year without all of your support. Please join the Stackies after party to help celebrate all the winners. So go set your reminders, guys. Get in there and let's have some fun and celebrate together as a community. Let's go.
Space has started.
All right.
I got enough right now. It seems to be working out.
Hey, everybody, give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me. We're going to give everybody a few minutes to join. This is an after party, so feel free to request to speak, come up, talk about all the exciting announcements that we had today, and we will talk to you all very, very shortly. Well, GM everybody, and this is the Stacks Town Hall and Stackies After Party. We're bringing up some legends. We're bringing up some winners of some of the Stackies Awards. I believe Jack is already up here. Jack, to come up. We'd love to hear from as many people as possible. We had so many exciting announcements that have happened in just the past few hours today, and we have a lot to celebrate and a lot to be happy about, a lot to look forward to in the new year. And yeah, welcome everybody.
Yeah, we have to give you your flowers for doing such an excellent job with the stackies. You know, like it's really cool, and that's not just you. That's an entire Stacks Labs team because since the formation of Stacks Labs, we've really seen things get pushed into overdrive here, and it speaks to how well positioned we are as an ecosystem to experience the most success we've ever experienced. And so again, like hats off, y'all did an amazing job, amazing content. And yeah, it's an honor to be nominated at all, right? And yeah, this is excellent. So good job, guys.
Yeah, really incredible stuff. Sorry, I'm experiencing some audio issues on my end, but Peace, I think you were about to speak, so I'll let you fill the air for me while I troubleshoot this
No.
on my
What's
end.
up, Brandon? I want to just reiterate what Jack said. You guys are doing an amazing job. I think the town hall has been shaping out. This was the best one yet, in my opinion. And then the Stackies Awards was great. You guys did a great job with the presentation. It wasn't drawn out. It moved at a great cadence, I thought, and I think that the way it was done, I don't really remember it as much last year. So I can't speak to how if it's an improvement overall in the way it was done, but I think the way it was done this year made a lot of sense. I think there was a tremendous amount of community engagement on it. And I think that the nominations was great. Lots of people getting recognized. There's so many people contributing and producing in this ecosystem. That it's impossible to really recognize everybody, but the people that have been recognized and the projects that have been recognized are all major contributors, and we're very fortunate to have such a variety in our ecosystem of contributors and people that just produce at such a high level all over the place. And I'm very, very proud of my boys, Jack Bin, Switch, Crypto Dude, GPSC, 300, the AI Guild, uh, like really, really just tremendous, tremendous amount of talent throughout the ecosystem here. So excited.
Yeah, well, listen, sorry, I'm still troubleshooting some audio. I guess I'm just gonna have to switch to the AirPods, and we're gonna not have any professional mic setup. But I see Hero Gamer in the audience. I see Grimaldo. I see 300. I see GPSC was down there for a second. Would love to have you guys come up and talk about all the announcements today. I guess starting off, obviously we had the Circle USDC X launch is today. Today, you can bring your USDC into Stacks. We have that tier 1 stablecoin now live, which is, of course, incredibly exciting to have that
Huge.
liquidity.
Yeah.
Yeah, would love to open it up for anybody that wants to talk more about that announcement because it's massive.
Oh yeah, it is. It's absolutely massive. It launched. That news launched right crisp at 8 a.m. I was about to join Binta in the Good Morning show and the Let's Go Good Morning or the whatever morning. I can't remember what all our shows are called anymore. The whatever morning space. And I saw it and I was like, it threw my whole morning off because I had to go read about it. And I was working on our news thread and it's like, this is amazing. And even though we knew it was coming, we didn't know exactly when. There are so many more things that this is going to open up for the ecosystem as far as liquidity, eyeballs, just some legitimacy. It's really great launching USDC native on Stacks. It's a big deal. I can't wait to actually
Yeah.
bridge them in.
To your point, like if we look back at Stacks holistically through time, one of the things that we've always needed is just more liquidity, right? Everything has been building to this moment, and now with that tier 1 stable, it opens us up to a brand new world of liquidity options. And again, like if you just look at Stacks holistically, where are we positioned right now in the scheme of things? With Stacks Labs, we have a treasury, we have a tier 1 stable, we have dual stacking, we have you know and I know we're going to get to this here in a minute with with all of Alex's announcements. I mean, you can listen to what Alex was talking about again and get super bullish, like the direction we're headed and what we're building and what we're allowing Bitcoin to do is massive. We've never been in a better position as an ecosystem, truly. And the good thing is that we're all here paying attention, so that means we get to take the most advantage of that. So, if you look around and see the writing on the wall, you're left just looking at, okay, are Bitcoin L2s, are they a good idea? I think it's self-evident that they are. And then you say, okay, well, what of the Bitcoin L2s have the most going for them? If you know what's going on in Stacks right now, you can easily see that how well positioned we truly are. So I consider it a privilege to be here right now because in the scheme of things, where all this is, we're still early and we're in the best position we've ever been in.
I couldn't agree more, Jack. And to add, the most bullish thing that I heard out of many this morning at the town hall was when Munib was talking about the roadmap and that they want to constantly be having new things that they're working on at different periods of the roadmap and always be shipping. That is a huge, because don't get me wrong, Stacks has been shipping a lot. We shipped a lot this year and late last year, and it's been kind of constant. But leading up to those last few things that shipped last year, Nakamoto and SBTC, which were huge deliverables, by the way, there wasn't a whole lot. The community didn't have a lot of what we were looking forward to next. And I think that the ecosystem realized as the community kind of made it known we were unclear and we weren't sure where things were going and what we were hoping for. The response from the top brass has been phenomenal all year, and they are expecting to continue based on what we heard today. So there's more to come. And I can't imagine if you've been around here in this ecosystem for the last year and you know the people that are building and the projects that are being built and how it's being all built together in from multiple different directions, you can't help but be bullish, right? So it's just about really getting that narrative out there more. is part of our goal here for the next year.
I want to share a little anecdote just about USDC. I had one of my buddies right after the announcement reached out, and he was like, "You got to put me in touch with Stacks. They're perfect to integrate with what we're building. I've got a few ideas." And that's always cool when I have like my builder friends reach out after an announcement, and they're like, "This is actually something that really excites me, and we've been looking for some way to like build this use case and bridge on over, and this is what we've been waiting for." So just thought that'd be fun. And yeah, now I need to go find him someone at Stacks to introduce him to get him building over here.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, I'll just say anecdotally. So yesterday we were, the team was putting the final touches on the bridge, and they were looking for some testers, and I bridged, my USDC, and I wanted to test the entire process of going from USD to USDC on USDCX on Stacks. So I first deposited into Coinbase as USDC, and then I withdrew to Ethereum, and then I bridged it over, and I did all of that. And I did just like $20 just to test it out, right? And I did all of it, and it took about 20 minutes to do the entire thing, which I was really impressed by. To go from bank account to USDC on Stacks, and I think in fees, the total amount of fees I paid was maybe 17 cents, which is just incredible. So
wow.
Yeah, it's a really, really awesome experience. I mean, obviously, it's more just based on network fees. So I guess if the Ethereum network is surging, it might cost you a little more, but really, really smooth, incredible experience doing the bridge. So if you haven't tried it yet, please do, and give us all the feedback that you can. But yeah, the team did just a really fantastic job on delivering a very smooth experience, in my opinion.
Man, GPSC and HANA and Crypto Dude. Congratulations, guys. Like for real, congratulations. All the love. How y'all feeling right now?
You can explain what I'm feeling right now. And yeah, I just want to say big shout out to everybody who's listening here. It's an honor to be here. First of all, I just want to say big congratulations on USDC now on Stacks. And it's an honor to be the Stacks Joker. You know what I mean? The responsibility of being the Stacks Joker, Brody. Yeah, it's an honor. And also from the bottom of my heart, it was made possible by Stacks because I didn't have a good connectivity. So the Stacks ecosystem gathered their hard-earned funds to finance me to have a stable internet. Right now, I'm on DeOrganized with Peace, GP, and also Jack Bin Switch. And right now, as you can see now, you are hearing me perfectly. And all thanks to Stacks, you have helped me to be here, to have the rig, and also big shout out to the big man himself, the Stacks Dictator, Hero Gamer, and the Stacks AI Guild. And yeah, I'm happy, I'm excited. You can hear from the tone of my voice right now. I'm extremely grateful, guys. Thank you so much.
Well deserved, man. Well deserved. Hunter, you are out here grinding in this ecosystem, in and out every single day, showing up and showing out. So big congrats, brother. Keep cranking out the awesome content, and as well as everybody that won Stackies and the nominees. Really, really grateful to be here and to have even been nominated for a Stacky, and to win one is a very, very good feeling, to be recognized for some of the work that I'm trying to do, and I really, it makes me want to go harder. So let's continue the grind, man. It's prime time grind time. 2026 is going to be a great year. We have so much innovation taking place in this ecosystem. The builders are shipping, D grants milestones are getting hit. We've got interim grants. We've got all sorts of incentivization rails. Like, this is a very exciting time, and it's a historic time for Bitcoin. So to be here at the, culmination of all this hard work and to take part and take place right now, it's my I'm very humbled, and grateful to be here.
Yeah, GPSE, congratulations again. Always bringing the good vibes, man. So very cool to see you win that award today. And yeah, I mean, it's been what a day, right? I personally had to wake up this morning at 5 a.m. to help support the Circle announcement. Since they're a public company, they have to announce everything before 8 a.m. Eastern time for trading hours. So we had to get that announcement out real quick this morning. So yeah, peace. That's why we had to interrupt your morning show to to make a breaking announcement.
You know, for real. And this, I think that it's important to think about it like this. Like, if you look at how Stacks was pre SIP 31 and the constraints that the foundation had upon it, and then you look at how good of a job the foundation's done with the things they could do, like dev relations, like how highly Stacks ranks with attracting devs, and then you see all that content from Argentina, from the the Hacker House, and you see like how good they've done there, and now you realize post SIP 31, now that we have labs, now that we have treasury, and we still have the foundation, there were some other announcements that are easy to miss, but like the formation of the Stacks Accelerator coming, huge, absolutely massive. So not only do you have within the community, you have things like D grants that help form teams and get people up and running and working on our ideas and becoming founders. Now we're going to have that accelerator that's going to be there to level teams up, right? And even attract new blood into this ecosystem to do more building. Absolutely massive. We have a dedicated marketing budget now. We have a CMO coming. We have all of these things coming together that we've never had before. And again, if you look at the history of Stacks and the reality of how well we've done up until this point, and now you say we're better than ever, and you can say that completely unironically and honestly, and you're like, you can't help but be ready. This is huge, and if you're in this community, um you're part of something that's different than you're going to find anywhere else in the space, and everybody here has a part to play. And some people, that's just, hey, we're gonna own some stacks, we're gonna do some stacking, we're gonna participate in DeFi. Some people want to take it further. Take it as far as you want, because as we sit here today, there are so many different avenues to explore in. If you notice the foundation, how much they're going to be focusing on governance now to go in hands with that. Remember, SIP 31 was an experiment in decentralized on-chain governance, a successful one at that. So now we even get to continue to be groundbreakers as we bring governance and level it up here in the Stacks ecosystem, and really show people what it means to be building on Bitcoin and set a standard. And so if you're here and you want to do anything according to your talents and abilities, you have those options available to you. Um, I would just encourage everyone to let that sink in, and if you feel something, get plugged in, get involved. And because the opportunities in this ecosystem are massive. And yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm super bullish. I'm exhausted, and I'm just sitting here all adrenaline, just so excited after listening to that town hall this morning.
Indeed. What's up, guys? It's been a while. Haven't been on a space in a hot minute, but thank you guys for the recognition for the Staxi. I most definitely appreciate it. We've most definitely been hammering a lot in 2025 between BoostX and Cryptonauts and StacksPot, Dcast. There's quite a few projects we've been working on, but just most definitely want to say thanks to everybody. It means a lot. It's good to be seen, so to speak. So I I'll just leave it at that. Oh, by the way, if you haven't joined the StacksPot Discord, please do so. And if you haven't tested StacksPot on testnet, we would appreciate it. But we're basically about to launch StacksPot. We're about to launch Cryptonauts. About to finish the roadmap on BoostX. Oh, by the way, we've also got dcast.io if you're a streamer. That's technically available to test right now. So go to dcast.io. Get an overlay for your OBS. Start showing the world that you can get some tips, some SBTC tips on Twitch and all over the place. So check it out, dcast.io. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, congrats, Crypto Dude. Well, since you won an award, we'll allow the shilling.
Yeah, shameless shills all the way through and through. But I'm telling you, like, these are the things that we need to build in the directions we need to build to onboard new users in different verticals, right? With, you know, GameFi as well as streaming, and all of that stuff helps amplify all of our voices and helps showcase the technology stack that we have here on Bitcoin via Stacks. So well deserved, man. And I must say, Brandon, thank you for always being a good dude and supportive. And I'm telling you, man, like, I'm very, very bullish, right? We have Bitcoin U. I see Fred Dog down there as well. You know, getting to kind of see the Stacks Hacker House, that was an awesome event. Getting to see the footage from that was really, really cool. Just kind of paying attention to that signal, right? Which is the builders are grinding and getting together and sharing ideas, not gatekeeping. You know, and this is the way we build in a decentralized, trustless, borderless society, right? That's what we have here. This is the decentralized internet of Bitcoin, and we have more new innovations coming, you know, and every single team in core protocol is finding new enhancements to enhance the user experience here. And I must say the fundamentals just continue to get better and better. And it was a no-brainer that dual stacking won, you know, for the favorite community announcement. It's super based, right? You know, you can come earn a base yield on your Bitcoin here in our ecosystem now, and then incentivizes you know, Bitcoiners to get exposure to stacks and then amplify their yield. So it makes sense. And of course, it was the community favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yeah, and it aligns. It's the incentive alignment, right? We talk about and we say that so much on, you know, bringing Bitcoiners in if they just want to earn just the base yield, you know, and then also, you know, Alex's announcement this morning about, you know, some of that coming to the L1 as well. So if you just want to earn a yield and you want to do so, and you're a diehard Bitcoin maxi and you don't want to, you know, deal with Bitcoin DeFi, like, you don't have to, but you can still make your Bitcoin productive. If you know, want to engage with Bitcoin DeFi, you want to enter the ecosystem, you can do that, and you can make your Bitcoin productive, right? It's all these different pathways now that whatever kind of Bitcoiner you are, you can come in and you can use Stacks, and you can leverage Stacks, you know, proof of transfer, and you can do just all these sustainable mechanisms to grow your Bitcoin, right? That's what it's all about, and making your Bitcoin more productive. So I agree. I think dual stacking was a very welcome and very exciting announcement for this year. I see some more folks in the audience that I'd love to have come up. If you are listening and you'd like to come up and say some words, this is the after party. This is informal. Come on up.
Where's
And
Rubus?
we'd love to hear from you.
We need Rubus up here.
I invited him. He's down there. Rubus.
Rubus.
I want to just shout out to Crypto Dude in honor of all that you've been contributing. We just dropped a small space drop of 20 STX. So everyone in the space right now that has their BNS in their X display name just is sharing 20 stacks from DeOrganized Media in honor of Stackies Awards today and Crypto Dude's win amongst our other Chads in the space.
Let's go. BoostX for the win, baby.
Let's go.
So yeah, like, one thing that came up about the dual stacking right in my mind when we were just speaking about that was going to Bitcoin Vegas for the Bitcoin conference this year was probably one of my highlights with the DeOrg house and getting to spend some time with Pep Toshi, getting to spend some time with Peace, Jack, Ace, people from the community, builders of all kinds, and getting to meet everyone. I was kind of advised to go into this conference with a Bitcoin centric mindset, right? Whereas you keep the conversation surrounding Bitcoin. And I experienced something completely different at this conference, and I was told that it was very different than past conferences. That everybody was looking for ways to put their Bitcoin to work. And I think that Stacks is very well positioned with where we're at right now with dual stacking to kind of cater towards those Bitcoiners. It is like one step outside of their wheelhouse. Instead of having to go to a whole different chain, you can stay within the Bitcoin ecosystem and earn your yield with 100% Bitcoin finality, which I think that will definitely be very compelling and nice for them, to maybe within their comfort zone to at least give it a try and have that open mindset that I experienced out there in Bitcoin Vegas.
Yeah, you're right, and that's the cool thing. Like, you can do things the right way, or you can do things the wrong way. And sometimes we get caught up when we watch things happen that have been done the wrong way, and it seems like they get immediate gratification, but then the wheels fall off later. Um, but doing things the right way usually takes a while, and I think that's the story of Stacks. Even the way that Stacks got started, and the way that it tried to do things the right way from the very beginning, even though it made things more difficult, it also helped shape the character and the destiny of this ecosystem. And now that we have a just much different, I mean, if you look at it blows my mind to see the attitude change and cultural change towards Bitcoin and crypto and the space in general that has occurred in a very short period of time. And we're here extraordinarily well positioned. And when you look back historically, and you say, when did people really start, getting behind the idea of Bitcoin L2s? Yeah, that was post ordinals, right? It was, oh man, ordinals are really cool. Oh wow, Bitcoin's very expensive when a lot of people are trying to use it. We need solutions. And then at one point you had something like 80 plus Bitcoin L2s, or variations of them, all raising money and funding and this, that, and the other to try to build. And most of them haven't made it. And here we are, like, refined. We're not just still here. We're not still just an OG project, but we're actually in a more refined state than we've ever been. And me personally, I think that no one really saw Bitcoin treasury companies coming, right? Like, I think everyone assumed that if you were already in Bitcoin, you were going to be more inclined to want to do things on chain. And then, you just had this huge PR campaign surrounding Bitcoin treasury companies, by a guy like Saylor, who's kind of like this larger than life figure. But now they just exist. And now it's like, well, what's next? And what's next is bringing things back on chain. What's next is all of these different institutions and individuals that own a lot of Bitcoin and now want to do things with them. How are they going to do it? They're going to do it on chain. Bitcoin locked up in a TradFi system is not a win. It's not a win for the individual. It's not a win for Bitcoin. Bitcoin needs to be used to be valuable. And here we are today, just so perfectly positioned to be that solution to put Bitcoin to work for retail, for just the institution, for Bitcoin treasury companies, whomever. And I think that we've won a war of attrition, because so many Bitcoin L2s, like we said, that got started, well, they're A lot of them didn't make it. A lot of them are struggling. And here we are, like we're ready. We're as ready as possible. You know, we just set a $27 million budget for 2026, right? Like we're ready. Let's go. Like that's what I'm saying. Let's get ready to win. It could not be more clear to me that we're in the best position we've ever been in.
Very well said, as always, Jack. I need to be careful with what I say because I'm on the Stacks actual account, but very well said. Anybody else that wants to come up and speak as well? I'm just going to keep inviting people. We'd love to hear from as many folks as possible.
Later, peace. So I wanted to take a moment to mention just last week we did our first mainnet transaction on CryptoNuts, and then also what was that? I believe it was yesterday. Yeah.
Just breaking in. We are going to take a brief break. Just I need to rest my ears for a little bit and be ready for our guests in about just under half an hour. We're really excited to have Dia Data Oracle coming on soon. Thank you, and again, congratulations to our brothers GP and 300 on their well-earned victories, recognition awards for their Stackies awards, along with our brother Jack Bin Switch. Rafa been a contributor to our project on a number of ways for the last year. Crypto Dude, the Stacks AI Guild, which is a huge part of what definitely integrated into what we do here. So guys, stay tuned. Don't have the music. I might actually go back to the old old music reel. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play that for a little while so we have something going on, and I'll let you guys listen to some music from Suno that we made on DeOrganized while we wait for Dia to come on at the 1 o'clock hour in just about 25 minutes. So let me find that old loop. Some of the tracks might actually be older, but I think there might be one about Clarity 4, which is now live, and the vote is not still ongoing, which was when we created the tune. But we got some fun stuff. We'll play this for you. Be back soon.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No that's yours. Tap into the source. This the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther. We control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net revolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation. New era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old banks sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bit flow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transit in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. FTX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer whale, get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom immense. We bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks defenses. BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action. It's BTC, meant sustainable traction. Different steps to Bitcoin, watch it align. Proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi disposable to build this land. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. You're in BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah, yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah, 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 Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Halve in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a half and heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Future finance in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated in sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just your stacking day. Let your crypto come alive. Just your stacking day. Liquid yield on the rise. Just your stacking day. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just your stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Just your stacking down. Just your stacking down. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS1, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Big red, and now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS1, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone 5, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
BNS1, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS1.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way,
No way.
no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity for. Clarity for. high demand, new built-ins. Fast, cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. We moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, less go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4. High demand, new built-ins. Fast, cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4. From the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. Does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, don't POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Interface is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade, season clarity for night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core. Speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Code runs free. Clarity for our legacy. Clarity for our legacy. Souls for our legacy. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock
feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off cold bit flow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builder's lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin.
Alrighty. We actually have been having some technical difficulties today, so I'm a little bit out of my mode. Normally, we have a little bit of music going on. We don't even have the background playing right now. Our normal background's not working. We're just having some issues. We're a little bit out of our mode, but we're not going to let that stop us for sure. We're really excited to have this next segment. Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to Dia there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day,
and it's camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe. It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am familiar with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. We still get pretty cold. It was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure. It gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember it might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them. But you were talking to us about DIA. And why don't you tell us, well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA. That could be directly through another oracle, or that could just be through like third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an Oracle, right? So the Oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the Oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like Oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some did, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on
Atom went
Binance?
all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not. Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for price.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is. Obviously, not high enough to match kind of the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a Guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set Guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Come on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff.
Sweet.
Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more, you're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer one security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure, for sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if
exactly.
if you're going to, and that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. um Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector, because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. I mean, Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With the with all the the pass key, and we have native pass key and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years. And it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea. you know, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money. And in
Yeah,
fact,
where's the money? What's going on, right?
right. It's
So
crazy.
and really crypto's built on the ethos of transparency, of
Right.
understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not
So
having to trust anybody.
exactly, no intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right? They're
Right.
likely leveraging in the background. They may
Yeah.
be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know, that.
We have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, yes. That's exactly right, for sure, for sure. So,
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned with I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
right.
And I got out of that just, again, I had a hunch. I had, you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for, you know, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got, you know, attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so.
Right.
Good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly, exactly. So that could essentially take us to, you know, the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing, you know, more customizability today, more capital efficiency, and that's through something called like nav based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So nav is like a net asset value feed, and very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then if we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So, for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened, obviously, when the bank run happened is anytime there's, you know, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally, like, you know, collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So a lot has changed obviously since then, but there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based price, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources. And then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side, and then have your market-based price for redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to that stage 3 security where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or what? Or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use. to say trade Amazon after hours, essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you know, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And you know, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, you know, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then DApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks,
So you think that
Ondo.
trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of you know, how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, you know, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. You know, Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, you know, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is you know,
For sure.
allowing this
Well, and
sort
they're
of
also Ondo's on base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe I don't know because it's on base. I don't know if that's
right.
or how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. You know, they may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, you know, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
Very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the
maximize.
AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly,
Really, probably
for sure.
more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you know, you could tap in these AI agents and say, you know, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. You know, all teams can be looking at this, not just oracles. You know, verify the smart contract and see, you know, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, you know, these one or two lines of code are updated, you know, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they're, you know, they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents. And it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head. But it's closer than I think we really, it seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, you know, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day, and we cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really like they're still, you know, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. You know, they're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
That's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah, so
we have a guy that built
basically,
subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
there you go, there you go. So basically, with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is cow swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent, of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now. Let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. Um, yeah, so the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, you know, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
It's
great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei, and you know, I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum
Yeah,
on the gas.
yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah,
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. It's like,
yeah, it was well because you could have like there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-$20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you
forgot
go to
about
that and you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was
now
expensive.
we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right?
Right.
So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
One thing we're seeing today actually with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back. Guys, check out DIA. It's make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome. Have a good one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime.
No keys, held hostage, flow state trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net revolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let it
flowing like your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation, you ain't gotta ask twice. It's non-custodial might, every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code, bit flow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flowing like your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, mid-sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of trends in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, the sense rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, code's the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Sustainable traction, infra to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your stats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. The equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. FTX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost climbing, that's design refined. Retailer whale, get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity locked to freedom immense. We bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks defenses. BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we're building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action. It's BTC, meant sustainable traction. Different stacks to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line. Yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no worries. And we'll just roll with it, man.
Yeah, well, this is unusual. First, I get locked out, and then Restream is acting real strange on me.
It happens.
So not sure what happened there, but I'll check with support or yeah. Anyway, welcome to Proof of Work.
Yeah, welcome to Proof of Work. I'm your host, Jerry V, aka the Crypto Oracle, the Oracle from Oregon. Nick is my co-host. We're going to thank our sponsors really quick. Quantum Expeditions. If you aren't familiar, they're doing Bitcoin mining out there in West Texas, utilizing methane flare. And you know, I've been saying, and for many moons now, that this is the future, right, of energy. Not only will Bitcoin miners mine, they're going to become energy hogs, but eventually they become energy producers so that they can help create new energy products and balance the grid. And obviously, this is the future of energy and finance going forward. We also want to thank our sponsors from Shield Folio. They basically have a seed phrase book that you have a special pen and you write the seed phrase in there. If anyone opens it up, they can't just read it. You have to have a UV light and it's waterproof. There is a fireproof one coming in the future, which I think is super fire, because I'm not about steel plates because that's a lot of work. There are a lot of steel plates out there that are amazing, but I'm a fan of this type of product because I'm a person who likes to write stuff down. So when that fireproof one comes out, I'm using the QR code immediately, because I think that's the most important thing that you have to have in a little seed password. But this is amazing stuff. There are other companies out there, but they're the first one. And there's the QR code for the 20% off. Also want to thank DeOrganized Media and the shows that are on Bitcoin Live and on DeOrganized. Let's get started. So first things first, today's show is no, Bitcoin's not going to get hacked by quantum computing anytime soon. But before we get into that, let's just cover some of the stories that people are talking about on the webs. And when I say the webs, I talk about X, because X is the premier spot for crypto news and other tech news, in my opinion. Nick, I think, would agree with me on that one. And most of the people that follow Bitcoin and other stuff would agree as well. But let me pull up my bookmarks. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Hold on. I forgot to hit my share button. So literally, I think this is the one. Nope, it's the first one. Yesterday this happened. So basically this documenting sailor posted this picture of Samson Mao and was like, Tom Lees is in the age of Bitcoin, having financial advisors like saying the McDonald's cashier is your nutritionist. And obviously Samson Mao was, kind of perturbed. But now there's like tons of like pictures of Samson Mao going around, and they're like, CZ, it says, and it's like Samson Mao. But anyway, I thought this was hilarious. And then today, if you didn't hear, he took a picture of himself and he just flipped it on its head, and he's like, yes, as this Lee, I am divesting out of all of my Ethereum. And again, I just thought that was hilarious, because only Samson Mao would probably just get offended for like a nanosecond and be like, oh, this is awesome, I will use this to my advantage. And he totally did. And other BTC news, let's see, there was, so I follow Vivek. He's a little dramatic, but he's like, why is this happening, right? So a lot of people can't figure out here, and let's just take a look at it. And I did post up a tweet from about 6 to 8 weeks ago. I can't find it now because it's so far deep back. About don't be surprised if we get to this like, you know, choppy, violent area, like we're getting to super turbulence. And this is what we're seeing right here. You can see with this wick that it's sub 85K, right? That big red wick is like, wow. I'm
Like
just
a
happy
dagger.
it doesn't it at the top of this red wick, we don't have another big, or at the top of this red candle, we don't have another big red wick, because that would be very bad. The good news is if you see just a couple candles back, this huge green spinning doji, that's a good indicator that Bitcoin is, there's a lot of pressure to the downside, but this is a good sign that Bitcoin's going to recover at some point in the near future, very
And I think,
violently, in my
like
opinion.
2 shows ago. Oh, by the way, there's an echo on your end when I speak. But I think
It is. You just got laggy there. What was it again? Sorry.
Like 2 or 3 shows ago, you also mentioned like they're trading the leverage, right? So basically, everybody who's getting leverage in the game and who's not a professional trader, get out of the way because they're
that was like, stop doing that.
that.
And again, there's still people doing it because there's all this downward pressure. For the longest time, we showed it, using CoinGlass's reference page, which is a really good tool if you're really into crypto. I highly recommend CoinGlass's. They have corrected some of the things I've pointed out to them, and I'm like, I give them a thumbs up, because if they're taking feedback, that means they're willing to admit they made boo-boos, and that means I trust you more, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, we pointed that out, showing that IBIT was getting dumped on IBIT, and some of the other ETFs were selling, but mainly it was coming from the IBIT ETF. And that was creating a lot of the downward pressure. And now we have multiple confirmations with cryptographic transactions at Coinbase, Binance, all the major centralized exchanges are buying these mega dips. And that's what's forming these huge wicks, right? They've got all these huge orders set at those wicks. And then when it goes back up to 90,000, they are covering that spread and they are making money off the spread. We know that this can be done. If you've been in Bitcoin for a while, we all know this magic, like unislide, if you want to call it. If you have a lot of money, you can do this. But you have to have really good algorithmic trading and a lot of capital to do this. And now we can see this has been done multiple times with Binance, Coinbase, Deribit, all these big exchanges doing the same trick. And they're just, what are they doing? They're stacking Tether and USDC on the side, right? Like we all know that this is what's going on. And at the same time, they're doing 2 things, right? They're protecting the ETF, so more people can get in on the ETF, because the ETF is going to go like this when Bitcoin's going down. There's all this downward pressure on the ETF, right? And at the same time, PNC, SoFi just announced today, I think I have that in my bookmarks. I'll pull that up in a second. Spot Bitcoin and crypto. Oh my gosh, what, the banks are going to start offering crypto? No one's predicted this. Yeah, we did on the show many, many times. And what do we say? If you're going to buy on their exchange, they're basically going to just use it like an API with Coinbase. I said that's what they're going to do, and that's exactly what they're doing, right?
By the way, I got a really funny clip. Can I play?
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Because it will sort of capture the mood with a lot of investors.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much.
Even though that's hilarious, if you didn't hear what he just did, he just signed that nationwide cannabis legislation. So that's a big deal, especially for people like me who live in pain every day, right? I'm in pain 24/7 usually, whether it's periodically or it's all day or it's,
here and there. Like my new one is my left foot feels like somebody's like putting a nail through it, and yeah, it's wonderful, and it's only like maybe 5 or 10 minutes at a pop. But now I've been getting it like right in here, and it's like, oh, that's so wonderful. But that's like good news for all the cannabis companies. Yeah, again, this is true. This is very true. But this is all what I've been saying is there's only a couple banks offering these products right now. The majority of these banks, the major banks, Morgan's, Morgan Stanley, etc. Pardon me. They're going to start offering these products Q1 and Q2 of 2026. So if it's all high pie in the sky, all of that liquidity that they want to come into their coffers does not happen, right? When everything's at an all-time high, right? They want people to be excited for these new products because they are at low prices, and they know that their retail customers won't be excited for that, but their bigger customers are excited for that, right? And that's what I've been saying. We played that clip from the CEO of HSBC, and she was very clear, right? And that's what led to my whole speculation that this is all the 1%ers want a part of this new system, right? Because they have always, like, the one thing I learned from Robert Kiyosaki, right? And you go read his book. If you haven't read his book, it's a very good book. I think you have. Yeah. And I have. Really, most anybody who's got into like studying money has read that book. But the one thing you learn from that book is, and I still fiat mine because, it's the way to earn money, right? Like, duh. But the one thing he says is like, rich people, poor people work for money. Rich people make money work for them. Right. So if you're not figuring out how to take some of your capital that you mine for fiat and put it into Bitcoin and Litecoin and these really scarce assets, you're going to lose because inflation is going to go skyrocketing at some point. And you need to have assets that will move with that inflation. And gold right now is doing good, but I'm thinking we're seeing peak gold, right? It's already come down and gone back up. We have the double top forming, people, right? Let's be very, very clear.
And it's interesting, right? Because silver, go on, sorry. Because you were just going to talk about silver.
Yeah, I was going to say silver at the same time is having its all-time highs for a long time as well. So, I mean, I encourage people to get into those assets, but not at these prices. Maybe silver hasn't topped out just yet, but I wouldn't be buying gold at $4,300 an ounce. I'd be looking at 4K, maybe 3,900. If you're good at charting, look where those fib lines are, see if there's any massive red, like we were just looking at those massive red wicks, see if there's any of those on the chart. If there are, it may retest those zones, and that's where you want to be looking to invest, right, and put your money. And that's full circle back to what's happening right now in crypto, right? They're keeping these prices very nominal for the 1%ers to be drooling for Bitcoin, drooling for Ethereum, drooling for Litecoin, Solana, all these ones that had the ETFs cleared. And the same thing I want to point out is it took several months for the ETFs to suck up all this capital before we saw Bitcoin take off. And the same thing we're seeing with all these new ETFs for Solana, Litecoin, XRP, etc. It's going to take several months before they suck up all this capital, and it affects the spot price as well. And I think that's where we're at. We're in this like volatile, like turbulent time on the plane where the plane's not going to land. I'm saying that's just my own personal opinion. We can pull up. Here's a few other huge metrics that I always like to point out. If these networks aren't being used, the hash rate goes down, right? And here's Bitcoin's hash rate. It's right now sitting right at a zettahash. And I was the only, let's remind everyone out there, only analyst to say it's going to break a zettahash within the next year. And it did it exactly in 1 year, like I called. And it's hovering at a zettahash. It's not going like phew, that's what we would be seeing if nobody's using the Bitcoin network. More and more people are hooking up to the network to mine. And one of the things I found out, if you looked at my tweets, I found a new business opportunity, right? Like solar farms can be hacked, right? And I'm gonna create a business that can prevent that, right? Like, so we're gonna start with solar farms, and then we're gonna move to wind farms, and it's a multi-bazillion dollar industry. Anyway,
Quantum economics actually had Daniel Batten on, right, on Monday, which was a really awesome interview that they did on their spaces. And,
oh yeah, you pointed him out. I follow him now like thoroughly because me and him like are on like that same wavelength, that all of the energy, that's why I'm creating like a Bitcoin company, right? Let's be very clear. All of the capital in the world is shifting to Bitcoin, and eventually Litecoin is the backup network, because at some point Bitcoin is going to become very, like, a couple Satoshis is like going to buy stuff, right? Let's be very, very clear.
Steve asked, when Cold Fusion?
Oh, Cold Fusion. I mean, I have to agree with Elon on this point, right? We have the best, fusion reactor in the solar system. It's the sun, and it kicks off so much energy. Now that we have Bitcoin, solar and wind becomes 1,000 times more powerful, right? We don't have these huge dips in their power to cost generation, right? Like where they get to fall, like, right? TEPCO loses money when they get to fall or they get to spring. No one, you'd have their windows open in Tokyo, right? It's beautiful out. They nobody needs heat, nobody needs air conditioning for like several months. And these solar wind farms, wherever they are in the world, they're generating tons of surplus energy, and they're not selling it. So eventually, if the project isn't large enough to capitalize on all of the losses, they get into this huge deficit, and eventually that solar farm or wind farm goes out of business if they don't have subsidies and they don't have the correct thing. Now they strap Bitcoin miners on there, and TEPCO is like, oh my gosh, we're making money all the time. Yes.
I always wondered with the whole solar and green energy movement from the very start, because it sort of started a little bit, but just around the same time as Bitcoin started. Was it always the plan to sort of hook up Bitcoin miners along the way, like later on, to make them profitable and to turn this whole investment into a profit generating industry, right? Because and the same thing I just want to say, when you were talking about silver and gold, right? One of the reasons I believe that silver is peaking or going, vertical, is also because there's so much demand, with AI, robotics, but also with solar and all these sort of industries and technologies that need silver. I just didn't expect it would happen so soon. I would, I was expecting it would be like a couple of years off. But apparently, there's so much demand in the market that, silver can't keep up, and the new mines have to be opened, and, that takes time to generate. But basically, if silver is already, hitting sort of peak demand, then gold, is next, right? I mean, gold then also has to become an industrial metal. I thought it was like a couple of years off, but if silver is already doing this, gold has to.
I mean, I get it, because those two assets, if you're in scenarios where, we do have broadband downtime, major downtime, those assets become very useful. But the thing that people have to understand is that even if Bitcoin is, you own Bitcoin, you can transmit it using, ham radios. And it does take an application. You would have to have a generator. You would have to know what you're doing. But now it's like not mega complicated. It is complicated, but it's not like super duper complicated like it used to be like 5 to 10 years ago. But this is the one thing I want, the doomsday people to understand. Like, Bitcoin is prepper money, right? Like it's right. It's the ultimate hard money, and that's why I when people say you can't touch it, yeah, well, guess what? That makes it super powerful too, right? You can't burn Bitcoin, you can't smelt it down, you can't fake Bitcoin, right? Like we saw all those tweets where we've been talking about fake gold for months, and there we showed that clip of CZ's like, is it real?
Yeah.
Is it real gold? To Peter Schiff, he's like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. You need another third party to tell you if it's real gold, right?
Yeah, and then for
Go ahead.
me, was sort of, you know, you also have like the famous one from Michael Saylor that Bitcoin is nuclear proof. Like if there's like a nuclear attack, you know, Bitcoin will still run. And then the other thing is like if you actually look at these sort of refurbished nuclear bunkers that have been, you know, they've been building those for like 20 plus years now in New Zealand and all over the world, where they sort of refurbish these ex-nuclear silos into, you know, bunkers and luxury spaces. They always have a Bitcoin miner that's sort of included in the setup, right? So
Yeah.
I think that says enough, right?
Yeah, that's again like like I don't know how to impress this upon people. Like I've been saying this one for a couple of years too. It's like if you're starting a business, why would you not get another $20,000 and get a BTC ASIC miner or an LTC Doge miner, right? You're going to make money. Those are literally, when people like laugh when I talk about Litecoin or Dogecoin, those are the three most profitable mining coins in the world. They're all proof of work. Let me remind you, right? Proof of work, proof of work, proof of work. The three most profitable. More profitable than the proof of stakes. Are people paying attention? Like this is like the numbers that I need people to understand. And when people like fight me on Litecoin, it's like because people use Litecoin, they buy and sell stuff with every day. That's why the price has been like sitting like right around $100 for like ever. It won't become like $1,000 until people realize, like just like Bitcoin, it will become a powerful cryptographic protocol, right? Like it's just starting to, like, if you, the money that you don't see is the most amazing part of Litecoin, right? All of the money that's going into Litecoin protocol and then being sent to the MWeb, that's off the charts. Most of the exchanges don't track that money, right? It's now become a private layer, right? Where all of those transactions are supposed to be obfuscated. So it's just like me. If you had let's say there's like 10 different Litecoin wallets do this now. Let's just say you had the latest I forget what is it, Nexon, or I forget what I have like a couple of them, but you had one that had MWeb built into it. I really send you MWeb dollars to, just like giving you $10, boom, boom, and nobody's the wiser. Do you see how powerful that is? It's like, what? Whoa, yeah. And that's why Monero has been pumping and Zcash is pumping, because people don't, you know, who really understand privacy don't want their data out there at all, right? Like, because we all know if you do have UTXOs out there, those can be put into the block explorer, right? Like if it's a transactional hash ID, that you can take that, put it in the block explorer, and you can see what's in there, right? Like that's just, and the same thing with Etherscan. You can take that public address and bloop, put it in Etherscan, bloop, there's all that info, right?
Actually, Checkmatey, who's you know, really smart dude. I think he's kind of like a Bitcoin maxi by now, but he did a couple of recent interviews, and in one of those, or a couple of those, he sort of mentioned that he doesn't believe in the utility or in the use case of any altcoins. And when he was asked about privacy coins, or, you know, like what happened with Zcash and that kind of stuff, he said, yeah, it's kind of useless because, you know, at the end of the day, you have to sort of go to an exchange and sell it, and then you have KYC AML. But I think he's sort of missing the point here, right? Because you can also just send it peer to peer, right? If you appreciate Zcash or Monero or whatever, and I want something from you, I can just send you the Zcash or the Monero and buy the thing that I want from you, or vice versa, right? So you don't really have to.
And I was just I'm going to go meet up with my buddy who owns that food cart to hopefully show them how to turn on Bitcoin payments through Square, and it's 0 fees for the first year. And remember, anybody doing this that's watching the show, right? Like after that first year, you could just get your own Lightning wallet and just do transactions peer to peer. Because even though Jack is probably only going to take 0.001%, the wallet is always going to take a sliver, you know, so you might as well just use the wallet and not get 2 slivers taken out, right? Like that's just my opinion. I know Square probably doesn't want me to tell people that, but you know, you can do that. You can subvert the system, even though they're making it very user friendly and very easy, and it's going to be 0 fees for the first year. Again, we don't know how much he wants to take in the future, and again, he's just, like I said, he's created these huge Bitcoin funnels because you think Saylor had a lot of Bitcoin. Jack Dorsey is going to have a ton of Bitcoin in the next 10 years, right?
Oh, I hope so. You know, he's my, you know, from all the CEOs out there, tech CEOs, big tech CEOs, he's, you know, I guess my favorite.
Yeah, he's my new favorite as well, because he's literally gets it. He gets Bitcoin. He's building miners, built, you know, Cash App, Square, all this stuff that's just like making Bitcoin an everyday product. That's why when I came up with this idea the other day, I'm like, of course it has to be Bitcoin because all the energy companies are switching to Bitcoin. And another reason people are like, oh, if they're buying up all the Bitcoin, why is it's still, you know, staying suppressed? Because there's still the bears out there that have some Bitcoin that want to gamble with it. And it comes into the exchange, and the exchange takes it and it's like, thank you for your Bitcoin. And then they sell some of it and keep some of it, right? Like
you also still have these OG wallets that are, I think, also still selling some of it, right? And those OG
that's
wallets,
happening too.
Yeah,
It's not as like more as common as you would think it is, because if you held for this long, you're not a dummy, right? You've seen it go up 100x like many times, and if you've held for 10 years, like and you're only like 30 something, you're like, I can hold for another 10 years.
yeah,
no problem.
And just realize that, like, how many Bitcoin has already been mined? Like 90% of the Bitcoin has already been mined, something like that. So those OG wallets hold tremendous amounts of Bitcoin. Like, you know,
that's another thing. Yeah, like they throw 20,000 Bitcoin, 100,000 Bitcoin, that you don't even know that they exist, right? Like, but the same thing is, as the price goes up higher and higher, they can just sell off a fraction of their position, and it doesn't hurt their position at all. And that's what they understand. That's what they understand, right? That's what the really smart people understand. That's what the OG hodlers, whether you have a couple $1,000 worth of Bitcoin or you've got, you know, 100,000 Bitcoin, why would I sell it at a low? I'm always gonna, if I spend, it's usually always on a peak because it's less Satoshis, right? Like, and that's the future, right? Like,
but Gerald, I got my sort of Christmas sweater on, right? So are we getting a Christmas rally this year, or is it just, you know, more pain and suffering?
I think it is, because, you know, the traditional markets will shut down, and they always do for like 7 days. And it's Coinbase and the like, and these big banks, it's not like just, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They take off from that, and it might even be Monday, because it's like, oh, it's Monday, might as well just start traveling then. You know, I don't know, because I don't work for Goldman Sachs or Coinbase, but I know they take from then, like, let's just say Wednesday, but some people will be Monday if they have jets. I'm sure it's Monday. But it's Wednesday, then through the holiday, right? And then guess what's next week? Oh, that's New Year's. So they don't go back to work until like the Monday after New Year's, right? Like that's like almost 2 weeks.
But are you then saying, like, if you get a gigantic rally in that period?
Of course, because the only retail at that point is scooping up, right?
Yeah.
Like that, it's not the big like market makers out there anymore. It's people at home that are like looking at the charts and are like, oh, I got a couple hundred extra bucks for Christmas. I'm gonna buy some corn, right? Like, duh, like that's what I'm gonna do. I got a little teeny bonus from my fiat mining job, which is actually one of the nicest bonuses I ever got, but it was only like $50, but whatever. That's going straight to either Litecoin or Bitcoin, right? It's like a no-brainer. It's like,
but I was actually talking to my physio today because I'm seeing a physio and he's also into crypto, and we were sort of talking about the economy, and the Federal Reserve. Now the jobs numbers are looking pretty bad, right? There's more employment than unemployment than they thought, and the inflation is actually dropping, or at least rising less fast than they thought. So there's like disinflation going on. So these are like sort of the ideal conditions for dropping rates and also to start QE. But historically, when they start QE, the Federal Reserve is always late to the party. Then generally a recession already happened or is about to happen. And then sort of the QE, after the QE happens, you actually have it takes like months before the QE actually kicks in, and and it has an effect on the market. So and of course you also got midterm elections next year, I think around November, and Trump is not really looking so good in the polls at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. So and that creates uncertainty with big players and institutions like, is Trump gonna hang on, or is the Congress or Senate gonna be taken over, and are the rules gonna be changed? So on the one hand, you had like people, the Security and Exchange Commission chairman like Paul Atkins, who's like for deregulation and saying like everything will run on crypto within 2 years. So and all the regulation and the big banks getting ready, and so that you got all the positivity over here, but then you have this sort of uncertainty, midterm election, dark clouds hanging over there. Like so, and then the QE thing is.
Yeah, that's all tied into the Clarity Act, right? So I think that's also plays into why we're seeing all these big exchanges make all the money off the spread, is because they know they can get away with it right now. Also,
and it's delayed till end of January, right? The Clarity Act is.
They don't know. They thought it was going to be passed possibly by the end of the year. Then they said no. Then you never know. Sometimes they come out of nowhere and they get in a special session out of nowhere, and it can get passed on like New Year's Day sometimes. But they're looking like first quarter. But the exchanges, like one of the big clauses of that Clarity Act that I read was that they can't do any of this, these shenanigans anymore, right? Like all this front running, all this stuff they're doing right now with making all these huge orders off the spread. I don't know if those would be canceled out 100%, because in the future, I don't think they would be as apt to do it if Bitcoin is like heading in one direction or the other, right? If they know it's tight range like this and they can make money off this, like doing this straddle, that's not going to happen every time. But again, the Clarity Act clearly states that like all these front running, all this stuff is going to be like done away with, where they can buy a huge like position of like bonk and keep buying it up, make the price go up, get people excited about this S coin, and then dump on them and make money on that as well. And that's what they've been doing over the last like 10 months, right? Like all of that downward pressure that people don't realize is most of the decentralized exchanges buying these S coins back, pumping price, liquidating their positions back into Bitcoin or Tether, and then you're sitting there holding your bags. And that's why I tell people, like, if you're a hodler like I am, you better be into like things that have small supplies, not these 100 trillion supplies, because you're never going to see your coin ever move again when this capital comes flowing back, because it's just too big of a supply, right? There's this too huge of a supply when it's like 100 trillion, 400 or 10 quadrillion. I'm like, what? Why would I buy this? It makes zero sense.
Actually, Lynn Alden also did some really cool podcasts and interviews lately, and one of the things that she sort of noticed or said was like that utility coins that are sort of pushed so hard, like, utility coins. She said like, okay, but when you look at utility, and for example, like Ethereum or XRP or something, these coins or these projects are actually valued way too high compared to existing rails who are already, moving around trillions of dollars in money, right? So if you compare the market cap of, for example, Ethereum to existing rails that are doing basically the same thing, then Ethereum compared to those, like the CME or whatever, is way overvalued in her opinion. I haven't read her article yet, but it might be worth reading. And then I think you also mentioned, like, for example, with XRP, right? You don't want one XRP to become too expensive because of the high velocity that you want on XRP, right? So if everybody wants to move derivatives around or real world assets or whatever, you want it will have like a high velocity, right? A high high volumes will be moved continuously. So one XRP has to rise in price, but not too much, right? Because then it becomes sort of dysfunctional, and which is different from Bitcoin, right? Because it's basically a store of value first and foremost.
Again, I agree with a lot of what you said. People have to realize that the main reason why even though some of these projects and products are going to earn people money, right? I always say that, like, as a disclaimer. I'm not telling you how to invest your money. What I'm telling you is what I see and the problems and lists that come up. And as somebody who's tested like dozens and dozens of different blockchain wallets, right? I have a Helium node running right behind me right here, right? Like, so I tell people I know a lot more about this stuff than some people give me credit for, and other people they just don't know. But I know a lot about this stuff because I play around with it, right? I'm always exploring. I'm always testing stuff out. And yes, there is a lot of money heading for Solana. Yes, there's a lot of money heading for Ethereum and XRP. But all of those blockchains have had interruptions, right? That's just facts, right? This is just historical data facts. XRP probably being the least problematic out of the three, Solana probably being the most problematic, and Ethereum kind of falling in the middle. But I tell people, as Ethereum keeps making these updates, right, just like Google and Apple does every like other day, it seems like, we create another layer of code, another layer of code, another layer of code, patch, code. And you're getting so far away from the base code that's when glitches happen, right? That's where people like me find bugs, right? Yeah. And then that's why I started to learn more about code, because I'm like, wanted to be like, oh, can I fix this, or can I build something? And eventually it's like, yes, you can. I've built web pages and little teeny things. Now I want to build stuff that the world needs, right? Obviously, that's got to be a Bitcoin application, and it's got to be a good one. But anyway, all of these markets, right, eventually will come to proof of work systems, right? Because, like I said, all of these other networks can be gamed or have problems, like with the update syndrome. That's Ethereum's problem, right? You go back to your wallet or that smart contract, and it can be broken, right? Like, it just doesn't work anymore. It just stopped functioning. Had that happen many times with Ethereum tokens.
I agree with you, of course, but I want to ask you a question, right? Because you are a believer in proof of work, and I'm a believer too. And of course, we're also going to talk about quantum resistance, but there are also other proof of work coins out there, like, Digibyte, Decred, Zcash. What is your view actually on those others? And do you think they will never get a niche market or grow, or how do you actually view those other projects?
So I think Monero out of Decred, because Decred seems to be more developer minded, right? They understand the importance of the Lightning Network. They understand the importance of why Litecoin's important. That's why they added it into their repertoire of coins that they can work with. And they understand privacy, right? And
Yep.
again, anything that talks about privacy, I think, is important. I think Zcash is just Bitcoiners putting some of their money into something that, like we said, you can do. It is just like a switch. Then it's peer-to-peer private. But Monero is every transaction is obfuscated through the massive amount of hash data that goes through in those transactions, right? I think it's called RSA signatures, ring signatures or something like that, to be 100% precise. But that's where I think a lot of money goes into Litecoin and Monero, because people are going to understand why it is important to have your blockchain data private. And again, yes, there are other blockchains out there like Digibyte. I used to be a fan of Digibyte until I learned more about technology, and I don't want to dig on Digibyte too much. But that's why I just stopped becoming a huge fan. But the main reason is I go with metrics, right? Like we were just talking about, like if you go to these sites that tell you like the profitable chains, it's Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin. Pretty much it goes from the SHA-256 protocol, which is mainly Bitcoin, and then Script, and then it's like Litecoin, Dogecoin. Some people make money on Bell's coin. But
Ravencoin for RWA.
What's that?
Ravencoin.
Oh yeah, and I am still a holder of Ravencoin because it is proof of work, right? And I do think eventually that when people want to do what the initial what is it called? I just had a brain fart. NFT on Bitcoin.
Ordinals.
Ordinal, thank you. Like those are the things that should be built on, if you're going to build an ordinal on Bitcoin, it should be RWA related or an annuity or some type of like bond product, right? We've talked about this before. That's what I think is cool if you're going to use a lot of data on Bitcoin. If you're going to build something like that, cool. But you can do that on Ravencoin, and it's very easy to do, right? It's a few clicks, and you can do RWAs on Ravencoin. We showed it on the show, right? It's like click, 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 look. Oh, wow, I just made a real estate property into a token with like 5 clicks. There's not all these, gas fees. It's not super complicated like Ethereum, right? And it uses a totally different, I think it's X16 algorithm, if I'm not mistaken. Double check my math on that. I should say double check my computer architecture engineering on that one. But
I think I think we should now switch to quantum, because otherwise.
I know we have tailed way off into the distance. I totally forgot. We haven't gotten.
Maybe we should do a show on different crypto projects, like just dedicated to some.
Again,
some
we are going to talk about other ones for sure. Let's get back to the shows about. Yeah. Let's get into how powerful SHA-256 bit encryption really is. Okay, this guy made this video, I think I want to say there it is, 8 years ago, doing a breakdown of how powerful it is, and it's one of my favorite videos. I highly recommend following him. He's got tons of followers now, but if you aren't familiar with 3-1 Brown, here you go.
In the main video on cryptocurrencies, I made 2 references to situations where, in order to break a given piece of security, you would have to guess a specific string of 256 bits. One of these was in the context of digital signatures, and the other in the context of a cryptographic hash function. For example, if you want to find a message whose SHA-256 hash is some specific string of 256 bits, You have no better method than to just guess and check random messages. And this would require, on average, 2 to the 256 guesses. Now, this is a number so far removed from anything that we ever deal with that it can be hard to appreciate its size. But let's give it a try. 2 to the 256 is the same as 2 to the 32 multiplied by itself 8 times. Now, what's nice about that split is that 2 to 32 is 4 billion, which is at least a number we can think about, right? It's the kind of thing you might see in a headline. So all we need to do is appreciate what multiplying 4 billion times itself 8 successive
right
times really feels like. As many of you know, the GPU on your computer can let you run a whole bunch of computations in parallel incredibly quickly.
Now,
So if you were to
he's just
specially
making this up.
program a
This
GPU
is not a real
to run a
computer that he's gonna
cryptographic
say, but
hash
he'll explain
function
that
over
too.
and over, a really good one might be able to do a little less than 1 billion hashes per second. And let's say that you just take a bunch of those and cram your computer full of extra GPUs so that your computer can run 4 billion hashes per second. So the first 4 billion here is going to represent the number of hashes per second per computer. Now, picture 4 billion of these GPU-packed computers. For comparison, even though Google does not at all make their number of servers public, estimates have it somewhere in the single-digit millions. In reality, most of those servers are going to be much less powerful than our imagined GPU-packed machine. But let's say that Google replaced all of its millions of servers with a machine like this, then 4 billion machines would mean about 1,000 copies of this souped-up Google. Let's call that 1 kilogoogle worth of computing power. There's about 7.3 billion people on Earth. So next, imagine giving a little over half of every individual on Earth their own personal kilogoogle. Now, imagine 4 billion copies of this Earth.
Yeah, 4 billion
For
copies of
comparison,
this
the Milky
Earth.
Way has somewhere between 100 and 400 billion stars. We don't really know, but the estimates tend to be in that range. So this would be akin to a full 1% of every star in the galaxy having a copy of Earth, where half the people on that Earth have their own personal kilogoogle.
Yeah, okay.
Next, try to imagine 4 billion copies of the Milky Way. And we're going to call this your gigagalactic supercomputer, running about 2 to the 160 guesses every second. Now, 4 billion seconds, that's about 126.8 years. 4 billion of those, well, that's 507 billion years, which is about 37 times the age of the universe. So even if you were to have your GPU-packed kilogoogle per person multiplanetary gigagalactic computer guessing numbers for 37 times the age of the universe, it would still only have a 1 in 4 billion chance of finding the correct guess. By the way, the state of Bitcoin hashing these days is that all of the miners put together guess a rate of about 5 billion hashes per second. That corresponds to 1/3 of what I just described as a kilogoogle. This is not because there are actually billions of GPU-packed machines out there, but because miners actually use something that's about 1,000 times better than a GPU. Application-specific integrated circuits. These are pieces of hardware specifically designed for Bitcoin mining, for running a bunch of SHA-256 hashes, and nothing else. Turns out, there's a lot of efficiency gains to be had when you throw out the need for general computation and design your integrated circuits for one and only one task. Also, on the topic of large powers of 2 that I personally find it hard to get my mind around, this channel recently surpassed 2 to the 18th subscribers. And to engage a little more with some sub-portion of those 2 to the 18 people, I'm going to do a Q&A session. I've left a link in the description to a Reddit thread where you can post questions and upvote.
So that video is 8 years old. So him saying how much the hash rate was is like literally, it's way, 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 way higher even that now, right? So when people say, oh, it can be hacked. No, Bitcoin cannot be hacked. That's step one. Let's get to super quantum computers. Yes. Hey, let's get to the best quantum processor. I pulled up the article. This is the best one in the world, okay? Quantum record smash as scientists build mammoth 6,000 qubit system, right? That's amazing.
Works at room temperature.
Yes, the room temperature is the most fascinating part because of quantum, all of the other quantum computers that exist in the world at the moment run at like negative 273 Kelvin. Okay, so
they always claimed it was impossible with room temperature quantum computers.
Yeah,
and actually,
I never said that was not possible. I've never claimed that.
No.
I just my claims are based on numbers, right?
Just
tell people. Go ahead.
Can I do a side note? Okay, just as a side note for the conspiracy nuts out there.
Yeah.
Ashton Forbes, he does the alternative version of what happened to MH370, which I actually believe in.
Yep.
But on that plane, there were like a lot of scientists who were specialized in room temperature quantum computing who sort of disappeared with the plane.
Well, I didn't hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Oh, the MH370 plane that disappeared, it had sort of like a whole group of people, like scientists, who were focused on room temperature semiconductivity, who were sort of specialized.
Oh, yeah. Again, they're the whole, all of these sectors of science are about to explode, right? We all know that they exist, right? We all know that there's people utilizing them, whether they're here or other. Because just look to your skies, right? My buddy the other day said he looked up and he saw this thing like, and then he went inside, tell his family, they're like, you're nuts. They went outside, they're like, yeah. So again, well, there's tons of technology. Yeah, and again, there's also been documented, right? Like if you watch Skinwalker Ranch, right? Like these guys, the one guy's a NASA physicist, right? So I tell people, like, he's documented this kind of stuff. Like we've seen this object going through into like a wormhole and disappear, right? And it's like, where did it go? So this kind of stuff exists. But let's get back to quantum processing. We're kind of getting off on a tangent.
Right.
That's the best quantum processor, right? So let's get to the other part. Let me see if I have it up here. This is first actual quantum computer in like the world that's like available to use like full time. Okay. Here it is. It's the first IQM quantum computer in Italy. It's in Turin. But it is, where is it? I think it's 5 qubits. If I'm not mistaken, I can't find the line right now. Oh yeah, but here's where it runs at. Oh yeah, negative 273, right? Yeah, I don't see where it says. So here it just says it's just breaking down the difference between normal bits and qubits. Oh yeah, there it is. The 5 qubit quantum computer available to the world of research, industry, and academia, acquired thanks to a partnership between Politecnico di Torino, Links Foundation as an instrumental entity of the Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation. So basically, this is the Polytechnic Institute of Torino. That's my loose translation, if I'm not mistaken. Blue will go on outside later, buddy. Relax for just a little bit longer. But this is only a 5-bit processor, right? And it has to run at negative 273. I have another tab pulled up over here. And this is the one I want people to understand. Average runtime of average quantum processors. So let's see. Here's Blue. Lay down, please. He does this thing where he'll like lay his in your lap, and he just like breathes like heavy. Did you hear it?
No. But and then
it's almost like it's like somebody like weaning the phone, and it's like creepy. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Stop that. But he does it when he wants attention sometimes, and it's like it's so weird. But anyway, sorry, Blue. I had to drop the dime on your weirdness. I still love you. The average runtime, right, for superconducting qubits. These typically have a decoherence times of about 50 microseconds to several milliseconds. This limits their effective runtime. Yeah, no crap. So let's get down here where it's like some of the better ones. They're like, oh, it's like a few here it is, a few microseconds to a few seconds, depending on the processing requirements and qubit type. The actual computing window before errors become significant can range from microseconds to milliseconds. Are you all seeing what I'm reading here? I'm not worried about the blockchain being rolled back anytime soon when these are the standard runtimes for that computer that we're talking about, right? The one that they built can run for about, I think, 1 to 2 minutes. I think on a good day can run like 15 minutes. It's like, I'm still not worried. However, I have done research, and different AI models I used, one AI model said it will take a processor of at least 10 million to 100 million qubits, right? A couple models said somewhere between 100,000 and up, and then there was like one model that said like 10,000 qubits, and that was the model I could not believe, just because we just saw the video on how strong is 256-bit encryption. Oh, it's like super mega fortress strong, right? That's what I'm trying to convey to people. It is the most strong hashing algorithm next to SHA-3. And that's what will happen when they get closer, right? Once they get close, the miners will say, we're going to switch to SHA-3. And then once it gets to 51% consensus, they will all upgrade to SHA-3 hashing. And at that point, oh, no more quantum problem ever again. You can all sit down. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, the same technology that can be used to attack it can also be used to adopt and defend
exactly.
it. Right? So,
that's exactly what will happen.
That's the thing that people sort of miss. Like, you know, you can use these things to attack Bitcoin, but like, why would you do it? Because like you always say, there's much more juicier targets out there anyway. And then free, you know, if everybody's sort of invested in Bitcoin anyway, then you would use that same technology to defend it and not, you know, attack it. I mean, Michael Howell sort of pointed out that because China and the BRICS are moving onto a sort of gold-backed unit cryptocurrency system, that, you know, and China is very much invested in energy and in quantum, and maybe ahead of America, perhaps also with AI. I don't know, but they're head-to-head. That you know, China might use quantum and AI to attack Bitcoin because they want gold to succeed.
Oh yeah, they want to pump the price of gold. I mean, it's not a
great
outlandish theory.
Yeah,
it's not a super outlandish theory, but at the same time, you know, and there is a probability that they skip right over it. And you know, there's already scientists, because you know, as this is becoming a bigger, hotter topic, I've been, you know, even though I tell people I'm not an expert in, you know, quantum computers or anything like that. I'm just a technology researcher, and that's what I do. When I dig into a topic, I have to just eat. And the one article that I did read is that, you know, there is a couple of cryptographers out there that are working on quantum cryptography. So we might leapfrog right around SHA-3, and Bitcoin might get some type of, you know, and I said, this is actually one of my predictions from a couple years ago. Why can't we just get to quantum cryptography, right? And this guy's building what I kind of put out into the universe. And they haven't perfected it yet, but once quantum cryptography comes around, wow, like it's like, I think Bitcoin becomes like impervious to all types of attacks at that point, and it's like super impervious to anything. Like,
but okay, let's say you can't attack the chain or roll back the chain, right? That's what we're talking about. But what about individual wallets? Right? Because the organized media just raised the point, like, won't everyone have to move their funds to a new quantum resistant wallet? You know, like on the individual level, like how safe are the people, having their Bitcoin in self-custody on their cold wallet or a hot wallet or wherever they want to keep it. How safe is that with quantum computing and
Yeah,
maybe even with
again,
AI?
I always tell people, just like we've discussed this on the show, just with the tools that are out there and a good AI model, right? A good, not just a language model, it has to be language / like action model, but just with a couple of cyber attack tools and AI, you can destroy most of the banking sector right now. So if quantum computers can run for hours and hours in the future, the first things that will be attacked would be the things that have like almost zero cybersecurity, and that's most of the bank accounts in the world, most of the equity markets in the world. Even though the equities markets and the bond markets have way better encryption than your average bank account, they don't have, they're not built on 256 SHA cryptography, right? Elliptic curve cryptography. Like that's what makes Bitcoin totally different. Is from the foundation up and not strapped on top, right? Which is, like there's a new Chase commercial going out with encryption technology. I'm like, yeah. What does that BS mean? It's nothing. It's fancy marketing, but BS. That's what it is. Your Bitcoin address in and of itself, that hexadecimal address, as we just proved, is a bazillion times more secure than your bank account is right now, even if there was a super quantum processor that existed, right? Your bank account would be drained in seconds, right?
And then of course also, what most big whales or smart people do is they don't put it all in one basket, right? In one wallet, they spread their wallets, and maybe also
and even
different Litecoin.
Yeah, because I lost a lot of money with Celsius Network, but luckily I had that was the first thing I teach anybody when I'm teaching about Bitcoin and crypto is decentralize your funds, right? Like don't just have one hot wallet and it's all in there like that. Don't ever do that, right? Like old storage wallets, have hot wallets, because you are gonna, if you are somebody who's experimenting, you are gonna go play with Kraken, right? Like that's my new favorite exchange. Like they don't give me any money, but I just like them, right? Oh yeah, it reminds me, they have this thing right now. I can only give 5 away, right? I put up my link. It's no BS. They're giving away $125 worth of Bitcoin. Like they're only doing it 5 per customer. But Kraken clearly made a lot of money on some of those dips, right? They're like, Merry Christmas. But if you click on that link, that's no BS. I read the details on it. They're like, you sign up for, oh yeah, there it is. If you sign up for, I don't get anything. You get $125 worth of BTC. I'm pretty sure I don't get anything out of the deal, right? But it's legitimate. I literally says that in 14 days, they review. You got to basically set up a Kraken account, of course. And once your Kraken account set up, in 14 days, you get the 125 worth of Bitcoin. And I was like, there's no way they can do this for like unlimited people. And then I looked in the app the other day, it was like 0 of 5. And I was like, okay, 5, like, what's that? Like 5 times.
Well, that was a lot. A lot of these exchanges, they make these. I think I forgot which one it was, but some of these Asian exchanges, they say like you can win like $1,000 if you create a wallet or an account here, and then you
or they say we'll give you 1,000 Bitcoin, and you're like, yeah, okay, no.
Yeah. No, but and then you sort of look at the small print, and then it's sort of you have to do this and you have to do that, and then eventually you get like $30 or less, like $10 or something. But
yeah,
eventually,
over the last 10 years, even these major exchanges, when they do give Bitcoin for signing up, to always like $20 to $30.
Yeah,
that's about it. The max maybe been like 100 when it was like sub 20K, right?
Yeah.
But Kraken's giving away like for me, I guess that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 500. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that another 125? So $625 per Kraken customer. So, you know, somebody who has a Kraken account, I'll be like, hey, send me one of those invites, because why wouldn't you take it? Because you could just literally wait the 14 days.
Yeah.
Take $100 of the Bitcoin out, keep 25 in there, and, you know, play around with it. You know,
and then
do something with it.
I think we already answered this question, but the organized media asked, like, but certain actors might want to harm Bitcoin, not just for the value of the theft, right? So I think he's, you know, what we just talked about, China, you know, with the gold-backed currency, they might want to discredit Bitcoin, you know, claim that it's unsafe and, you know, uncertain.
And they did that, right? The guy with the clip from, I guess it was like 2019, is like, if Bitcoin becomes a standard, everyone will die. And you're like, what? Bro? Okay, well, guess what? It's becoming the standard. We're all still here, bro. What happened? Your theory, there you go. Your theory was disproven pretty rapidly, bro. And that was the point, right? Where, you know, a lot of people in the space, the smart people in the space, from top to bottom, myself included, were like, you guys are making the biggest like economic error in the history of economic errors, right? And Singapore followed suit, right? Like there's that picture going around like from a few weeks ago of them, like, you know, rolling, getting the steamrollers out and rolling all over those ASICs, and it's like, oh, what are you guys doing?
Was, I think it was Malaysia.
Oh, Malaysia. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Malaysia, not Indonesia, or Singapore rather. But yeah, again, these are countries that are going to rue the day that they did these things. It's you're banning yourself, right? This report came out from Sweden, right? You can only ban yourself from Bitcoin. You can't ban anyone else from Bitcoin. And it's so pervasive now that when anyone says it, I just laugh in their face. Oh, the government will stop it. I'm like, it's laughable. It's like, yeah, you're going to stop air too, bro? Is that where you're going to stop? You're going to stop people breathing next? Good luck with that one.
And then Daniel Batten, he pointed out like that Bhutan, you know, Bhutan is like El Salvador. It's sort of like the Asian cousin of El Salvador. Like it's like at the forefront of
not
Bitcoin.
Stupid,
and
man. They get it.
And they are what was it? They are making basically when with COVID hit and their industry, the tourist industry, sort of collapsed because no tourism was coming to Bhutan anymore because nobody, you know, everybody was locked in and, you know, and broke. Basically, Bitcoin saved their economy during that crash, even though the IMF said, like, you know, don't adopt it, you know, you will, you know,
it's going to hurt you.
It will hurt you. And then it turns out they're building a new airport with the profits. They're giving all their government employees like a 50% raise.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Bitcoin's horrible.
They actually also are going to build a mindfulness resort, like a very luxurious, I think the biggest in the world, you know, with Bitcoin profits. Because they don't do GDP, but a happiness index, right? So I think their happiness index just, you know, shot through the moon.
Oh yeah, it's following the Bitcoin chart, bro, for realsies. I mean, this is just, again, just proving everything we talk about, everything Daniel Battens talks about, right? We're kind of, like we said, on that same wavelength where we realize like all the energy companies in the world, once they figure out they can make money off of their excess reserve energy, which if it's hydroelectric, wind, the oil, gas industry, literally every sector, it's a no-brainer. Why wouldn't you do this, right? Why wouldn't you be making money on all this wasted energy? There you go. 10,000 Bitcoin worth $1 billion to fund a mindfulness city. And this is because they've taken their excess reserve power and they've strapped into the most powerful protocol in the world, right? And this will, again, continue to happen. Like we know the UAE, Saudi Aramco, all of these Middle Eastern countries that have huge solar farms, huge wind farms, huge oil and gas infrastructure. They have tons of methane flare. They will do the same thing with all of their energy sectors. And what happens? Bitcoin network gets stronger and stronger, and those in that video, he was like 5 billion. Let's get back to the hash rate chart, right? This is one of my favorite things, like to pull up to show people. It's like, oh yeah, we're not there anymore. Here's where we are, right? This is where we're at now, right? Let's get down to the nitty gritty. We're at zettahash, right? 1 sextillion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 zeros per second. That's how many hashes are running per second. Yeah, so when people are like, I hack Bitcoin, I'm like, no, bro. No, you're not. You don't even know one line of code. Please sit down, right? Like, it's not happening.
And then, okay, wait. There was also somebody, I love Luke Groman. Actually, I think he's a very smart guy.
Again, Luke, what happened to you, bro?
Yeah,
you're proving you're a boomer in your techno savviness, bro. Like,
yeah, but
I'm just saying,
I think
it's proving you don't have to be 70 and up to be a boomer.
I think he was Matty from TFTC. He sort of did a rebuke of Luke Groman, but I think Luke Groman was influenced by Ray Dalio, because I think Ray Dalio started talking about the quantum threat out there, and that.
Ray is a boomer and doesn't know anything about Bitcoin. He just knows that I'd be stupid not to hold it now because every bank in the world's about to sell it. Like, duh. But let's also again, when I tell people metrics are important. Let's just look at Litecoin's hash rate, right? Like, it just hit a new all-time high just like a couple weeks ago, right? Like, yeah, there it is. Look at that, December 6th, 3.94 petahashes. And now let's we didn't go over every hash zone, but look at a petahash, 1 quadrillion hashes a second. So when people say nobody's using Litecoin, I'm like, okay, you need to take a couple steps back. Let's learn some computer science, right? Yes, lots of people are using Litecoin, clearly. That's like 1 quadrillion hashes per second. Somebody's using it.
I think what you sort of said, boomers, but the general public, I think 90% or maybe even 95% of the public, they have no idea what all of this means, right? They have no idea. Like the video explained, how many galaxies you would need to basically hack Bitcoin with current
to actually
means.
Get to a key, actually to get the correct hash,
because these numbers are just sort of mind-boggling, right?
They're so massive. It's like, how is that even possible?
So they think okay, it's like your computer, and your computer can get hacked, so everything digital can get hacked. I'll buy gold. Right? So that's sort of the logic.
That is, and then again, there is no fallacy to that logic. That's very like we said, if all things break down and we have some broken event, that's literally people will trade silver and gold for goods and services. That's just facts. But the Bitcoiners of the world will still figure out how to be in Bitcoin transactions because remember, Bitcoin has satellites running in the nodes, right? We got satellites running the ledger, and more and more. I mean, let's be very clear. I'm pretty sure Restream and other companies, and SpaceX will be one of those companies that will be putting the ledger in space some more. Makes it more decentralized, makes it more secure. Now everyone's on board with my solar bases in space and data centers in space because of, guess what? Oh, it's a negative 273. Duh. You don't need to keep all these air conditioning units in there. It stays cool because it's space.
And places like Greenland and some very cold places on planet Earth.
Oh yeah,
but,
I mean,
And you got like solar, you can get solar energy all the time from the sun, and talking about the sun, right? So I think I agree with you that quantum is not the big threat for Bitcoin. I think AI is also not per se a big threat for Bitcoin. But what about solar storms, right? Because the sun is turning more active by the day. And so how do you see, because a lot of people are saying like, yeah, but what about solar storms? Like, what would you answer to those people?
And again, this makes Bitcoin superior to like all the other digital assets that are out there, right? And any proof of work chain, right? If we do have some type of event, and this why Bitcoin's at the top, I'm pretty sure those satellites are hardened for EM. They've got some type of Faraday cage built in there, right, to protect. I mean, Coinbase does this standard for their like big clients, right? They make sure they can't be EMP attacked or anything like that. And but again, this is what makes Bitcoin superior. If we do have some type of massive solar flare and we do have another either power or broadband event, everything gets wiped out. Like it goes erased. Right? Like there's not like all those servers, they go down and they're not like, there's no backup to the backups, right? Like there's not a third backup in the chain, right? So all of that, equities, bonds, securities, all that, all the ETFs, poof, gone. Bitcoin, Litecoin, anything that's proof of work, when the power comes back on, especially Bitcoin, and I would venture Litecoin as well. All the UTXOs are still written into the chain, so the chain just was offline. That's all.
But then people would say, okay, but during the blackouts, you can only use gold and silver, and you can't use Bitcoin to transact, or
Well, again,
blah, blah, blah.
It depends like how far, how huge of a massive power fluctuations we have, right? Like do we have complete no power, then yeah, at that point it's not looking good for nobody, right?
That would also be my answer, right? I mean, gold and money wouldn't be at the top of your list to worry about.
Like you're looking for water and food at that point. You're not like, oh, how much gold and silver do I have now? You're like, water, food, bullets.
and then even if you do have gold, right, you might actually get killed because you own gold and silver.
Yeah, because
right?
people like see you're hoarding gold and they're like, we want your gold. And those people are just as dumb as the people that hoarded all the gold. You should be looking for water and food and learning how to build shelters, right? Like I know how to build water purification systems, not massive ones, but I can build ones for like 5 or 10 people to like take river water and clean it. Do you know how to do stuff like that? I tell people, they're like, no. It's like, yeah, well, you better read some books. Because those kinds of life skills sets, if those events happen, guess what? You become super duper valuable, right? People are like, no, you don't kill that guy. That guy knows lots of stuff.
That's true.
And again, you are at the top of the food chain like instantly because you know stuff that 99% of the public has no clue about. And I know there's people that have skill sets that I don't have, right? Like I don't know how to make bullets. There's people that know how to make their own bullets, right? Like those people, they're boom. If that kind of stuff happens, they're right at the top of the food chain. People that know how to clean water, people that know how to make weapons, right? I don't know how to make weapons and build shelters. That's why I tell people I have experience in survival, shelter building, and stuff like that.
Make yourself indispensable by Bitcoin. And
that's what eventually happens. If you get enough Bitcoin, you're like, I'm going to build my citadel, right? Out in the middle of nowhere and live off the land, right? Like, that's like every Bitcoin maxie's dream, right? And
But to come back to the silver, right? The reason that silver spiked is basically because there's so much industrial demand coming from robotics and AI. At least that's my take, that they can't keep up.
Because you can't use gold anymore, right? Gold's now like nobody's using gold. Like, let's be clear. It's unless like artwork or jewelry, nobody's putting gold in electronics, because now your receiver goes from being $3,000 to $10,000. It's like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't sell this receiver anymore. Right? I can't sell this computer anymore because it's literally just the quarter of an ounce of gold in there makes the price of the retail go up literally $1,000 extra. It makes no sense. So yeah,
So do you
silver.
think? So what you're saying is actually that silver went up because gold went up, and then gold can't be used anymore as in industry, so silver has to make up the difference. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
because
mean,
I was sort of reading it the other way around. So if silver sort
like
of spikes,
if you're AMD,
doesn't
or
gold
if
have to go
you're
down?
yeah, if you're any one of these companies that they build circuits or build chips or build any types of computer, you have to buy the gold. Like, why would you keep using a product that keeps going up when silver has almost the same identical properties when it comes to connectivity, et cetera, down the list, and it costs like literally 400x less. Like, it's a no-brainer. And again, if silver hits a certain price point, it becomes another precious metal if they have come across it in the universe, whatever that metal might be. But right now, it does look like it's silver because gold, palladium, all these other precious metals, they're just becoming more in demand, and there's too much speculation in those markets. So again, I'm of the opinion that they keep finding more because the price goes up, they mine more, they find more. That's just how it's going to happen. Is the price going to keep going up for gold? My opinion, I think we're forming a double top, and no. Other people like Peter Schiff will say it's going to 10,000. I don't see that happening. I just don't, unless we have like a major, horrible events happen. And I don't like talking those things. But if those things happen, yeah, gold goes to 100K an ounce. Duh. But that's for like what? Maybe a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, and then it's like no one cares about those things like we discussed. The people care about do I have water? Do I have food? Do I have shelter? And can I defend against the crazy people that are just going to be like, now it's pure anarchy and I'll do whatever I want. Where there's always going to be a cadre, of the society that feels that way, right? It's probably going to be like a 70-30 or 80-20 split, but there's going to be a huge portion of society that's like, it's 10 days, let's go crazy. And a lot of people are not. So it's like, at that point, is gold worth anything? No, I think that's when gold and everything possibly goes to zero at that point. But if you can still get a generator on and we still do have mobile towers functioning, Bitcoin can still be used. Litecoin can still be used. And this is another reason I've been saying for years, we need to open up the mesh networks, because if we open up the mesh networks, then it doesn't matter, right? Because as long as you can get a generator and power up your phone, then we can still do peer-to-peer Bluetooth transactions, just like BitChat. That's why BitChat has saved Jamaica, right? It saved, what was it, Nepal. It saved Madagascar, right? I'm pretty sure it helped in Madagascar too, if I'm not mistaken.
The Sumer revolutions.
It's proving my point that we need to have these Bluetooth mesh nets unlocked for security purposes, right? Like, if there's a tsunami, if there's earthquakes, if we have an attack, right? Funnily enough, I'm at the mountaintop. Who's the only other person that's like at the mountaintop with me? Dick Wolf. Guess what FBI was about this week? Oh, these American-born terrorists attack a broadband center and they shut down the internet in New York, like almost those people did in FBI when they had all those fake SIM cards launched, right? And the FBI caught those people. Well, guess what? Dick Wolf read about that and he was like, holy moly, if the internet or the mobile net gets attacked, it would create chaos. And that's what the whole episode was about. And it was like, whoa, So Dick Wolf's paying attention. Are you paying attention? Right? That's why bit chat. All right. That's so getting to the point where you were saying, if we get to a point where there's zero power, yeah, it's there's lots of moves about that, right? But I don't think that's ever a possibility, just because, you know, the way technology works and the way things can be shielded, right? Like you could be behind a mountain range, and if this solar flare comes at this angle, all of that energy could be absorbed by that mountain range that you live nearby, and that whole town could be fully operational as long as they've got, you know, a hydro power a facility nearby, and it's tied into a substation and it's all looped in. They could be cool, right? Like I just know that that's how energy pulses work, right? Like not everything's going to get zapped out. And as long as you could charge up your phone and you got chat, guess what? Bitcoin's still working in the, you know, in the neo dark ages, right? Because Jack Dorsey's a smart dude and built a product that helps protect us from even your government getting too big for its britches.
And I think also, you know, with the gold-backed cryptocurrency, that cryptocurrency better also be quantum proof, because otherwise that whole plan falls apart, right?
Well, again, we talked about gold-backed coins. Australia's tried it. Several other countries have tried this. It never works because the people who are interested in gold don't know what Ethereum is, don't know what an ERC20 is, don't know how to even get near all of that. That's just like I'm speaking Latin to them, right? Like what? What's an ERC20?
Well, yeah, maybe China knows, right? China is pretty advanced, you know, with robots.
Yeah, probably. But what are they doing? They built a digital yuan. They didn't build digital gold. Because why do I always say what's the biggest flaw to like making tokenized gold? Oh, now it's on an open ledger and we can take inventory anytime we want. Oh no, we don't like that, because then you know how much gold we actually do or don't have. And that's my favorite thing about China is they're right. This is the one thing I always warn people buying gold is if it's got any, I don't mean to diss China, but if it's Asian characters, you better be careful, because how many videos do we have online of somebody's bought wrapped tungsten, they've bought wrapped whatever type of heavy metal, and it's not gold, right? And you're getting scammed.
But you can even see it like with economics, right? Because China is sort of, it took a page from America, like how America ran the world for the past 50 years. And then they did the same thing, only on turbocharger mode. Like, you know, they basically did exactly the same thing the West did, only like way worse. And so like what you say, like China is very good at taking ideas and then taking them to the next level.
Oh yeah, and let's be very clear. And when people, you see these videos when people saying, you know, they're going to create these CBDCs that can limit your whatever your actions. This isn't science fiction, right? This is already happening in China. There was a whole bunch of Chinese citizens in 2023 that were going to go protest because the banks were collapsing, and the government found out by having access to their WeChats, and guess what? They shut off all of their passes for the rail system, and they couldn't travel for like 10 days until they let them calm down, and then they're like, oh, you're all calm now, bloop, 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 and then they turned all their passes back on. So it's like, this isn't science fiction. China is already doing it to its citizens, right? And they do this daily. We showed the videos a couple episodes ago where, you know, China's not the only ones doing this now. Vietnam is locked somewhere between 60 to 80 million of their citizens out of their bank accounts because they won't give up biometric data. And I've said to this many, many times, you should want to, we do need to figure out digital identity but it should be in a decentralized manner, so it's much safer and much more secure, right? So if there is a central point of failure, no one can just scoop up all of these digital IDs, right? Like that's the whole point. If we make it centralized, then it's just going to be another honeypot for hackers to want to attack.
Yeah, and it will be
but
abused
80
if I
million
don't.
people don't have money now in Vietnam.
Yeah.
They're living in homelessness because the future is going like this. And I get it. I understand why these people are skeptical, because they don't want to be shut out, but at the same time they were shut out, right? Like and that's the worst part of it all. They were trying to buck the system and take a bold stance against, you know, being forced into this new type of technology, which I understand and I agree. You should have a right to transact how you should feel. If you still want to use paper money, that should be your option, and that shouldn't be off the table anytime soon, right? Like I'm not a fan of paper money. You know this. Everybody knows this. I'm not a fan of paper money, but it's still a tool and it still works, right? In many markets, paper money still works, right? And like I said, again, cutting these people off completely is inhumane. It violates their human rights. And Bitcoin really does fix this. I think once these 80 million people, I know not all 80 million are going to dust themselves off like in 2 days and figure this out, but I know a big cadre of them are going to, and they will figure out Bitcoin, and they will figure out Litecoin and all these other products and protocols out there that can make their banking life easy, because Vietnam is one of the bigger markets for crypto in the world. And that's another thing nobody's talking about. This is like the sleeping dragon right now when it comes to Southeast Asia, is that we have close to 100 million people that when just a couple, like 5 to 10% of them figure out, we don't need these guys anymore, what do you think is going to happen to Bitcoin?
Yeah. And the same thing actually happened in Thailand. They did the same thing as Vietnam, only I think a little bit less. You know, it was not like 80 million, but like 10 million or something. That they
it's still a lot of people.
It's still a lot of people, yeah, or 20 million. I forgot, but you know, yeah, these people will wake up to the abuse the system allows.
I mean,
for.
if you add up the people in Vietnam, right, the people in Thailand, the people in China that can be turned on or turned off at any moment, you're talking like 1/10 of a billion people. Like this is a major issue right now. Nobody in the media is talking about, right? Like we're talking about 1/10 of a billion people can have their finances shut down anytime. And guess what? Not just shut down anytime. A huge portion of them have been totally banned from doing financial transactions, right? 100%. And this is not only, like I just said, a violation of their human rights. This is why we have to talk about the digital Bill of Rights. And this is number one, is the freedom to transact openly and anytime I want to. And again, why do, the billionaires and the millionaires of the world, they can buy whatever they want. No one bats an eye. You go to the bank in many parts of the world right now, whether it's the UK, Australia, Europe, the United States, and you ask for like over $10,000 cash, they'll be like, what do you need it for? It's none of your damn business.
Yeah.
It's none of your damn business.
No, absolutely. And then I think in one of our previous episodes, I think it was Fry or somebody else, but there was this discussion about privacy coins and should they be allowed because it gives maybe too much privacy to people. But we've been running societies on cash forever, and it went fine, right? And cash was perfectly private for a very long time.
Like you could still put those gold coins somewhere, right? Like, and they could be safe, and that was done for silver and gold and even copper coins for hundreds, if not like probably like 1,000 years of history. All of those were good forms of money until you wanted to scale your business. As soon as you wanted to scale your business, it's like, whoa, I can move all this heavy stuff with me to every spot I go. It's just like, add my goods and my security. Now I need security for not only for my goods, I need security for my money, right? Like that's why paper money came about. And I think it was like, I want to say 800 years ago, Genghis Khan, I think the first one ever, was it was like deer hide, and they just like did fancy pictures on the deer hide, and then eventually it got reduced into like paper notes within like 50 years of that first deer skin, because they were like, it just made no sense to keep handing like all of this tons of like gold or silver, bronze for the wedding party or for whatever, if it was some type
Yeah,
of
I think it was the Ming Dynasty, yeah.
Say
And
that
they
again?
had like a huge, they also had like a huge area, right? So paper money
Oh,
makes
yeah.
a lot of sense if you have like a world empire.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
there's-
They were, after the British, they had the biggest empire in the world.
There's an amazing special on, I think it's either Hulu, I think it's on Nat Geo, on the secret. I think they call it. I think it's called. Oh, of course, right now, I'm losing the internet. There we go. I think it's the secret history of Empire, and it was phenomenal. Highly recommend a history nerdazoid like me. Totally worth watching. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Yes, no, Bitcoin won't be hacked by quantum computers anytime soon. I even did a little Q&A session yesterday with ChatGPT, and she was kind of in concurrent with me that it's 20 to 30 years off before we can even get close to hacking a 128-bit encrypted key, let alone a 256-bit encrypted key, right? As you saw through the video we showed, literally it's like 4 billion factor. What is it? 4 billion times 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 4 billion times. It's like a vastly huge ass number, right? And the computational power just alone to have with just these non-quantum supercomputers, right, is unfathomable. So again, until we get to a processor, a quantum processor, that can run all the time, right, or 24/7, because that's what it would need, right? Let's be very clear. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna turn on, it's gonna roll back the code in like 10 seconds. Like, no, it's not happening. It has to run full time. B, it has to, at least in my opinion, have somewhere near 1 million qubits processor that can run stably at hopefully room temperature, which they supposedly can do by splitting these lasers, which is pretty cool stuff. Read the article. Yep. I will give you that article. 3, it can't just be on for a second, right? Like, yeah, it's got to run for 24/7. It's got to get up to like 1 million qubits. And what's the other thing? And you still have to have like a bunch of those to even get close to what you want to do.
True. And then even if you can, there would be much
just
more
not
interesting targets.
Like the one we saw from Italy, right? First ICM one, it's a 5-qubit processor. We read that article a couple weeks ago. They, I think, said they decrypted it was a 2-bit key. I was like,
yeah,
what? Like, no one cares. Like, that's like 100x off of where we're talking about. And the people like Luke Groman and all these people, they're being alarmed in technology. I'm sorry, they just don't. If Samson Mao is agreeing with me and Adam Back is agreeing with me, who do you think's right on this issue? The top cryptographers in the world? I mean, I'm not that smart, but I'm a pretty smart dude. Or those that know nothing about Bitcoin. And that's how we're going to end the show.
I'm now going to try
thank you
to
to
run
my co-host.
It was a pleasure.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if it works.
Oh, okay. Thanks
No,
to my co-host. Thanks to Bitcoin Live. Thanks to everyone that's watching. And the Saturday, right?
Yes. Saturday, 8 p.m. CET, and that is 2 p.m. EST. And yeah, we're gonna drop out without an intro or an outro because for some reason Restream
Oh yeah,
doesn't work
no
with me.
worries. So it's just gonna go whoosh to black.
Yeah, was fun. Take care.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the real ones stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net web, evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the real ones stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation. New era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleeps. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off cold Bitflow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the real ones stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, Yeah, I'm dual stacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, mid sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Mid sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your stats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Sign us verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, it's BTC. Mid sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builder's lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it raw. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flaunt. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen boards. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Future finance in motion. Real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction. Just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated in sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking down. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah. Real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. Begin as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train. Own your name, claim your change. Digital roots never wash away. It's that freedom with a brand new flame. Now you own your name.
They talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you be in that's bound,
You
click beans, one start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
On your name like it ain't on chain. BNS1, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
On your name, claim your chain.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name.
Yeah, zone 5, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS1,
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way, no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. Do organized warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity 4. Clarity 4, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more, we evolve together. Clarity 4, we moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, let's go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more, we evolve together. Clarity 4, does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes address, lock that game. SP don't beat O's, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Innovation is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade, season clarity for a night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core. Speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity 4. clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world, where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleeps. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bitflow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transit in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action. It's BTC, meant sustainable traction. Different steps to Bitcoin, watch it align. Proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Yeah, equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, accept that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom immense. We bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks defenses. BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains, active yielding BTC. That's pure traction, self-custody flow. No centralized action is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm. In the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line. Yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builder's lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. You're in BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah, yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah, 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 Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S-point stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flaunt. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen boards. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 find is emotion. Real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction. Just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. Begin as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Break bread in, now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk Logan, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you be in that's bound,
You forever.
click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone follow them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. my name on the line.
Your night.
Yeah.
Your night. Your night. Own your name.
Yeah.
Claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way. No way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity 4. Clarity 4, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4, we moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, let's go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance roar. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4, does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes address, lock that game. SP, the POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Innovation is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade, season clarity for night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core. Speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source. This the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther. We control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Now the trend is a net web, evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation. New era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the whole bank sleeps. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bitflow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of trends in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your stats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. FTX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, accept, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts. In time we ain't changing the code, just expanding the crime. Bitcoin productive the paradigm. Bitcoin productive the paradigm. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. You're the BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, back it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up, STX, back it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need love. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Future finance in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just use stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On chain move and keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Just you stacking down. Just you stacking down. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. Begin as one, we ain't play no game. From stack to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
It's that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
Break bread in, now you own your name.
Yeah, they talk logging, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click beans one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train.
Yeah.
Own your name, claim your change.
Yeah.
Digital roots never wash away.
Yeah.
This that freedom with a brand new flame.
Yeah.
You ain't written, now you own your name. Oh.
Yeah, zone fire, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID.
Yeah.
This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way. No way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. Do organize, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity for. Clarity for. high demand, new built-ins. Fast, cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. We moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, less go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4. High demand, new built-ins. Fast, cold, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4. From the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. Does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, don't we O's, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CK be watching devs in frame. Interface is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade season, clarity for night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core. Speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow
chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleeps. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off cold bit flow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chains stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, it's BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. FTX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign, a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, it's BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust, fall, no paper. Call, we proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent math. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builders lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Beast spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls and the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it wrong. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flow. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a having heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. DeOrganized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Future finance in motion. Real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction. Just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. Depth of power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated, and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying a stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Built for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just your stacking day. Let your crypto come alive. Just your stacking day. Liquid yield on the rise. Just your stacking day. Smarter way that it flows. Yeah, real rewards, no delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Just your stacking down. Yeah. Smarter way that it flows. No delay. Stacking down. Let's go. Future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train. Own your name, claim your chain. Digital roots never wash away. It's that freedom with a brand new flame. Break bread in, now you own your name.
They talk login, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you BNS bound,
You forever.
click BNS one, start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. BNS one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train. Own your name, claim your chain. Digital roots never wash away. This that freedom with a brand new flame. You ain't written, now you own your name.
Zone 5, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace balls, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Venus one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID. This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way. No way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity 4. Clarity 4, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity 4, From the lab to the floor, syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. We moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, let's go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity 4. High demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better win. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friend. Clarity 4. From the lab to the floor, syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more. We evolve together. Clarity 4. Does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, don't POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Interface is the name of the game. For the builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once. Last forever, right. Devs unite, the code ignite. It's upgrade season, clarity for a night. Send your control block, budget reset. Rider 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4. From the base to the core, speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar. Vote on chain, clarity 4. Yeah, clarity 4. We break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call. Stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Clarity for our legacy.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net web, evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the
the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
No ceiling, no borders, it's the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain. This the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off cold bit flow. Now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. Yeah, Bitcoin on the base layer, stacks on the surface. We build bridges, not banks. Let's make Bitcoin productive. Dual stacking, yeah, I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction, self-custody flow, no centralized action, there's BTC, meant sustainable traction, different state of Bitcoin, watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme, stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time, we making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah, born from the block where the hashes don't sleep, I keep my keys cold, yeah, security deep, but my capital's chilling, I had to make it leap, so I bridged that BTC, now the yield runs steep, no custodian holding sign, assess rolling, threshold 6 glowing, the network is golden, 1-1 ratio, cause the only omen. Now my Bitcoin working while the chain stay open. Stacks in the system, synergy divine. SDX boost, watch the curve incline. Reward function clean like math in the shrine. Pox be the priest, blessings paid in time. I'm dual stacking, both chains active, yielding BTC. That's pure attraction, self-custody flow. No centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, infra that Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. Equation in motion, M equals power. Boost that multiplier, compounded by the hour. Square root curve, keep the whales from the tower. Every user eats decentralization's flower. SDX, BTC, ratio divine. Yield boost, climbing, that's design refined. Retailer will get your seat in line. We stacking all sides of the capital spine. No fork, no fuss, no trust, I must. Signers verify, no man to bust. SBT flowing, that's DeFi dust. Turn idle sats to an engine of trust. Decentralized sign a set, that's consensus. Economic alignment, relentless from liquidity lock to freedom. Immense, we bridge Bitcoin's peace with stacks, defenses, BTC in the wallet, yield in motion. Code is the law, that's proof through devotion. We ain't selling hype, we are building an ocean. Liquidity deep, that's Bitcoin promotion. Jacking both chains active, yielding BTC, that's pure attraction. Self-custody flow, no centralized action, is BTC. Meant sustainable traction, different steps to Bitcoin. Watch it align, proof of transfer in the rhythm, in the rhyme. Stack your sats and your stacks at the same damn time. We making Bitcoin productive, bottom line, yeah. No trust fall, no paper call. We proof it all from mainnet walls to DeFi halls. BTC yield, but the code stands tall. That stacks evolution, the protocol ball. Governance adaptive, transparent mad. Align the incentives, clear the path. DeFi composable, the builder's lab. Cause Bitcoin finally got a yield that lasts. It's the bridge between two worlds that rhyme. Sound money meet smart contracts in time. We ain't changing the code, just expanding the climb. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Bitcoin productive, the paradigm. Yeah. Non-dual stacking, no cap, no slacking. Yielding BTC, that's satisfaction. You're from proof to profit. The blocks keep stacking, Bitcoin and stacks. Perfectly matching us, BTC. Stack it up, STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin going up. SBTC, stack it up. STX, stack it up. Dual stacking, level up. This is Bitcoin growing up. Yeah. Bitcoin productive. Stacks align. The next chapter is dual stacking. DeOrganized. We live on chain. Yeah. Be spaghetti, stay punk. No kings, no masters, just Bitcoin and funk. Cypherpunk code in my blood like rust. We don't need your trust, we build or bust. Wait. OG bulls in
the bears in the pit. Whales in the deep with the code legit. Stacks on the chain, every block we commit. Hell in the noise, keep the system lit. Got S points stacking like bricks on a wall. Every mint a story, every holder stands tall. Club doors open, but you earn that call. Punk in the code, that's a digital brawl. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Build it raw, keep it loud, keep it raw. From the stack to the chain, raise your cup, don't flunk. We don't need permission, we just function. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Bitcoin beats in the basement funk. When the market's dip, we double up. Cause truth don't die, we just punch back up. Pixel art soul with a have and heart. Every drop's a drop kick, decentralized art. Got the goats, got the gang, got the club on fire. Every trade's a badge, every holder's a wire. They said NFTs are dead, we said bet. We meant meaning, they meant that. We burn the bridge and then we build the jet. On Bitcoin time, that's the safest bet. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Write your name in the mempool funk. From bears to bulls, we don't need luck. We fork the rules and we call it love. Be spaghetti, stay punk. Builders bleed orange, never run amok. When you see that mic, know it's spun by trust. The organized crew, that's the upper crust. Freedom's messy, sauce on the floor. Cypher hands greasy, but we open the door. No gatekeepers, no overlords. We're cooking code on the kitchen board. Spaghetti in the stack, punk in the heart. Bitcoin layer 2 where we play our part. So spin that chain, let the blocks restart. We the chaos, we the art. Be spaghetti, stay punk. 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 Divine is in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. DeFi power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there, let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there, liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there, instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay, stacking there. Let's go. Yo, unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying your stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. DeFi future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise.
future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down. Yeah. Stacks on the chain, we don't play the same. Digital roots, my name on the block, never fade.
Identity's money now. Say it with me. Own your name. Own your name, lock it in on chain. Being as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train. Own your name, claim your change. Digital roots never wash away. It's that freedom with a brand new flame. Ring, ring, now you own your name.
They talk logging, I talk ledger. ID on Bitcoin, that's pressure. No gatekeeper, no federal measure. When you be in that's bound,
You forever.
click beans, one start claiming that spot. Your name be on the plot. Stacks underneath, yeah, the foundation's hot. On chain proof, ain't no reset button to drop. We talk gamma, we talk locker. Trust machines, yeah, we walk proper. Ecosystem tight like a code locker. Every bit I spit is a blockchain offer. You ain't just a user, you created now. Your name a passport, wear it proud. One click to mint, one click to shine. Identity mine on a Bitcoin.
Own your name, lock it in on chain. Being as one, we ain't play no game. From stacks to Bitcoin, let the people reign. Decentralized, so we gon' ride this train. Own your name, claim your chain. Digital roots never wash away. This that freedom with a brand new flame. You ain't written, now you own your name.
Zone 5, load them known worldwide. My handle ain't Twitter, it's on chain pride. No blue check fee, no corporate ride. I got truth in my wallet, I don't hide. Namespace pause, launch my own. DeOrganized mic
In the data zone,
Bean is one, that's the home where builders get known.
the names get grown. Soul in the stack, ain't no fake ID. This that real world proof for me. You can scan that hash, see my legacy. Every verse signed cryptographically.
I ain't just a number 99. I'm a name that live forever on Bitcoin blog. Say my handle when you see me shine.
BNS one.
My name on the line. My name on the line. Yeah.
Own your name,
Yeah.
claim your chain. We ain't renting digital space. No way, no way. Stacks in Bitcoin, bridging the flame. DeOrganized, warrior on your name.
We built on Bitcoin, no permission needed. Code so clean, the mission completed. Sipped on 3, yeah, it's time for more. Turn it up, let's vote clarity for. Clarity for, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity for, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more, we evolve together. Clarity for, we moving fast, that next gen mode. Contract, hash check, seal that code. Restrict those assets, logic load. Backward compatible, never explode. Better syntax, smoother flow. Dev life easy, less stress, let's go. Cleaner function, safer show. Stacking blocks like a pro, we know. Clarity for, high demand, new built-ins. Fast code, low gas, better wins. Stacks upgrade, we rise again. Vote on chain, yeah, bring your friends. Clarity for, from the lab to the floor. Syntax sharp, performance raw. Say yes if you're ready for more, we evolve together. Clarity for, does vote, push that chain. Leather or X verse, choose your lane. Yes, address, lock that game. SP, don't POs, make it rain. BTC votes still count the same. Stacks governance, we play this game. CKB watching devs in frame. Interface is the name of the game. For the builders. builders. Smoother syntax, brighter light, right once, last forever, right? Devs unite, the code ignite, it's upgrade, season clarity for a night. Send your control block, budget reset, right at 33A, we not done yet. Yeah, vote yes, keep your mind on deck. Future of stacks, we architect. Clarity 4, from the base to the core, speed unlock, now watch it soar. Builders build, believers roar, vote on chain. Clarity 4, yeah, clarity 4, we break those walls. Smart contracts answering the call, stackers united, we stand tall. Vote for progress, one and all. Code runs free. Clarity for our legacy. Clarity for our legacy. So for our legacy. Clarity for our legacy.